All right, we're here. We're here tonight. I see daily affirmations by Pauline. At least she was in the chat, saying good evening and happy Christmas Eve. Right. Um, Shout out to everyone who is here and who will be here tonight. As you see, I have my Fair Use Act disclaimer up. I don't know if that matters or not. The last episode that we did, episode 79, was actually taken down because of FIFA. I tried to dispute it. FIFA immediately declined my dispute. So that episode, I still have it. It will go up on the website and on the podcasting apps. But I don't know. They're not giving me options on how to edit out that segment with the FIFA video or blur it or whatever. That's how asshole-ish FIFA is. So middle finger to FIFA. Thank you very much. But anyway, we have a great show lined up for you guys. Great topics, I think. I think it's great topics. And I think they flow well together tonight, actually. So tonight, we're going to talk about Tory Lanez and Meg the Stallion and that situation. We're going to talk about how black fathers can't win for losing. We're going to talk about how, is it provide money for or spend time with your children, which is more important for black fathers. We're going to talk about how are black people dealing with the economic crisis we're experiencing. We're going to ask the panelists on the chat, what does Christmas mean to you? How do you and your family celebrate, etc.? I thought that was an interesting submission this week. We're going to look at the psychological effects of white Jesus. We're going to answer the question, how's our God, black people, meaning, our, meaning black people, has our God forsaken us? We're going to analyze a movie clip tonight. That should be interesting. And we're going to probably finish off the night with the question of, is Pan-Africanism dead? I want you guys on the way in, make sure to hit the like button, share this on your social media. Let's end this year on a bang. We got this week and we got next week. Let's end the year on a bang. Share this with your peoples, and make sure stick around. It should be a good conversation. Also, I want to say this real quick. I've been posting these community tabs. I've actually been sharing them from KWAZ Radio of these different T-shirts and stuff. Make sure to give your feedback on those, because we're working on the merch, the new and updated merch store that's added to the website. Make sure to give your feedback on those. More designs are coming. Also, folks, I intend to have a newsletter associated with the website as well. A newsletter that's going to give you information not only from America, but the intention is from Africa, the UK, the Caribbean, etc., wherever black folks are globally. So please go and add your email. Okay? What the hell is this now in the middle of a show? Please go and add your emails. Hold on one second. Add your emails and be informed when the time comes. I don't know who's calling my phone right now. But what we're going to do, we're going to start the show officially. And on the other side, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one. As a matter of fact, let me drop the panel link right now. I see we got not only daily affirmations by Pauline, we got Tanzan saying Amani, we got Lero saying peace, loved ones, we got provide triggers for evolution. You dropped a comment earlier this week. I have to go and respond to that comment. So thanks for the comment. Tanzan saying peace to everyone. So again, we have a good show in tune tonight. KW Don saying peace to the chat. I'm gonna officially start the show. I dropped the link for those who want to join the panel. On the other side of the introduction, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. All right, you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Also, make sure you're tuned into the Forecast Radio. Forecast, I saw your message. I'll respond after the show. Make sure check out Brother Bakari podcast. Sorry. Make sure check out Consider Cheek show as well. And last but not least, check out Tanzan African Mind. As a matter of fact, Tanzan is on the panel with me right now. Tan, how are you this week?
I'm good. Thank you, Koku. It's been a good but busy week.
Good. Well, it's good that it's been good. And sometimes busy is good as well. So that's good.
Yes.
That's good. Happy to see you. Happy to hear your voice. All right.
Thank you.
Make sure you guys check out all the other shows. In early New Year, we're gonna start getting that website with all the episodes up. You should be able to find us on all the streaming apps for podcasts. So make sure you guys are checking it out. Like I said, join the email list. I do intend to have news items coming from different parts of the Black world. And as a matter of fact, if you are out there listening, you don't have to be a professional writer, but if you're in a locale where there's a sizable Black population, but there's a lot of misleadership, and you would like to write, a paragraph, from time to time on the misleadership in your locality, please reach out to me. Reach out to us. You can reach out to me at bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. But you could also reach out to KWAZ Radio at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. Reach out to us and say, hey, would like to write about the misleadership going on in Jamaica, the misleadership going on in the Bahamas, the misleadership going on in Cuba or wherever, so that we can be informed of what misleaders tend to do in our society. I think that's one of the problems we have. We don't disseminate the information of what misleadership looks like. And so what we have is generation upon generation coming of age who doesn't know what misleadership looks like. That's a problem. I was thinking about this the other day. One of the problems with the Tariq Nasheeds and them is who came before them, and who came before that person, and how come we don't know those names? You understand? How come we don't know the names of the snake oil salesmen who have harmed the Black community? You know, and I think that's important. Who's the Tariq Nasheed of Nigeria? I think it's important to discuss those things and have a record of who these people are. So again, if you don't mind putting yourself out there, by all means, email us, join in the information that we're trying to put out there, right? All right, with that said, let me welcome in Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
Coco, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
1, 2. Oh, good. I'm good, Coco. It is the Oh, by the way, good night, Tan, Amani Tan. How are you? I guess she's sleeping. Anyways,
No, what? I didn't hear what you said.
I was saying, Amani, how are you?
Oh, Amani Bonahaguziki, Amani. Yes.
Yeah, I heard you earlier today on Swahili Nation. You did a very good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you for joining us as well.
Yes, but Coco, the disclaimer that you put on the show tonight, was it because of last week?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out ways to get around this issue, because Shoot the Breeze is based on these, is based on these clips.
Okay.
Okay. And and by the way, guys, I'm getting closer and closer to monetization, right? So YouTube is scrutinizing my stuff heavy now, and almost all Shoot the Breeze episodes have a copyright strike against it. They haven't taken them down because there's something where copyright owners sometimes will let you use the clip, but they won't let you monetize off of the clip. And so that's another thing too. You guys hit the Cash App. I don't talk about it too often. Hit the Cash App sometimes, because the things I want to do with the show in the future, I'll need a little bit of help with funding it. And YouTube, I don't think it's going to be viable because of all these copyright strikes that I have on all of these episodes. So if you can, for the price of a cup of coffee, just give a donation.
Coco, do you have PayPal too? Because Cash App don't work here.
Oh, Cash App don't work there. Okay.
No.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna look into PayPal and Venmo.
Yeah. Just remember us. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'll do that, because I know that certain places PayPal don't even work. It's Payoneer and all kind of shit. So I'll put the big three: PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Yana B says yes, they're shadow banning you also. No surprises there. For what this show does, and the people that come through, and the people who share it, the number should be bigger. But I believe that they're actively, suppressing the numbers. So donations accepted, right? Donations accepted. Jay says you can send crypto to Cash App. Okay, I didn't know that. Yana B says hello to everyone. Bobby Wright says hello to everybody who's here. Zuliism says to Bwana Hagaziki, stop flirting, and so forth and so on. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight. I still have that Wakanda Forever background up. I don't know why. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, who's joining us. And make sure you guys check out the Wakanda Forever review that Urzuli and I did this week. I thought it was good, and we had a good spirited conversation towards the end about whether Killmonger was wrong or right from the first film. So you guys check that out. I dropped Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. I just didn't put it up yet, so let's go to that. Shoot the breeze. Topic number one is thoughts on the Tory Lanez and Meg the Stallion debacle. Was his father speaking facts? So, me personally, I typically don't care about these celebrities. I kind of believe in what Gas Them Up says, which is like, these folks aren't our people anymore. You know what I mean? You out here shooting women in the feet to make them dance and all. You're really not my folks no more. But I guess in all these things, there is a lesson you can learn. There is something you can discuss. So I don't mind discussing them from time to time. I don't mind discussing them because, there could be something valuable, a lesson to learn from it. By the way, I got a lot of submissions after I asked for more submissions today. So you mightn't see your submission up today, but I'll try definitely, most likely, to get to it next week. And we are doing a show next week to bring in the new year, okay? So, as you can see on the screen, this is Tory Lanez Pops. Tory Lanez's father screams in courtroom after son's guilty verdict. Tory Lanez's father reportedly caused a disturbance inside and outside the courtroom after his son was found guilty in connection to the shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. On Friday, December 23rd, a 12-person jury convicted Tory Lanez on all three charges related to the July 2020 shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. According to Law and Crime senior reporter Megan Knuff, who, by the way, they're now calling her Megan the Reporter, this white woman, but whatever. The announcement of the verdict got an immediate rise out of the Canadian rap crooner's father, who screamed out in the court, quote, a crazy and downright scary scene in the courtroom as his father and stepmother screamed about wicked injustice, Knuff tweeted. Tory Lanez's father stood up, guessed, and screamed. Tory Lanez's father stood up, guessed, and screamed, this is a wicked system. He screamed at the prosecutors that they're evil and they know exactly what they did here. His stepmother stood up screaming and yelling. Father was yelling about Rock Nation. So this is a white woman, Megan Knuff, who they've been tagging as Megan the Reporter. She tweets, we cannot tweet inside the courtroom. It could take a good 20 minutes at least from the time we go in to when we're able to get out. I will share the verdict in a separate tweet to trigger your notifications. Then I'll update this thread. She says a jury has convicted Tory Lanez of all three charges for the 2020 shooting of Megan Thee Stallion, a crazy and downright scary scene in the courtroom as his father and stepmother scream about wicked injustice. The tweets go on. She says Tory Lanez's father stood up, guessed, and screamed, this is a wicked system. So this is just the same shit I just read just now. Tory Lanez was reportedly handcuffed on the spot and led out of the courtroom while the wild scene continued and deputies tried to get rowdy court members under control. Tory Lanez was remanded on the spot. Oh, whatever. I hate when they do this type of thing. She goes on to say, one woman in the gallery held up her hand as Tory's father was screaming about Rock Nation and wicked injustice, repeating, quote, in the name of Jesus, end of quote. Deputies were forcing them all into the hallway and telling the gallery we had to stay seated. She goes on to tweet, one woman turned and looked at the reporter sitting behind her, including me, and said, Jay-Z is a bitch. Report that. Jay-Z is a bitch. The tweet goes on. Right now, reporters are in the media area on the 12th floor, hoping to get comment from someone. The 12th floor is the only area where we can record and take photos. I went outside to see what the scene is like. Lots of people, but Tory's family isn't around. Then it goes on. Megan Thee Stallion's lawyer has released a statement. The jury got it right. I am thankful there's justice for Megan. She says the deputies were able to manage the scene. I heard Tory's father screaming, don't push me, but never saw a huge fight. But it was very chaotic for several minutes, and we could hear Tory's father screams from the hallway. It says Tory's dad continued his ranting outside the courtroom. This is not over. It's not over. God does not lose. He was captured on video screaming, to an assembled crowd of supporters. I know that this is wickedness, he said. Before making his grand exit, Tory's dad also railed against Rock Nation. Quote, "Rock Nation, you will crumble," he yelled to the top of his lungs before hopping into an SUV. Following a 2-week trial, Tory Lanez was found guilty of one felony count of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, carrying a loaded, unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm in a grossly negligent manner to cause bodily injury. He faces up to 20 years in prison when he is sentenced on January 27th, 2023. So this is the rant here. I guess I read through all that to get to the rant that I saw earlier. This guy, Philip Lewis, is tweeting, "Tory Lanez's father reacts to the guilty verdict. It's not over. God does not lose." So I'm going to play it for you guys to hear.
Even though we come to this junction, trust me, you will see how God does not fail. I know that this is wickedness. This district attorney, Miss Kathy Todd.
So yeah, I'm seeing some of the comments in the chat. I'll read those off, I guess, in a minute. There seems to be another video. Philip Lewis tweets, "I'm calling on the heavens and the earth. Rock Nation, you will crumble. I am an apostle of God, and I will be heard," says Tory Lanez's father. So let's hear that.
In the LAPD's office, tell me how there's no fingerprint. My God Almighty, I call heaven and earth to be record today. Rock Nation, you will crumble. I am an apostle of God. That's right. And you will know who I am.
That's right. Say that, man. Come on, man. I feel that, bro. Real talk.
Yeah, it really irks me when I see black folks get to this. How do I put this? Kind of the way black folks invoke this God sometimes is just real irking to me. But that's just me. So that's Tory Lanez's story. Like I said, I don't really give too much of a shit about celebrity stuff because once you've crossed over that threshold, you're kind of gone to me. You're kind of gone to me, quite frankly. So, I don't really care too much. But let me read some of the comments here. And Zuliism, I guess, is going against me. He says, "First of all, how do you know it is true?" I'll just say that I don't know if it's true or not true. To be quite frank and quite fair, I don't know if it's true or not true. I wasn't there, right? I wasn't there. So, but she was injured, and it seems that there were shots fired, and I don't think she shot herself in the foot, right? But who did it is the question. And another thing too, if Tory didn't do it, why didn't he say he didn't do it? Why didn't he point? He was in the car. Why didn't he point the finger? Right? Lero says people just use the Meg and Tory sitio to push gender wars and project their isolated experiences onto the race. Really gross. I agree with that. I saw that on Twitter. She says, "Keep it buck, though. It's fuck 12 around here. I'm not running to the laws for nothing. Uncompromising position for me. Meg should have chucked her L. Apparently, they was all lit that night." Now, you see, that's why I like Lero. This is why I like Lero so much. We got to get Lero consistently on KWAZ Radio, too. If you guys think that's a good idea, you drop a 1 in the chat. But that's why I like Lero, right? All y'all was on some dummy shit. You didn't die. Chalk it up to what it is. I mean, shots were fired, so that's why police were called, because people in the neighborhood heard it. But, yeah, that's why I like Lero. Yana B says, "I have to agree with them." I guess meaning Tory's dad. Tory took the gun from her friend, fired it in the air to empty it. That's why her friend took immunity in court. That's interesting. That's an interesting take, Yana B. Talk about it more in the chat. Because I did hear people saying, I did see where a friend chose to plead the fifth, and acts for immunity and all this kind of stuff, which does look kind of funny style. But I'd like to know how you came to those conclusions. That's very interesting. Jose says, damn. Yana B says, don't understand my BM continue to put themselves. Oh, why black men? Sorry, continue to put themselves in this situation. Jose said, I agree with him, though. I remember the back and forth on social media from back then. It seemed to me he was innocent. Sister Raw is here. Appreciate you for coming through. She's hailing up everyone. Azulism says, how are you shot in both foot and you out twerking the next day? Get the F out of here. Laro says, ha, appreciate you, Koku. Love you all. Yona B says, if they had stuck together and kept their mouth shut, Azulism says, all this is scripted. All the state. Well, let's see how scripted it is when this fella spends up to 22 years in prison. You know, let's see how scripted it is. I don't know anyone who goes along with that script, but okay. With that said, first, let me welcome in Carl Hezekiah for the second week in a row. Carl, how are you this week? Unmute your mic, Carl, if you're there.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm here.
All right. How are you this week?
It's been a long week, man. Long week. Good to see from everybody, though.
Yeah. Glad to hear your voice, man. Good to see you. Good to see you well. Thanks for coming through. Carl, you've heard this story of Meg and Tory. What say you to this?
Well, you know, Koku, I kind of agree with you about celebrities. And my rule about celebrities is that I care as much about them as they care about me, you know? So I got to ask myself, would Meg the Stallion give a damn if I got shot in my foot or...
Nope.
You know, she probably wouldn't care. So, you know, I think one thing that we miss as Black people many times from our analysis is a certain level of class consciousness, and that many of these celebrities, you know, they align more with their class than their race. With that being said, I didn't really see anything, you know, as far as his prints not being on the gun. I know that was one factor. So to me, it's a little odd they found him guilty, but I do understand the American judicial system. You know, it's not created for Black people. It was not created for us. So that they found him guilty. You know, it is what it is. I mean, I understand Meg was shot. I was never one of those people who believed she wasn't shot. So I definitely understood. I believe that, you know, somebody shot this young woman. We'll see what happens on appeal. I would think they're going to appeal the decision. I do know that he does have doesn't he have a felony conviction?
I think so. And during this time, I think he accosted the kid who was in the entanglement with right?
Jada's side piece, August Alsina.
Yeah, August Alsina. I think he accosted him too.
So yeah, I'm interested in seeing where it goes. You know, they'll probably appeal the decision. But again, I mirror your opinion about these celebrities. Pretty much, you know, I care as much about them as they care about me. So ultimately, but I do think though that many people are going to interpret this as a further break or divide between, you know, Black men and Black women. Many people have said that, you know, Black women are unprotected, Black women are preyed upon by Black men, which I do not believe that. But they're going to use this case as an example, I believe.
I agree with you, Carl. I think it's interesting too. You mentioned something that I think is very interesting. People have ran, especially in the last few years, people have ran with that Malcolm X quote that the Black woman is the most unprotected. But the reality is Black men are more unprotected than anyone.
Right.
That's just the reality of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not to call him enough to mute your mic. Not because, you know, not to say that Black women aren't being harmed. Of course they are. We understand that. But Black men are harmed at a clip that's crazy compared to Black women. Like Black men are killed almost every day out here wrongfully, right? But it's funny how people have kind of clamped on to that, and I think it's been intentional. I heard Charlemagne the God bringing that up before as if it was his own quote, by the way, during the R. Kelly thing. But I think people use that to kind of take away from the fact that black men are really the ones that are hunted out here. You know what I mean? Carl, you want to add any last word there?
Yeah, well, I think that black men and black women both experience racism, but they experience racism in different ways. And the male has always been considered more threatening than the female. And that's just, how it is when you're dealing with systems of domination. The men are considered to be the soldiers, the warriors. So even though black men and black women were both lynched back in the day, more black men were lynched than black women. So, so we're going to see when it comes down to violence in the state, it's going to be directed more towards the males than the females, because the males are considered to be the greater threat. I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Tommy Curry. He wrote an excellent book called The Man Not. And he also talks about that. There's a professor from Harvard named Jim Sedanius. He talked about subordinate male targeted hypothesis, in that in systems of oppression, the subordinate male is going to be targeted more than the subordinate female. The females are considered to be a resource, whereas the males are marked for extermination. And we can see that throughout history with many different groups of people.
Right. Good point there, Carl. I appreciate that. If you guys remember Carl Hezekiah and I doing the book club, drop a 1. If you think Carl should come back and host a show about, just discussing different books, drop a fire emoji for me. Lero asked a question. My views jumping tonight. Yeah, I've been putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm advertising the show. So in 2023, expect to see me treat the show more so like a business than ever before, where I'm advertising the live streams, etc., to try to grow the channel and grow the viewership, right? Yeah, a few people dropped a 1 and a fire emoji. So Carl, take that into consideration, please. With that said, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what are your thoughts on the Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion debacle?
To be honest, this is the first time really hearing about it, and the details are so. I was expecting it to be, just from the kind of, how she presents herself, but yeah, it's just terrible. That's why, last week we were talking about that guy who was messing up, at his job, and why do you risk so much for so little? Is that an echo coming from me? I'm not sure. I'll try to switch devices. But why risk so much for so little? Like, if you're, the kind of people that they are, men or women, people who, invite trouble wherever they go, why would you go hang out with them or really do anything, especially at some hours? So all of them, even her, I'm not saying that, there's a villain and a monster here. They just, or an angel, they're just all just terrible sounding people. But you have a career, you have a job to do. Just do the job and separate your work from your business, and don't risk all that just for a couple of hours of fun. And like you're saying, maybe it was staged or scripted or whatever, but either way it doesn't matter, because he is facing quite a bit of time. Even those people, those rappers who are they were making these songs in their lyrics, and then they were caught up. So it doesn't matter if it was just singing or all that. The end result is far worse than one had anticipated. So, what is the price we've grown at? It's such a hedonistic society of just, feeling good and just doing what comes at the moment, that we forget that there are, other things that are more important than that. If it's your job, is having an affair at your job worth losing your job and starting over again? It's having a few, rounds of fun with your friends and shooting up guns or messing with each other worth, losing your freedom over, So happiness and fun and pleasure are not, they're overhyped. At this point, we should be thinking of other things rather than, just even the songs. Like, why people still sing about clubs and drinks and alcohol and things like that? Like, if you're going to, already, you don't need somebody to tell you to drink. And if that's all they're singing about, that's a pretty, shallow life. But I guess that's what you get for it. So, hey, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tan. In the chat, Laurel says they got VH1 on MTV saying hashtag protect black women. It's getting very nasty. There's an agenda afoot between the voting and all that kind of stuff where they keep saying black women are saving democracy and the Democratic Party and all that kind of stuff. There's an agenda afoot here, and we got to watch that stuff closely. We have to watch that stuff closely, especially us as black men. We have to watch that very, very closely. Yana B said she was following the case. By the way, if you were following the case, the link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the chat right now. Come up and talk about it, because again, I don't follow these things too closely. I see these things come across Twitter, and so yeah, I'm familiar, but I don't follow it too closely. Yana B says she was following the case online. Meg and her friend, that's the friend who pleaded the fifth, I think, was sleeping with Tory Lanez. Her friend found out in the car. Okay, so she found out in the car, and that's what started the bullshit. And she said, mind you, Meg had a man while sleeping with her best friend's man. Okay, all right. So I guess that's the messiness of all this type of nonsense. And what's funny is I saw this clip on Twitter the other day. Meg the Stallion I guess she did an interview with Gayle King. And Gayle King was like, now, Meg, did you and Tory have a relationship, a sexual relationship? And Meg was like, and black folks, let's work on how we purport ourselves in public, please. Meg hits this real Houston, this real Southern ghetto. But what you mean? Did you have a sexual relationship? And she was like, no. And come to find out in court, this motherfucker had to be honest about it and say, yeah, we did sleep together and what. I mean, my God, come on. With all of that said, let's go to our brother Bwana Hagaziki. What say you to all this?
Yes, sir. I think that brother Hezekiah, I think his name is, and Tanzan, they did a very good job of it in terms of their analysis. The only thing I really know about Tory Lanez is that song he sung, that song that he redid the remix for that old Jamaican song, Everyone Falls in Love, and that was a banger. So, and he did a good job of it. As far as Megan Thee Stallion, I've actually never heard a song from her before ever. So I don't really follow these people like I guess others do. I think that the person who would have put up this prompt, it would be good for them to come on and give us a better analysis than we probably would be able to, because they're just not my lane. You know what I mean? They're not my lane. They're real people, and it's unfortunate that this brother has to spend some time now in jail. That's never a good thing. My question is always when it comes to these kinds of situations, because he is not the only one. But my situation is my question is, if I am a singer, because I'm thinking he's an R&B singer. If I'm an R&B singer, why have all them guns around me? You know what I mean? I mean, let the security handle that. I am a singer. I am here to sing. The only thing I could see that if Megan Thee Stallion was assaulted with a microphone, you know what I mean? But a gun is for gangsters. Or people whose job it is to protect others. You don't need to have that kind of energy around you, bro. And if people around you having these guns and different kinds of things where you are creating an environment or an atmosphere that would jeopardize not only your career but your life itself, maybe you shouldn't have these kinds of people around you. And I think that sometimes when you put different kinds of things into the mix, which is ego, sometimes which is drugs, sometimes which is young people and sex, and not clear-headedness and not clear-headed thinking, then you ruin a large portion of your life, and you risk losing so many things that the world would look at you and say that you're fortunate to have. So I think that sometimes we need to think twice But unfortunately, this may be a hard lesson for this brother that he's gonna have to learn now, because despite the fact that we could question the fact of whether he had a gun or not, he was convicted by a jury of his peers, and they believe that he had a gun, regardless of the fact of what we may feel, and he is going to be incarcerated because of it. And but for certain situations not permitting certain kinds of people, certain kinds of situations into his environment, this may have never would happen. I find it interesting though, because I listen to one or two Tory Lanez song, and I hear him do a freestyle, and he don't sound like a reverend, you know. So his message ain't that of religious kind of talk. So this guy mentioning Jesus and this and that and another thing, I'm like, well you ain't know what your son was singing about it. It's just funny.
I agree.
Yeah, but I like I say, I don't want to see no young black man in jail, because I didn't see enough of them in jail, going to jail already for whatever reason. And I think that less of us should be going to jail for these kinds of ridiculous reasons, man. But you know what I mean? What can I say? You know? So I'll leave it there.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I try to, you guys out in the chat who are more familiar with these stories, you know, the link was there for you guys to come up and expand a little bit more. Like I said, I try not to get into this stuff, because again, these ain't my people. These ain't people. If I went to go talk to Tory Lanez or Meg the Stallion about black empowerment, Garveyism, Pan-Africanism, they will suck their teeth and send me on my way. You know what I mean? So they're not my folks. I will also say, to echo what Buana is saying, we have to, especially in America, we have to really question the cultural output, the cultural product that's being put out there. And there's a lot of folks saying, well, that ain't our culture, but clearly it is. We got to be honest about that. And the capitalists, the white folks in charge, are pushing it more and is making money off of it and all this kind of stuff, but off of the music. But why do you have a gun? As Buana said, why are you guys Bloods and Crips? I'm talking about Chris Brown now, who I think is a Blood. Like, why are you? Hey, hold on a second. Sorry about that. So why are you in a gang? You know, you're Chris Brown. Just watching something the other day. Chris Brown shows up everywhere with a bunch of Bloods around. Chris Brown had the potential, honestly, to be as big or close to Michael Jackson, but you're beating up Rihanna, even though the claim is she started first, whatever. But also you have these gang members around you. So why are you doing that stuff? Why are you in gang initiations? It's because it's the culture. The culture dictates for these youth, you have to be down with some of this bullshit. And so we really have to question this stuff, man. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 then, if no one else has words for this prompt. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, interestingly, is black fathers can't win for losing. This came with a prompt, with a link. Let's check out the link as well.
To me, how these women are all over the internet taking this. You know what's disgusting to me? How these women are all over the internet taking this Romeo Miller and Master P situation and trying to use it to tear down yet another black man. Like, they're critiquing him as a father. They're talking about, oh, he neglected his daughter. That's why she deleted herself and all of this foolishness. Yo, we grew up watching Master P. Romeo had everything. This is amazing to me. You look at Master P's situation, you look at 50 Cent's situation. This is proof. This is further proof that it does not matter what you are as a black man. You could be broke, you're going to be faulted. You could be rich, you're going to be faulted. It's like we can't win for losing. No matter what we do, we are always judged by what we haven't done instead of what we have done.
All right, that video was much shorter than I expected that to be. You know, let me play it again for those who might not have caught it the first time.
You know what's disgusting to me? How these women are all over the internet taking this Romeo Miller and Master P situation and trying to use it to tear down yet another black man. Like they're critiquing him as a father. They're talking about, oh, he neglected his daughter. That's why she deleted herself and all of this foolishness. Yo, we grew up watching Master P. Romeo had everything. This is amazing to me. You look at Master P's situation, you look at 50 Cent's situation. This is proof. This is further proof that it does not matter what you are as a black man. You could be broke, you're going to be faulted. You could be rich, you're going to be faulted. It's like we can't win for losing. No matter what we do, we are always judged by what we haven't done instead of what we have done.
So I don't know if a lot of people understand the context of that, because I barely do. Again, I just happen to see some of this stuff on social media. But Master P and Romeo Miller, his son, they had a beef on social media, and here's an article that tries to explain it. Master P and Romeo Miller have continued to beef on social media nearly 4 days after the former shared a tribute to DJ Twitch Boss, who passed away last week. Today, Master P shared a video of himself addressing the tension between him and his son, as the two seem to be embroiled in a family matter. Romeo's Instagram story, which is no longer available, is what propelled his father to hit back at him. So this is Master P on the left, Romeo on the right. You guys should be familiar with these two. In the 90s, Master P achieved a lot in the 90s and achieved a lot for his children, to be sure. Master P and Romeo Miller beef online. On Friday, December 16th, Romeo shared an Instagram story directed at, quote-unquote, a man who neglected his own child's mental health struggles, but had been talking about others with similar issues. He wrote in a post, as quoted by Hip Hop DX, quote, "Today was a boiling point. I seen a man avoid his own children's struggle with suicide and depression, but post another man whom passed away today that he doesn't even know. You all idols be lost. Better stop following the blind. Watch when it's revealed," end of quote. Master P's daughter and Romeo's sister, Tatiana Miller, passed away in May at a private residence. The cause of her death was confirmed to be a fentanyl intoxication. Romeo's post came after Master P paid tribute to Twitch Boss on Instagram. He shared a video of the late DJ and Snoop Dogg dancing and captioned it, quote, "These are crazy times we are living in. You can be smiling one day and gone the next," end of quote. Sorry, he was supposed to be a guest DJ on a concert we were having on January 13th. Life is too short. Appreciate your loved one. Hashtag mental illness is real, end of quote. It isn't clear who Romeo was addressing in his post, but it resulted in Master P hitting back at his son. Master P took to Instagram to have a real go at his son Romeo. Quote, "I wouldn't wish this on no parent, especially when you try to do everything you can for your kids," end of quote, he said in one of his posts. He asked Romeo Miller, "What's the plan? You are either part of the problem or the solution. I love you, and the door is always open for you, but I won't tolerate disrespect. I haven't talked to you or seen you in months. God knows I've tried to do my best." He revealed in the caption that said he loved his son before calling him out for getting people to feel sorry for him. Romeo expressed in a comment shared under his father's post that they have talked behind closed doors, while accusing his father of not being the man he paints himself to be. Quote, "You only want to protect your image, but the image isn't even real," end of quote, he further wrote. Romeo also claimed that he has tried to keep the family matter within the premises of their home, but his father is addicted to social media, who uses the app as a quote-unquote therapy. In another post, Master P said he was heartbroken to see that his son based their relationship on money. The rapper spoke about how hard he worked in Hollywood to get his family out of the ghetto before accusing Romeo of starting the social media rant. Noting that he was dealing with his daughter's passing in his own way, he emphasized again that mental illness is real. You can watch Master P's latest video addressing the tiff between him and his son on Instagram. So then they get into how many children does the rapper have. Master P is a father to 9 children, including Tatiana and Romeo. U.S. Magazine reports he shares 7 children with his ex-wife Sonia C., while his son Vino Miller is said to be adopted. The identity of Symphonique's mother hasn't been revealed. The rapper was married to his ex-wife from 1989 to 2014. His children have appeared in the reality series Master P's Family Empire, which premiered on Reels in 2015. All right, so I guess that's the background information for those who might not have understood the clip. All right, so with that said, Lero in the chat says, why do black folks bring their familial matters to the internet is my question. Brother Bakari, who said what's up earlier, Bakari says, I don't know what he had off screen. Okay. Jay Braun says, could it be security? I guess it's from the last prompt when I mentioned Chris Brown and them having gangs around him. He says rock bands and concerts used to be protected by Hell's Angels. The largest free concert in the Netherlands used to be secured by them. Oh, really? Hell's Angels is to secure concerts in the Netherlands? That's interesting. I'm Blessed. I believe I've seen I'm Blessed around here before. It's been a while, though. I'm Blessed says, yeah, we are judged by what we haven't done over what we have done. Okay. KW Don 7 says, Angry Man is a founding father of the Black Manosphere alongside O'Shea, Duke Jackson, and Mumia Obsidian Ali. Angry Man? Who's Angry Man? Your Honor B says it's all about that great divide and conquer and another ball of distraction. Okay, so those are the comments in the chat. Carl Hezekiah, what say you about what you saw in that video? Black fathers can't win for losing.
Well, my comments are definitely going to mirror that of what I said about Meg Stallion. These celebrities, you know, I don't get too caught up in their drama. The comment about Angry Man being a founding father of the Black Manosphere, you got to watch these Manosphere dudes. They don't really have, they're not really concerned about Black empowerment. You know, they're really more so of trying to integrate within the larger systems of institution of white domination. They're not for the struggle. That's one thing. But I say that there's no manual to being a parent. Like my kids are here right now, and you know it's Christmas Eve. They playing video games or whatnot. There's no manual to doing this parenting thing. We mess up, and we're gonna mess up. There's no there's no right way or wrong. We do the best we can. So I'm sure little Romeo has issues with his dad. I do believe they shouldn't air their business publicly like that. That's something that you should probably sit down and communicate in private. But like I said, there's no one explaining how to do this thing. This is something that we all learn on. We all get on the job training for being a parent, and sometimes we make wrong decisions. I hope they can work it out, but for me, for the most part, again, this is rich people's problems. There's so many issues that are going on in our community, you know, that I understand that there's maybe this speaks to a larger divide between Black men and Black fatherhood. You know, we live in an anti-Black society. So anything we do is going to be critiqued in a negative way. You know, there's often been stereotypes about Black men and how we father our children. And even though they recently did a stat about how Black fathers are the most involved, even if we're not with the mother, you know, sometimes people we still get that negative stigma of being bad fathers. And I think maybe that's what Angry Man is talking about, the negativity that comes with being a Black man as a parent. And no matter how hard you try, it's always something else. But I appreciate my own father, you know, even though he's not here anymore. And I do appreciate some of the things he was trying to teach me. I didn't appreciate it at the time, but you know, maybe I hope they can overcome this and try to mend some fences. That's my thoughts on this.
Carl in the chat, Bascon says that's effing true, what you're saying. But Trigger Happy 262 disagrees. He says, well, somewhat disagrees. He says he thinks all cultures inform you in how to parent. We are missing key aspects of this with some black cultures simply because of colonialism. Culture mitigates the mistakes. What say you to that?
I agree. I think that, you know, as a culture, they do try to teach you how to parent, but there are just some situations that you just can't prepare for. Or you can tell somebody about it, but until you experience it for yourself, it's kind of hard to prepare people for certain things. But culture does try to give you certain guidelines and rules of how to raise up your children within that culture. I think part of the problem is that the culture that we live in is not our own culture. And you know, when we look at the history of the European, how they've treated children, how they've treated their own children, you know, we can't look for morality because from the Europeans because they had literally passed laws so they wouldn't work their own children to death. You know, we see child labor laws had to be passed in America to keep white people from working white children to death. So there's often many forms of violence directed towards white children. We adopted this culture, and we unfortunately picked up the ways that we parent from them, and we can see how that's affected us as a people.
Thank you for that, Carl. We got Marcus McGee saying, "What's up, family?" Peace to Marcus McGee for coming through. I appreciate you. With that said, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, I agree that black people, especially black men, are not usually portrayed in a very positive manner. They are usually not in the picture, or very weak or something. So it's not a common thing for us to see. But so I do agree that yes, there's a negative stereotype of of black, but black families actually, just everybody, from the mother, the father, and especially the fathers are usually not portrayed very well. So on that point, I agree. But what I don't agree with the guy was the angry man is that that people are blamed for what they do and what they don't do. I say that people judge parents according to how their children turn out. That might not be fair, at all times, because like you said, you can do everything right, and the child still turns out to be, a different way. There are people who, because even while parenting, you're not doing that in a vacuum. Unfortunately, when we are a communal society, the whole, everybody was the parent to the child. So but nowadays it's almost like the parent against the world. So you can do everything, but unless you lock them in the house and prevent them from having a life, there's only so much you can do against the tide of the world. So yeah, sometimes you can do everything right, and still, things can still go a different way. But with that said, I think that people do judge people by how their children turn out. So if that's why, yeah, you shouldn't air your stuff in public. But that's how people are going to judge him. It's not that he wasn't there, or he was a bad parent. It's just he didn't give his children, whatever it is, his children did not turn out the way they should have turned out given all they had. And now that maybe he went the other way and spoiled them, instead of maybe he grew up in a tough neighborhood, so he wanted to give his children an easy life. But unfortunately, that also comes with this sense of entitlement, like a 50 Cent son. So there's it's like it's back and forth. You can do one thing and then you do too much of it, or you can cease to do something and then you don't do anything at all. So in this one, I don't think it's so much a matter of the parent. I think it's just also what was their relationship with the son. What was their relationship with his children, rather than the but maybe it's a black thing. The black thing as well, I do concede, but it's also the relationship between fathers and the fathers and the sons, and maybe that's something that they should work out first. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. In the chat, I want to shout out KW Don 7 because I didn't know who the guy was in the video. KW Don 7 says Angry Man is the creator of that video. I want you guys to let me know something. Drop a 1 if you were familiar with Angry Man, because I think maybe the issue is me. I'm not familiar with all these different people on YouTube and whatnot. Are you guys familiar? Were you guys familiar with Angry Man before? Drop a 1 if you were. Trigger Happy followed up to Carl's comment. He says, well, think about it though. Elders, intelligentsia, leaders are simply people who have accumulated repeating experiences of the human condition and fine-tune those experiences. They then teach it, right? He says they teach those experiences to the youth, and that's how you prepare for situations that are unpredictable. Yanabi agreed with KW Don 7, who said that the Black manosphere is largely integrationist and want access to non-Black women while chastising divestors and swirlers for the same behavior. That's very interesting. So Brother Bakari was familiar with this Angry Man. Yana B is familiar. Tanzan is familiar. Okay. I guess I'm the one who's just not on these YouTube streets as much as everyone else. Carl, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to our brother's point, K. Dwan, about the Black manosphere. They're really the opposite side of the coin of the divest movement. Many of them, they say that they have certain hashtags like "Save Yourself, Black Man." They believe the Black community is doomed, and that Black men should, divest from the community, find women of different origins, be them, from other cultures who respect manhood more. There's no running from this, from being Black. And there's nothing new. Some people have often tried to divest themselves of their Blackness or try to get away from it. But there's no escape from this, And if they think that Black men can survive without Black women and Black women can survive without Black men, they're sorely mistaken. Like Dr. John Henry Clark said, Black people have no friends. You're not gonna. The divestors believe that Black men are the just the devil incarnate, and Black children, black boys should be aborted in the womb so they don't oppress Black women. And then you have the manosphere, although they're not as extreme. They have their own issues as well, but they're not quite as extreme. But they believe that Black women are just the worst stewards of children. The Tommy Sotomayors and the other people like that. It just shows how we've been turned against each other in so many devious ways.
I appreciate that, Carl. I appreciate that. Trigger Happy 2 said SYSBM. What is SYSBM? He says that equals divestors for me.
Yes, SYSBM means Save Yourself, Black Man.
Oh, wow. Okay. I gotta step my game up in 2023, apparently. I didn't know that. Okay.
You do not want to go down that rabbit hole, Koku. I'm telling you. You do not want to go down that rabbit hole.
All right. Well, then maybe I'll avoid it. Nama X is back. I saw Nama X on the Forecast Live the other day. I really like to see when folks who are around here, I see them on other people's channels. I saw Trigger Happy 262 on the Black Pentagrammers the other day. I like seeing that. He said, Nama X says that sphere, quote unquote sphere, hasn't shown any divesting success. It's all talk. KW Don 7 says the new movement of Black cowardice is the Passport Bros. Boy, now that I'm familiar with. And I'm seeing an example of that now that is quite frankly pissing me off. I won't get into it, but I'm seeing an example of it that is not good. Not good whatsoever. Marcus Garvey is away, says good night. She's here. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, them and Passport Bros irritate me. You don't need to look into them bit of medicine. They know good. Just a bunch of self-hating Black people. Oh, yeah, well, if Trigger Happy and Kyle tell me, don't go down that rabbit hole, I'm not going down the rabbit hole. But that's interesting. Yana B says, if you're going to be in these YouTube streets, you need to be up on your game, bit of medicine. Okay. I guess I need to be familiar with some of the stuff, but not necessarily go down the rabbit hole with it. So I appreciate you guys letting me know. But all that said, let's hear from Buana Hagaziki.
Yes, sir. I don't think that video or the criticism of fatherhood is exclusive to black men. I don't think it's exclusive to black men at all. I think that the whole idea of the whole idea of male authority is being chastised and criticized by these leftist feminists, in particular these leftist feminists, because their quarrel is really this whole idea of patriarchy. You hear these words like patriarchy. I think it's these kinds of issues, and I think that sometimes you have a trickle down effect because whatever, unfortunately, whatever issue that is befalling the white communities, I feel like you have these trickle down effects, these trickle down issues that filter into our communities. And I think that there are issues that we have exclusively outside of the so-called dominant white community that exists in the United States. You know what I mean? I think that our issues with 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 each other is different and distinctive than rather than the issues the white community has with their mate and partners. So I think that this whole idea of fatherhood, yes, we have issues of fatherhood, but I think that the whole idea of fatherhood is not exclusively exclusively with black men. Because when you watch some YouTube videos, in particular some channels like Soft White Underbelly, you hear a lot of white girls have issues with their dads and how they used to engage in all manner of incest and ridiculous things. So I don't think it's as exclusively to us. Let me also say this. I am tired. I am tired of adult children blaming their parents for the actions of for their own adult actions. If my child decides to take up drugs, decides to engage in degenerate activity, decides to do things that is not necessarily going to benefit her as an adult, making adult decisions, why do you now turn around and blame me? I'm thinking Master P has had so many people pull on his coattail to blame him or point the finger, or you ain't doing enough for us. He has a brother right now rotting in jail, I think, for committing a murder. And it's like, okay, you ain't doing enough for the family. You ain't doing enough for the family. I'm like, man, these are adult people pulling on this man. And this is just one man. When are these adults going to take responsibility for their own actions? I don't know. Now, Romeo now is a grown man now. I'm sure he was a artist at one time. Haven't you been watching what your daddy been doing all these years? You should be well into doing your own thing in terms of business. And yes, he may have mentioned something that you don't like, but shouldn't that be a private matter that you take up with your father? And if he continues on it, man, just leave it alone and move on to something different. You don't have to engage in back and forth with him. The both of you guys are public figures, and you're going to look ridiculous as well. People are going to criticize him, yes, but they're going to criticize you as well. So as a man, I feel like some things should remain private. Bite your tongue with some things. I think that as men, I think that we should develop rhinoceros skin. And it's not to suggest that we should, take everything in. And I have these pent up emotions. Sometimes you get angry and sometimes you want to vent. But I think that as men, we should have broader shoulders. And I see that, like I say last week or the week before, that I've seen a pussification of men nowadays. Everybody is being so sentimental. And I mean, you say something wrong now, I gotta get all up in my feelings. I'm like, man, you are trying to fight a power structure, and to get you off your square, all I have to do is insult you with words. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But it is what it is. These brothers, I feel as men, we are always gonna, in particular, men who are leaders or are in control or authoritative position, you're always going to be criticized. That's just the nature of the game. The James Brown created a song. He say, "You pay the cost to be the boss. This is the cost of success. This is the cost of being the boss. This is a privilege of leadership. If there comes an obligation, a responsibility, you're gonna get criticized, you can get chastised, but you stay on your square as a man. That's just what it is." You know what I mean? Because they always going to still be, waiting for what your next move is going to be as a leader, as a male person. And I think when Romeo gets 9 kids like Master P has with 9 different personalities, then he can make some criticisms. Until then, shut the hell up because you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? You ain't miss no meals in Master P house. And many men, they can't say the last time they fed their child with any money, give them any money. And it's not all about money; it's also about being there as well. But when these multi-billionaires, and I have always seen Master P and Romeo together, always see them there together. He takes him everywhere with him. And now it's like the critiques come in. Your pops ain't perfect, and neither are you. And I think that sometimes children must remember these things. And it's too much finger pointing these days. The man want to blame the woman for every goddamn thing. The woman want to blame the man for everything. And now the child pointing fingers. How is there going to be any progress with that kind of nonsense? You know what I mean? For me, I just think that Master P need to continue to doing what he need to do. If his children decide to have a right mind one day, wonderful. If they don't, you move on, man. You move on, man. Sometimes you got to cut loose dead weight, because you give your children everything up to a certain point, and if they still want to turn into a bunch of bitches, you got to do what you need to do, man. It is what it is, but that's where I stand on it.
I agree with you, Buana. I'll say this too. We talked about Shannon Sharp last week, the ex-football player who was disrespected by the little wimpy white boy, Skip Bayless. One of the things I saw Shannon say on that show some years back, I guess maybe his kids tried to complain about what he wasn't around. He said, listen, I did what I did so that you guys could go to college and don't have to have a loan. You can own cars without having to have a loan, this, that, and the other. He said, if I had to do it again, I would do it again. And I agree with that. Listen, there's a trade-off. And when you become a big kid, you have to understand that trade-off. You have to understand, listen, I couldn't be there to throw a ball back and forth with you for hours every day and coddle you and all that kind of stuff. I had to be out here hustling, make that money so you could have a clearer path to success. If Romeo gets to have 9 children, it's because Master P gave him a life where, you know what, you're good and you could support and maintain having 9 children. Romeo was on all kind of TV shows and had a music career and all kind of stuff. Don't blame your father on that, you know, for whatever. You know, your sister took her life. I sympathize, but at the same time, this man was able, because you would have the complaint of Master P if he did nothing. If Master P didn't achieve nothing and wasn't able to give you nothing, you would have that complaint as well. So, you know, Romeo, them, as far as I'm concerned, a big child like Romeo has to be like 30 years old at least, right? Like, you're supposed to be able to have figured this shit out by now. This man did what he did. He might not have been the most emotionally connected and all this type of stuff, but you understand that he was out here making moves. And we all saw the moves that Master P made. Brother Bakari in the chat says, I've only watched about 15 minutes of Angry Man. I don't deal with the manosphere or those SYSBM dudes. They sound gay to me. Okay. Marcus Garvey's away says, we hate each other. We hate on each gender while the Europeans create extreme degenerates and stay silent on it. We air our human behaviors as if we are so deplorable. Lero says, SYSBM more so have an issue with Western women. They are open to black women from other countries, at least some of them. Nama X says they're just bringing international attention. Attention equals you're going to become a target in those countries. Flaunting always leads to bad consequences. I agree with that too. Lero says, yes, the feminist left think patriarchy is a product of capitalism, blah, blah, blah. Nama X says, now I have to completely agree with this brother. Feminism has definitely affected American society heavily, and it's not limited to black men. I agree. Yana B agrees as well. She says Romeo got a very nice trust fund. He don't care for nothing. I'm blessed says LOL. They sound gay to you. So I guess I'm blessed likes the manosphere. I'm blessed talk about it a little bit more in the chat. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Does anyone else on the panel want to add a word or two? All right, panel is quiet. I'm blessed. You could leave your comments in the chat. I'll check it out later. In the meantime, though, I think that was a good discussion, folks, on the panel. In the meantime, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is provide money for or spend time with your children. Which is more important for Black fathers raising their children? So there's a bit of a continuation of what we were talking about. This comes with a link. Let's check it out.
Okay, I'm going to use this comment from Tired Millennial Aunt as a jump off for my next conversation. She says, I've never wanted kids. I think subconsciously I saw my mom doing it all when I was a kid and knew I didn't want to have that be my life. So this is a sentiment that I am seeing across these internet streets. Women who are opting to be child-free are doing so because they were either secondary parents and had to do too much to help out in the house, or they just saw their the women in their lives being run ragged. So how does that jump off into this next conversation? Let's go. I bet you didn't expect to see Akon's face, but there's a reason for it. Akon agrees 100% with Nick Cannon spreading his seed far and wide. Just sperm, spread it. And the reason why I use this is because these males are so oblivious to the conversation and how this conversation and their sentiments are playing into the fact that this birth rate is just completely dropping. When he was asked about Nick Cannon, he says that he 100% agrees. He was emphatic that he should be spreading his seed like this. He went on to say, I agree with him 1000%. That's how life is supposed to be. Why not? Basically, because he's rich and he's responsible and he takes care of every one of those children. Now, that is the part where we can debate things, because these people seem to think that money equates to taking care of children. And I am a mom of 2. I know that it takes a lot more time and energy. Money is not the only resource that it takes to raise up children. And the fact that I've seen this sentiment where so many believe that a man simply having money is a good enough reason to be spraying sperm all over the place. I've seen males talk about the fact that they can have babies up until their old age, and I've seen people talk about the money issue. But this doesn't speak to the men playing a big role in the everyday life of children, going to the doctor's appointments, helping out with homework, sleeping in the same place as your children at night. And the women on the flip side are saying, I'm tired. I'm not doing it. I saw my mom run ragged. I saw my grandmother run ragged, and I'm not doing it. Until there is a connection, the birth rate will continue to drop. Y'all weigh in.
All right, that's interesting. Nama X in the chat says, I think both are equally important, but I would say money slightly at this time. I actually agree with that too. I understand time. I understand that there needs to be some type of bonding and connection. I've experienced that personally. But at the same time, now here's the thing though. Here's the thing I would add. If you're trying to chase the bag, you have to get the bag as a man. If you're going to be that provider, you got to provide. If you weren't around to play catch and connect and bond because you were chasing the bag, when I reach a certain age, I need to see the bag. There's no two ways about it. When I reach a certain age, you got to be able to show me what you was doing all that time. No ifs, ands, or buts. You know what I mean? So that's what I would say about it. And by the way, you guys in the chat, you can interact with one another. If you see a comment that's interesting, comment to one another. I saw a few people doing it, but let's make it a robust conversation, right? Carl Hezekiah, provide money or spend time with your children? Which is more important?
So first, let me first say I don't like this her verbalization, how she's describing men, calling them males. I'm pretty sure, I've heard some women say that using the term female is offensive. I don't know why, but calling them people, I don't know. Her the way she's describing men kind of bothers me. But to answer the question, I would say time is more important. Not to diminish what that money is important, because kids need things. Kids gotta have a roof over their head, they gotta have food, they have clothes. But I think that time is more important because that's how you build your memories. I don't look back at the times with my parents and think about, oh, I wish we had more money. But I do remember the times my mom would take us to the park, or, you know, ride bikes with us, or, different things like that. So I think that in order to be a good parent, you need both. But I do think that in a way, time kind of edges out, because time, you can always get money. You can't get time back. Time is irreplaceable. So once that time is gone, it's gone. So I think that time does edge it out. But that's not to say that you should be out here just completely broke and money doesn't matter, because money does matter. Money doesn't, you do need to have, we live in a capitalist society, and things are locked behind a paywall, which you need money to survive in this. So I would say time edges out, but not to say that money isn't important, because it is.
No, Carl, I appreciate that. You actually made me think about that for a second. I will say this though, to kind of bridge the two ideas together. I do think people have to understand sacrifice a bit too. And if you want your lineage to be great, so to speak, I think you have to understand that there's going to be a sacrifice. Someone's going to make that. Someone's going to put their foot down and make that sacrifice and say, you know what? I ain't going to be able to do as much with my kids in this lifetime, but I'm going to start the trend for us to be great. We're going to have a little bit more money, time, a little bit more resources, not just money, but but resources. And I think if you study families that come from nothing to something, I always notice that there's that great grandpa who was dirt poor. He came from somewhere else. He worked hard and he made something happen. And if you look closer into his life, he was a kind of a cold man. He wasn't, the most loving to the wife and the kids and stuff like that. But here you are as the grandchild, and you're prosperous because of what that man sacrificed. He decided my life is going to be dedicated to starting and creating this thing. And that's how he lived his life. So I do think there needs to be some understanding of sacrifice. But Carl, I like how you put it, that, there is something as an individual to look back on. But I think we do have to understand some sacrifice. Carl, go ahead.
Right. I was going to say that there's a saying I've been hearing that if you raise your kids, you get to spoil your grandkids. If you spoil your kids, you're going to have to raise your grandkids.
Funny enough, I saw that like this week. Yeah, I saw that just like a few days ago. That's very interesting that came up. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I think it's true. I think it's true. I think that saying is a bit true, because I've seen examples of that growing up in Nassau, and so I've seen the examples of grandparents raising their children because of that same thing. So I think there's some truth to that. In the chat, I lost my place now. In the chat, I'm blessed hasn't responded yet, it seems. But Nama X says, I think both are equally important, but I would say money slightly edges out time. Jose, you could join the panel tonight if you're not busy, if you want. I always like to hear from Jose, man. Jose says, ha, 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 man, there you got another one with a female mind wanting to dictate how men should be. Sleeping in the same house, question mark. Yana B says, money is time. Time is money. Both should be done. Nama X says, it's very situation specific, though. Having 10 children with 10 women is a bad situation. Now, that I agree with. And by the way, I'm happy to see Nama X back. I spoke to him briefly in the chat one of the forecast broadcasts recently. I thought Namex might have been upset with us going at him last week about the FBA stuff, but he's cool. He's back here. That's what I like to see. Jose says, blame the men for not wanting to breed, while your point is that they spread seed. Yonabe agrees with, I'm not sure, maybe it was Carl earlier. Lero says, it's missing the bonding and connection is why so many have issues with male leadership. That's an interesting point. That's a very interesting point. But that's something to consider. Dorico Cooper for Tory says sometimes, shout out to Dorico, by the way. He says sometimes you don't have a choice because the baby's mama or the ex-wife is trifling as fuck. Sometimes she only wants to max out on child support, so she plays keep away with the child. Yeah, this is a common thing that we're hearing, man. Yonder B says, LOL. That's why Romeo and 50 Cent sons are mad. They never spend time with their kids. Sister Roa's here. She says time. Black people need to begin to live for their needs only and leave that stuff. So okay, I understand that too. So Raw says time. So you know what? Let's do it like this. You guys in the chat drop just one word, time or money, and so we'll get a little poll going as to what you think is more important. Jose says the issue with male leadership come directly from the mind and mouth of the mind of an unsupporting parent. Play your position. Hold on. Play your position. You can't be both the mother and the father, I guess he's saying. Bascon says, I think 50 Cent gives much more time for kid, not as a father, but as a mentor in music. Okay. Provide Triggers for Evolution says, I think that both women and men need to be present psycho-emotionally, financially, and affectionately too for healthy development of all children. All these levels are symbiotically related. Now, you see, I like a balanced approach, and I kind of like that approach. I think, but even in the examples that I gave, I don't think those men was, in the past were like these cold assholes who only was striving for the future, and they didn't take time to embrace and engage with their children at all. I don't think that. See, that's the thing. We tend to think time over money or money over time, but I think it's really a balance of both. And I think one edges out the other, like a few of you have said already. Nama says he votes for money. Resources. Brother Bakari says both. Marcus McGee says both. Trigger Happy 262 says, I think this is why I like talking about systems more, because systems answer this question. Someone has to build generational wealth and be cold because black people generally are poor. Trigger Happy, you know what it is. Trigger Happy 262 says, and we are poor because we are in another man's system, agenda, and country. By building our own, we can balance all of these equally contributing attributes of parenting. Nama X says the mothers played a part in making those children better. Let's be honest. He says specifically if the mother/father are separated, not together. Lero says both. So yeah, I mean, that was a lot of comments. I'm glad to see you guys were engaged in that one. I'll say something Trigger Happy said I really appreciate, man. I think there's that word sacrifice that black folks in particular, black men, I think in particular, are not engaging. We want to still be like Tory Lanez and them being lit during COVID, right? And shooting guns and making fuckers dance and all kind of stuff, allegedly. As opposed to like sacrificing, digging deep, and making something happen. That's how let me tell you, every example I've seen of people, pulling it out the mud, so to speak, there's been a man in particular, sometimes a woman, who just said, man, F all that extravagant shit. Let me dig in and let me make something happen for, if not my children, at least my grandchildren will be set. And I'll be honest with y'all, I tend to take that approach as well. With all of that said, and all those comments said, first of all, let's welcome in Jose this week. Jose, how are you this week?
That sound is not from my mic, but it was before I switched on my mic. But how am I doing? Well, I'm okay, and you know, this topic. How are you? How are you?
I'm great, Jose. I muted my mic because I thought it might have been a feedback thing, but yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad to see you, by the way.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here too. Coincidentally tonight, I saw the difference, right? I saw the difference. This Christmas thing started for me in the house where I stay, and it's all ladies, and the two sons live on their own. They have their rooms in elsewhere, so it's a house full of ladies, quote unquote, many quotes, and it's a mess. It's a mess religiously. It's a mess. Education, the children. Indeed it's grandma educating the children. Why? Because she didn't educate her own. She was in a revolt against her husband that married. She's Christian. The husband is Muslim, and married a second wife. And since then, it went downhill. And the children are all they grew up in that sphere. So she forgot to make adults of them, and has been stamping her feet for not getting her way. So she reaps what she saw, and now she has to play the most important part in the education of the grandchildren. And we were invited in another home, and that's the oldest sister, the second her second child, and the oldest female child. And over there, people are married, a husband, wife. The two brothers share one house with both of their wives. I saw feminine wives. It was very calm. It was no chaos, no religious bullshit. Although they are Catholic, but I saw teamwork, husband, wife. The children were not always in your face and doing what they want, and stretching arms over your plate while you're eating, and all that type. How the evening started, right? So. What I just wrote, play your position. That sounds harsher than how I really think about it. I am with I am with the sacrifice comment from Trigger Happy, I believe it was 100%. We have to sacrifice, but these females won't let us. They won't let us sacrifice. They want their way. They are programmed by Western worldviews, and they want their ways, and they stand in and doing so they stand in the way. And that's this female in the video. I agree. How she's the previous speaker, how she spoke about men was telling. It was telling. It's to me it's all so obvious, but maybe that's because I didn't have a loving mother. I was the narcissistic supply over a narcissistic parent, and maybe that's why I can watch with other eyes, be more critical, because it's so obvious. In the first 2 seconds you already know where it's going with these type of females. That's it for now. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that, Jose. Jose, let me also say, while you're on the panel too, that you don't need an invite. You have an open invite to join the panel whenever, so you don't have to wait for me to say anything. That past stuff that went on and stuff, let's put that to the side. You hop on any kind.
No. I was as I said, I was hopping between two houses, and I just came back. I put on my pajamas and I switched it on again.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you being here, brother. With
Thank
that
you.
said, I'm sorry. I thought Jay was about to say something. With that said, let's go to Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, what say you?
Oh, good. Yes. It is good to hear from Jose because I haven't heard his voice in a very long time. So it's good to hear from him. Yeah, I personally think that when it comes to dealing with children, this for me to have a one size fits all thing would be very difficult because for some children, if they're already then self-directed, so all they really need is that money to put them in a better position. Yes, time is important to them, but they really need money to get them where they need to go. But for other children, they need more of that face time. They need more of that presence there that would get them to be more to have them to be more productive. Because like the brother was saying earlier, children don't come with instructions. They don't come with an instruction manual. So you really can't tell. And I think that I guess well maybe it falls to time because you need to spend time with your children to know who your children are, to know what because I feel like as parents they have specificity of needs. So I think that when you spend some time with them, you will find out who is who. You'll find out who needs more of what, as opposed to who may not necessarily need so much of time, whether it's time or money. So I think it really depends. And as far as Acorn giving parental advice, I think that you have to beware sometimes where you get your advice from because Acorn is a polygamist. So of course his philosophy is different from the mind of a man who is more of a monogamist, who doesn't want to spread his seed all over the place. Acorn he's on some stud stuff, you know what I mean? So and plus he has the ability to provide these children financially with a better life. I don't know how he's going to spread his time so thin because maybe that might be an issue for him, but his philosophy to life is a little bit different. So really to take notes and ideas from the mind of a person like him, you have to just beware of who you're taking advice from because like I say, his philosophy to life is polygamy. You know what I mean? So he don't necessarily want to have one woman anyways. So of course he has philosophy is spread the seed everywhere. But I also want to say this: we have this idea of spreading the seed everywhere as well. Not and this doesn't. I'm not trying to take any shots at Acorn in particular, but when you ask yourself the question, where do we get these ideas from in the Western world? Because Acorn is a continental African originally, so his ideas come from the cultural aspect of where he came from. But our ideas came from being a stud, spreading our seed all over the plantation because we essentially don't have to take care of the children. The master does that job. So the ideas of responsibility is brought up. You know what I mean? When you have to be responsible for the seed that you bearing, then you will have to, hold that trigger, hold that bullet in the chamber. You don't gonna just be shooting that bullet all over the place because when you have the child, you fundamentally have to provide, take care for, and shelter that child after the fact. And I think that that's not really being discussed in this idea of spreading your seed all over the place. You know what I mean? But like I say, in the West, fundamentally, that's I feel the root of where we get that ideology from is plantation politics. We taking that onto ourselves, and now you see a bunch of children out here with no daddies, and they're very angry and pissed off because they feel like they've been cheated out of having parents. So I think that there's just be careful where you get your advice from sometimes. Know who you being advised from before you start to take up certain arguments because if these people have a particular worldview inconsistent with your worldview, you say, well, yeah, I could see where he's coming from and why he would say something like that. But I'll stop there.
No, Juan, I think you hit a very important part of this discussion too. This thing of dropping seed all about the place, I really detest that shit too. especially when, and I like that you brought it back to the plantation system, where white daddy and them is going to take care of these children, so you could just spread seed all about. I really detest that, and I detest the fact that you're doing it because you're saying it to yourself, the system will take care of that kid. No, that's fuckery. I do agree with that 100% wholesale. That we've kind of gone overboard with that type of bullshit, right? With that said, let me go to our black sister, Tanzan. Tanzan, you've heard everything everyone has to say. Hold on, I went off to mute your mic. So let's there's a noise coming from somewhere. I don't know, but let's make sure to mute our mics when we're not talking. I'm trying to do that so we don't have those rumble effects and feedback and stuff. But Tanzan is the sister on the panel. Tanzan would say,
I do hear an echo. I don't know if it's coming from mine. Well, I think that the first thing to think about is, what kind of relationship you want with your children, whether, before we even get to the time and the money aspect of it. Now, of course, you have to provide for your children, take care of them. And for me, this is why it's important to, to do it as a partnership, because if you want to provide, financially, you can't be there all the time. And if you are there all the time, you can't be providing. If poor people, but the funny thing is that even the men who have no money, they don't really spend as much time as you'd think with their children. Like, if the number of unemployed or underemployed black men in America is, as high as it is, that means that these men should be spending the most time with their children, this underemployed or unemployed black men, because like literally, what are they going to do? But you find that that's not the case either. In fact, it's men who actually make money, not like super millionaires, but men who actually they are responsible financially, who do try to spend time with their children, because they are looking at their children as an investment, as something that, it's not just a government job, but, they actually enjoy spending time with the children. So I think that for me, time is more important, but it has to be, like a mutual partnership with the mother. What the mother can produce is is how she can help is by her, facilitating that time with the children, spending as much time as she can with the children, and also, creating that time for, that quality time for the father to spend with his children, whether it's, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whether he's, there or away or FaceTime or whatever. Women can do a lot in bringing that, that peace and security to the home. So even when the father is not there, the mother can be, that conduit. So for the lady, she says she has children, so maybe she can also say, how she helps the, the father of her children have a relationship with the children. So many, children don't really have that kind of relationship. But I think that even if you had to spend, more time, if you had to make more money and spend time away from your children, it's also such as something that you can make them understand. Like that scene with Denzel Washington and his son, and he was telling his son, I provide a roof over your head, I make sure that you're taken care of, and so on. So although I didn't agree with him fully on that one, because he was like, oh, I don't have to tell you I love you. I think you still do. I think you still do. I think that's the one thing that some people go on the other side and say, well, I've given you everything, therefore you can't ask anything from me. But I think that even if you do provide for your children, you should also have, explain to them, why is it that you have to be away? Why is it that you can't spend as much time, as you can? So even if you do sacrifice, explain the sacrifice so that your children don't resent you, when you're old, when they're older, because for them, they'll only remember the times that you're not gone. Let's say you had to miss, an important event due to work. They'll remember the absence, they won't remember the reason. So I think that it's also important to talk to children, to be about the relationship, not just how much time you provided and how much money you spent. So I think for me, when it's one or the other, it should be time. If you have to, sacrifice some money for time, yes. But I think that if you have to sacrifice, time for money, then, have that talk with your children. So have a relationship with the children where they understand why it is that, you need to spend time away from them, and how is it that they're able to, still survive, and also, have a good relationship with the mother. The mother can provide that time when, the father is not there, or can provide, quality time. She can arrange the quality time. So even if it's a little time, it's time well spent. So, yeah.
Tanzan, I appreciate that response, because I'll let you guys into my life a little bit. I am a hustler. Outside of a 9 to 5, I hustle. And one of the things I had to do, because I realized that when I was growing up, no one ever sat me down and explained anything. I see there's a lot of comments coming in about explaining. So within the last 2 years, I had to sit my kids down and explain something to them that, listen, I'm out here hustling, blah, blah, blah. But there's another interesting piece in this conversation, which is the human aspect of things. And I had to explain to them as a human that the same way that sometimes they don't feel to have to get up or have to do whatever it is that's being asked of them, the same way they have those feelings, I have those feelings. There's times when I'm just not with it, with it. I've been hustling, I've been working a 9 to 5, and I'm home and I'm just chilling. I don't want to be in too much talking, because I saw that growing up too, right? I saw that growing up. And I didn't understand it. And I tried to say it to be different and say, oh, hold on, let me explain this to them. Listen, your old man gets tired. Sometimes I check out. You know what I mean? It's nothing personal against y'all, but that's what it has to be. If I'm going to be the hustler, then I have to have my moments where I check out. I might be a little aloof sometimes, but, when I can make those provisions of time and stuff like that, I shall, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a very good point. And I see some people are expanding on that in the chat. Does anyone have anything they want to add to that whole notion of explaining and all that stuff?
I remember when we went to visit our cousins at their home, and their father was, in there before the father died, they were playing and they were doing all that stuff. I only visited later, but my aunts told me the story that their father was very, very strict, and just, they almost, before he came home, the house would be lively and they'd be chasing each other and playing and all that stuff. But, when it was about 30 minutes or something from when the father was supposed to come home, the mother would gather them together, make sure everybody was well put together and well dressed, and everything was laid out, the food was ready and all that. So when the father knocked on the door, everything was quiet, and the children were told, your father needs his time, his peace and all that, and he'll take his time. And then they would quietly approach him, and so it was a whole different atmosphere when the father was there. And that's why I was saying that a lot of that also providing that atmosphere also has to do with the mother. She can also let the children know. She can be that time for that natural, especially when the father is not there. So she can be that conduit, that to make that relationship between the children and the father that much smoother. So in that respect, she teaches her children how to behave with the children, with their father, and also she brings him peace of mind when he gets home, because obviously after a long day he doesn't want screaming children and the house in a mess. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lero's comment here, where she says, my father always showed up, very active in our lives, and made personal sacrifices to provide. He met our needs in both areas at his own expense, and I'm extremely grateful for that. And Lara, I'll say I appreciate that comment, number one. Number two, I'll say you should be grateful, because I'll tell you something too. There's a term that I use a lot in my own life. Maybe you've heard me say it here before, and that term is bandwidth. you got to be grateful that you had a father who had the bandwidth to deal with both sides. We, a lot of times we kind of remove the human from these scenarios. And the reality is that some of us have greater bandwidth than others. Some of us can juggle all the things, and some of us have to kind of juggle some of the things sometimes and other things other times. And so if you have a person around, your father in particular, who can juggle all those things, kudos to you. My good friend, my best friend probably in life, is a guy who I admire for that. He can juggle all those things. He's a dude who could sit up computer programming till 3-4 in the morning, and then at 6, he'll sleep for 2 hours, and at 6 he's up getting kids ready for school and all this kind of stuff. I admire that. But not everybody has all that bandwidth, and that's why I say explaining, having a conversation is important. When those kids get a certain age, explain those things and have a conversation. Does anyone want to add any last words?
Yes, I do. I think that the Americans have a saying. They say what's understood don't necessarily have to be explained. And what I mean by that is, what I believe that they mean by that is, what you do. I find that, yes, you should explain to your children. I think that that's a good format that you use, Koku, because what wasn't explained to me was shown to me. My dad used to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning too. Sometimes he would step over us because we'd sleep in that room to get that air conditioner. He'd walk over us. He'd prepare for the morning. He was out by 7 o'clock. He was gone, and we'd probably see him maybe like around 8 o'clock at night. So that was his modus operandi as far as manhood and taking care of the family. So much so where there was a need, he was always able to provide that financial need if it was needed. Because my father used to do a lot of juggling. So my understanding of the whole aspect of manhood is providing and doing certain things. And my old man, when he had time, because I wish I had more time with him. And time, it is important. Sometimes I wish I had my daddy around. But he had 4 children. He had 4 mouths. So this whole idea of having a bunch of children that's a magical thing to me, because you only can spread yourself so thin. So I do believe that we should sit down, but I also believe that we should show. Show is an important part of it. And what you do, as far as you say, you was a hustler. So outside of your 9 to 5, I say after your 9 to 5 is finished, that's when your real work begins. That's when your work begins. You give that man his time already. So now it's your time to find whatever resources, skill that you have, and put it out there in the world so you can make your money. And I understand that kind of scenario, and I understand that kind of game. So respect to the dads and respect to the moms who hold it down, understanding that the fathers out there having to do what they need to do. So respect to your brothers and sisters who have to do it every day. As far as Jose's comment in terms of Akon, I was just brother, I was just trying to make a differentiation, because I do know and I do understand that the continental Africans' experience in terms of fatherhood is different as far as the religion of Islam, and they can have up to 4 wives, and the fact that they have enough land. Land is an important thing to a man in terms of having children, because when you have all that land, you have the ability to till that land, because the more children you have, the more hands you have to till that land. So it's not an issue. But when you're stuck in the West, it's a different scenario. When you living in a house with a small plot of land, and you have to go to a so-called job, which is something a little different, and relying on that paycheck, then the situation is a little bit different. So there's just a difference of reality. Because if I was in Africa, it's not to say that they're making great sacrifices as well in Africa, but if I was living in Africa with hundreds of acres of land and hundreds of cattle, and I don't have to go to a 9 to 5. My money is coming from my land. Of course, I can have a bunch of wives and a bunch of children, but you can't pull that trick in the West. And in the West, they run a game on us in terms of these plantation kinds of ideas and mentalities, in politics, because we've been taught, a lot of us, because we still see these out there, where these men, to prove themselves as men, they just have a bunch of children, give pay no responsibility to them, and that comes from somewhere. And I come from the plantation. It's plantation politics. I wasn't really speaking to the continental side of the brothers. I was just speaking to the brothers in the West. So I just wanted to make that differentiation clear. It's not the fact that we ain't brothers. It's just our experiences are a little bit different. That's all I'm saying. But I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that, Boiler. Does anyone else want to add a last word here? All right. Thank you all for that. Was a good conversation. I hope you guys come back and play that back in the future. And I'm going to clip the show up and put it on Shoot the Breeze Clips channel. What I've noticed with Shoot the Breeze Clips channel is I'm clipping these shows up and adding them is that these discussions hit a little different when you hear the discussion by themselves. You hear the prompt and just that discussion, they hit a bit different. So you guys make sure to check out the Shoot the Breeze Clips channel for me as well. In the meantime, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 says, how are Black people dealing with the economic crisis we are experiencing? This came with a link. I think the link takes us to an article. Let's check it out. So this takes us to CNBC. And is this an article not found? Okay, hold on one quick second. Let me see if I could grab the original post again. I don't know why the article is not, it's saying not found unless they took it down. The good thing though, and this is why it's good to join the panel. The good thing though is that if you have the person who posted it, then they can explain what the article is about. Let me just see if I could find it on the Discord. Make sure to click the link. Join the Discord. You guys can post your own Shoot the Breeze topics as well. Okay, so here it is. 1 second. Yeah, join the Discord. I think the Discord is a good place to have discussions. I know I've been slacking a little bit on the Discord. But I'm, again, 2023, I intend to tighten that up. Also, I'm back on bb2me.com and bb2metv.com. So I've been posting just a few videos here and there over there. You guys should check that out. Join a BB2Me. That's a Black social media website by Obadale Campbell that you guys should check out as well. So here's the article. It says, share of Americans living paycheck to paycheck rises to 63%. Here's how to get your finances back on track. As you see, the prompt says, how are Black people dealing with the economic crisis we are experiencing? So let's see what the article provides for us. It says, with inflation eroding wage gains, the number of Americans living paycheck to paycheck is increasing, according to a recent report. Even the share of six-figure earners feeling financially strained spiked from the previous month. Regardless of income, these money moves can keep your budget in check heading into the new year. As prices continue to weigh on households, more families are feeling stretched too thin. As of November, 63% of Americans will live in paycheck to paycheck, according to a monthly Lending Club report, up from 60% the previous month, and net a 64% historic high hit in March. Even high-income earners are under pressure, Lending Club found. Of those earning more than six figures, 47% reported living paycheck to paycheck, a jump from the previous month's 43%. Americans are cash-strapped, and their everyday spending continues to outpace their income, which is impacting their ability to save and plan, said Anuj Nayar, Lending Club's financial health officer. Although consumer prices rose less than expected in November, persistent inflation has caused real wages to decline. Real average hourly earnings are down 1.9% from a year earlier, according to the latest reading from the U.S. Bureau of Statistics. This leaves many Americans in a bind as inflation and higher prices force more people to dip into their cash reserves or lean on credit just when interest rates rise at the fastest pace in decades. Already, credit card balances are surging up 15% in the most recent quarter, the largest annual jump in more than 20 years. At the same time, credit card rates are now more than 19% on average, an all-time high, and still rising. So compared with a year ago, 32% of all consumers are saving less than they were before, Lending Club found. Among those who said they are struggling financially, half are unable to save and have no savings at all. 1/3 of working adults, 33% of course, feel somewhat or very uncomfortable about their ability to pay an emergency $400 expense. A separate survey by the Bipartisan Policy Center also found nearly 8% wouldn't be able to afford it at all. With average savings stagnating, if not decreasing, setting financial goals for the new year will become increasingly difficult for many consumers. So this brings us to how to get your finances on track. These challenges aren't going to go away when we flip the calendar, so it is best to make a plan for mitigating ongoing risk to financial stability like inflation and market volatility in the year ahead. It helps to have a documented strategy for your money, particularly one developed with the help of a financial professional to review when you're feeling financially overwhelmed. Thomas Racker, manager of the personal finance team at Navy Federal Credit Union, offers these 4 tips to get your finances in check. 1, do your own audit. Start with a list of all your assets and liabilities, Racker advised. You won't be able to make decisions for next year if you don't take stock of where you currently stand. 2, make a plan to save. Prioritize a plan to set money aside every month. Even putting a small amount towards your savings account, emergency fund, or tax-advantaged retirement account will make a huge difference in the long run. 3, reevaluate your budget. Check in with your proposed budget regularly to see how close you're staying to it. You'll stay more on track with your financial goals if you're honest about what you have and can spend. 4, make changes if necessary. Finally, don't be afraid to make adjustments. If you thought you would spend $50 a week on groceries, but are actually spending closer to $70, find ways to reprioritize your spending to make up the $20 difference. I always have a problem with some of these figures that they throw out. Like, who really spends $50 a week? Even as a single person, I think $50 is too low, right? But the examples are always kind of wonky to me. But I think this might be your area, right, of expertise. What say you to this?
I'm close to it. I'm close enough to it to understand. And this ain't my problem, by the way. But what I would suggest that Black people do is find something that they are very gifted and talented in, and there is a market for it. And you go ahead and find out where that market is. You go ahead and automate. You try to automate whatever gift that you have. See, let me use an example. The Tanzan, and forgive me, Tanzan, for using you as an example. I know you don't mind. But Tanzan she is a native Swahili speaker, and English. I wish I was a native Swahili speaker. I wish. Oh goodness, man, who is a actual English speaker? You know why? Because I would put a course on Udemy right now for Swahili for English speakers. Swahili for native English speakers. Why? There is a market for it. There are many Black Americans, Black people from the UK who are going to areas where the predominant language is Swahili. So this is something that they would be interested in buying. Sell. Our community need to be selling something. You got to be selling something. If you are going into 2023 and you ain't selling something, you are behind the game. You must be selling something. And if you can't sell it tangibly on the street corner, whatever, I say automate it. Put it out to package it, market it, and put it out to the world, where you could have people buyers all over the world so you could make money while you sleep. But find something that you could educate people on, people that have an interest and find value in and would want to purchase it. You put that up, whether it's in your own in your own website or and then market it, and you need to read up on marketing because you got to read. The readers are leaders. You got to read in these, investigate into how to market, how to sell, etc., etc., etc. But the easiest thing is develop a course. You get a camera, you develop little courses. You put that joint on Udemy and you go sell that, whatever it is that you have. When you're going into 2023, you must be selling something outside of your regular 9-to-5 job. And if you're not doing that, you're behind the ball. You can't wait on a paycheck at the end of every 2 weeks or 1 week now. You must be selling something within this economy. So that's what I would advise Black people to do, because there are all of us here who have some skill or trade or gift or craft that someone else would want to know. Sounds like a pimp. I'm not a pimp, unless you had a selfie. But there is a gift, craft, or something that you would have developed for the 30, 40, 50 years that you've been on this planet, that someone could glean some value from and give it and offer it to others. So I say to try to automate it, put it out there. If you can't automate it, you go somewhere else and do it. You could find a product and improve on a product where there are people out here who may have a regular product like a sofa, and they can add something to the sofa that makes it unique. You develop that and you market it and sell that. But I feel going into 2023 and beyond, we must be a community of producers and sellers. And I ain't saying sell like a prostitute, but I'm saying sell something. We can't be complete consumers, because if we are complete consumers, if our community are a bunch of consumers, we are losing. But I'll stop there because I'm getting on a rant. But I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate that, Ron. Sometimes you got to bring that passion to these conversations. But Juan, let me ask you about this. What are your thoughts about saving?
Saving what? When you put money into any savings bank, because there's an echo. When you put in money in any savings bank, you are losing money via inflation. So if you think that you could rest your money into a bank account thinking that you're going to develop interest off of it, I think you make like 0.001% or some crazy shit like that. Money needs to be fluid. Money needs to be moving. You must find places to park your money where you could get a return on that investment. And unfortunately, they are not into any banks. You are losing in banks. So I can't give you financial advice because that's illegal. But what I would say is find some place or investment where you could see a return on your investment. And don't just give it out to people who don't have no job. You might not get any money back. But if you do lend money out to any situation that you see or perceive may bring a return for an individual, you make sure get an interest on that situation going from credible people. Don't just throw your money away. Give your money to credible people who you can see a return from and an interest of that return from. If you can't find it in friends, if you have all these different things online, find somewhere. We ain't gonna talk about the markets. I ain't gonna talk about the stock markets, nothing like that, but I'm just saying that find someplace else to park your money. You could look at bonds, look at government utilities and things like that. Do your own personal investigation. Like I say, I'm not giving out financial advice. I'm saying that when you park your money at any savings bank account, you are losing, because every year that money devalues via inflation. So money needs to be flowing. Money needs to be fluid. That's my advice. I'll stop there.
And don't put your money into FTX, by the way. Nama X in the chat says 63%. Wow. He says, I rarely believe our enemy statistics, but this one I can believe. He says there's not one magic solution to this question. I guess it depends on the individual situation. But yeah, this is when having supportive family is important. He says, I'm also surprised how these quote-unquote holidays always make our people spend like crazy. Yep. He says, seriously, every dime they earn goes down the drain during these holidays. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, these women ain't miss a wig purchase all year, though, but will cry for being unable to pay bills. Interesting. Nama says to Marcus Garvey is the way, ha, 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 I believe it. Nama X says, speak, Buana. So he agrees with what Buana had to say. I agree as well. He said Buana knows the game. Lero says to Marcus Garvey is the way talk about it. Marcus Garvey is the way says our folks in poverty here did $500 and maids did $200 bi-weekly. Yana B says very true. At Tanzan, I need you to teach me Swahili. I'll pay you. See, Tanzan just got some work because of Bwana Hagaziki's endorsement. Way to go, Bwana. Marcus Garvey meant to say nails. So let me read that again. Marcus Garvey's way says our folks in poverty here did $500 and nails did $200 bi-weekly. Okay, now I understand the point a little bit better. Yana B says she'll email Tanzan tonight. Again, Yana B, join the Discord because I have some stuff coming up with that with Tanzan in the new year as well. So join the Discord. With that said, let me go to another entrepreneur. And by the way, we did a show a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, about the 10. Bono, what was it again? The 10 businesses to start or something like that? Do you remember? All right, Bono must be drinking a Kalik or something like that. But we did a show of the 10 businesses to start immediately or something. You guys should check it out because I looked at that list and I started one or two things from that list for my kids. So go ahead and check out that. Go back about a month ago and you should find it. In the meantime, Jose is an entrepreneur too, I believe. Jose, what say you to this?
I recently moved. The Netherlands is one of the larger clients of Russian gas, and people are having a hard time because of that in the Netherlands. I'm still in Senegal. I'm in a plane. Let's see. The day after tomorrow, I'm going back to see how bad it really is. But I moved recently, and I kissed the sky because no gas, 100% electricity, and sun panels on the roof. So I'm a sort of lucky just on time or something like that. But 63%. I'm not surprised. I believe it. I saw comments like, I believe that. I believe that too. And this is aimed at Black America, right? But in the Netherlands, our people also.
I think it's America in general. Go ahead.
All right. Well, then yeah. It's still, I believe it's still. I shared my vision on the United States. It's workers, mercenaries, and mannequins, workers from bill to bill. So 63%. I believe it, and don't be surprised about the Netherlands having those same numbers. People complain. Money is going everywhere except to where it's needed inside the country. It's I think it's a sign of the time for the West. No more big spending. No more 2 times. Winter ski vacation and summer vacation. No more. I don't know. I guess it's a sign of the times. But entrepreneur. No. To be honest, I'm a good worker. I'm a good worker. I adapt very quick and such. And I'm getting I'm getting real close to serial entrepreneur. That I must admit. But entrepreneur, I'm still a little bit shaky. I'm shaky. I don't know if weak in the knees is a good description, but I'm a bit scared still. It's not that I feel 100% secure and and sure, but hence the reaction on you calling me entrepreneur, you know. So yes, I'm trying, but I as the Dutch say, my sheep are still far from being on the dry, on the dike, away from the waxing water. So I'm also bill to bill. I'm sacrificing. Although I spent a lot of time with my son, but I am that guy that sacrifices, traveling all over the country. I've even been gold mines to see if I can scrap some money from there. But yeah. Call me soon to be entrepreneur. It's from bill to bill. It's from bill to bill. So I don't know what to say. It's this article is about me. Next.
Nah, you see, I like that. I like that little testimonial Jose gave there. I appreciate that a bunch. I'm like you. I'm on that. Oh, damn! I just lost the term you used. That multiple entrepreneur thing, because I recognize that, again, for those of you listening, that 9 to 5 stuff, typically speaking, they're not going to pay you to live a good life, to create generational wealth. And if they are paying you, they're killing you with the work too. Let's be real about it, right? So yeah, I'm trying to get my several streams of income really popping up.
Serial,
yes, serial entrepreneur. Yes. Yes, thank you again, Jay, for that. Yeah, make sure you guys are on that in 2023, man. That's when that's when I talked about that abundance and stuff, right? You want abundance in life, you want health, wealth, and relationships. You gotta think abundance, man. And so become that serial entrepreneur. That'll get you where you need to go. Brother Bakari reminded me what it was. It's the recession-proof businesses. Go back, or you could go on Shoot the Breeze clips and you'll find it. The 10 recession-proof businesses. Go check it out. I started a few of them, like I said, for my kids who are getting close to graduating from high school. And the ones I started are related to a business that I have already. So yeah, you guys should be on that too, and let me know how it's going, man. You know, that's the thing too. We don't report back enough. You know, Buana talked about getting into that automotive parts business. You know, report back to us. Let us know what's working, what's not working, why, what you might need some partnerships with to get it over the top, etc. Let us know. You know. With that said, let me go to Tanzan, who's also a businesswoman. Go ahead, Tan.
Yes, I mean, I think if the question, the direct question to that is, distractions, I think most people have simply, given up and, said, well, this is how things are going to be. But at the same time, when it is bad for the country, Black people have been experiencing it worse than everybody. So in a way, it's not new stuff. It's not shocking. It's like we're used to things getting worse. So when they do get worse, it's not a big surprise. Like things were always getting just worse and worse. So I think that people don't really. I don't know, maybe then they don't really take it as seriously as they should, or maybe they think either, this is how things are going to be, it can't get any worse, or it's just going to get worse, but we'll manage somehow, because you'd think that, the direness of the situation would lead people to, to either change drastically or demand drastic change, but you don't see that happening. In fact, the world things have pretty much gone back to almost to normal. Like it's eerie how there was a time when we thought that things had changed forever, and the world was almost going into this this dystopian future where, all our, apocalyptic visions had come to life, and yet, it just almost went back like nothing. Not that nothing happened, but like it was not as big of a thing as it was then. If you go back and hear the way things were, the news, everything, how it was just one thing, and then we went right back to the one distraction after another, one, silly story after another. Like these things that we're talking about now, it could be, something that was talked about 3-4 years ago, just with different characters. So it's just interesting to me. I think that we as Black people, we always just, live life one day at a time. We hope for the best, and just, month to month, next month. If I survive this month, I'm sure I'll survive another month, and so on. So yeah. But on the other hand, as well, I think what they should have added and emphasized as one of the ways is, just don't spend things on things you don't need. Just look at what you're really buying and say, is that the cheapest I can get this thing for? Is this the least amount of money I can get for this? Buying things for packaging or for brand loyalty, or just buying things. Do you really need to get everything that you have? Do you really need to buy new things, new clothes? We should also examine our consumption habits and say, and see what is really necessary for life. And the more you live there, you realize that a lot of these things are just trappings. Once you get a few of the things that you need, you don't really need to buy all those clothes or all those, I don't know what people spend it on, but everybody can look at how they're consuming and see how you can consume less, what is really necessary. So yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Tanzan, I appreciate that. Well, first of all, Forecast is here. Say what's up, y'all. Peace of Forecast. I shouted y'all earlier, Forecast. I'll respond to your message after the show or tomorrow morning. Joe says, say what's up to the brothers Bakari and Forecast. Brother Bakari made a point. This is I'm gonna have to stress this a little bit. By the way, you guys tune into the Forecast channel, man. Forecast had 2 dudes in 2 different episodes show up late recently. Oh, and by the way, shout out to Real Black Gentleman. I was happy to see Real Black Gentleman, who was a regular for a time here on the panel. He was on Forecast's panel the other night, and actually, had a good conversation with Forecast and stuff like that. But Forecast had 2 dudes on 2 different on the last 2 episodes that was just insane. If Bobby Wright is still here, he'll vouch for that as well. So you guys check out especially the last 2 episodes of the Forecast Radio, and check out those 2 callers who came in. One was Big Cap, and I forget what the other guy's name was, but it was. I mean, Bakari was. I could tell Bakari was pulling his hair out at the time. It was just interesting, man. You guys check that out. But Bakari's pointing out something here. He says, as I watch this podcast, I've seen your viewers go from 200 to 15 to 145 to 44 to 23 in the last 5 minutes. And that's a problem with YouTube and this type of content. They really are trying to suppress this type of content. I know they're actively knocking those numbers. Like I said, I put some ad dollars up on this episode to see what I could get in terms of viewership. And clearly they're messing with it. And this is why, in 2023, I'm going to say this, I'm going to stress the Cash App a little bit more. In fact, much more. Because I know YouTube is not going to come through. And there's things I like to fund and do, not for me, but for our folks. And so, in 2023, expect to hear more about Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, as far as the show goes, because I know YouTube is not going to let me monetize this channel whatsoever. With all of that said, Carl, you've been hearing, you've been seeing all the comments in the chat. You've been listening to all the panelists. What say you to everything?
So, I was the one who posted this article, brought this article in the Discord. A couple of things. I don't think entrepreneurialism is really going to solve this problem. This is something. What we're seeing now is a collapse of the capitalist system. So the article is not specific to Black people, but I will say this: when white America catches a cold, Black people catch pneumonia. And just like we were talking earlier about, before, maybe not here, but how we had the recent collapse of cryptocurrency. Even though literally billions of dollars were lost, but it impacted Black people more because we are historically poor, and they used cryptocurrency as a way to overcome the racial wealth gap that we see. The same thing when the housing market collapsed, back when Obama was president. Black people were affected more because of the already precarious nature that we have economically. So I think that we're not going to be able to just soldier our way through this. Um, you can't get blood from a stone. I think that as we see the rising house, collapsing in the economic system, we're going to have to rely on each other. We're going to have to learn to depend more on traditional ways. We're going to have to go back to extended family structures because individually, we're not going to make it. This is not a society. And the thing is, this society was never meant for us to make it. We were brought to this continent to work. We were meant as a resource. We were not meant to survive. We were not meant to thrive. And the very fact that we have survived all these centuries is really a testament to the flexibility of our culture, because there are cultures and groups who are not here anymore, who had the same contact with European colonialism. So, looking at this article, also we mentioned the manosphere earlier in the stream, and we talked, and one of the now deceased Kevin Samuels often talked about the high value man, and men who are making six figures. But we see through this article, even people who are making six figures are still living paycheck to paycheck. So this idea of what we consider to be high value or what's a good income, we're going to have to really examine these ideas and lean back more into our culture, into our people, so survival. And that's what's caused us to survive all this time in the past. And I think that's what we're going to have to go back to, because we can't save our way out. You can't save nothing from nothing. And I'm done.
I appreciate.
I want to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to. Yes, the brother said that that we can't get blood from out of stone, and I believe because we are a poor community, and he is not wrong in saying that. But when I say poor, I say poor in thinking, because the Jews was able to look into our community and see that we had the ability to create beautiful music, and they package it and they distribute it all around the world, and they made $1 billion industry from some of the poorest people in America. How was they able to do it? Because they recognized that there was a service that they would be able to commodify and sell that service all over the world. So much so where they have created $1 billion industry from the poorest people in America. If you look at Jack Ma, I don't know if you know who Jack Ma is. The guy who makes the what's the Chinese thing, man? I can't remember the name of it now. But people buy cheap materials from China through that resource. It's almost like a Amazon. I forget the name of it now. It escapes
You mean Alibaba? Is it Alibaba?
Alibaba, yes, sir. Alibaba. If you look at his story and what he actually did, he went to the different areas within China, poor areas in China, and he was able to speak to the small business owners, because he understood that these people was producing products, and but for they was able to sell these cheaply made products around the world, because they had the talent to create and produce it, but for if they had access to the world market. you know, they would be able to improve their financial situation much more so than just selling within China. And he created $1 billion industry with just by creating the infrastructure for them to not only produce the products but have people to purchase that products and have it sold all over the world. What I have found in dealing with black people in particular, the black people, if you go out throughout the length and breadth of the diaspora, you will find some of the most talented, ingenious black people. And the problem is not the fact that they can't invent or innovate or even create products or services. The problem I find what they have is access. Because I could go and there's an island within the Bahamas called Andres. I could go into Andres and I could find some woman producing beads out of a conch shell, right? And she'll sell it to tourists for what, $15. And I'm saying to myself, if I had the infrastructure to take pictures of that conch shell, the beads that she's selling on the beach, what she created for herself, and if I was to take pictures of that and sell that same bead online for a particular product, I know she don't have the ability to reproduce as fast enough that she would sell it. But I'm sure if someone was to say, I want 10 of those beads to pass out to my friends and family members, she'd be able to not only produce it, but if she had access to the world market, she'll be able to package it and send it to the person, and people will be able to pay into her banking system. I find that with us, we don't have the infrastructure yet in the so-called third world. The Americans are not like that though. They have access to the infrastructure that they could easily package their products and send it out to the global world. You know what I mean? I'm thinking that they are slowly doing that right now, but we don't have a one-stop shop like how the Jack Ma did with Alibaba. And I think that that's something that is yet to be created, but it needs to be created. It needs to be created because there are many small scale businesses that will sell their products on that particular site and be able to jettison their products all over the world. Say, I need a bulk supply of this particular hair care product. I need a bulk supply. This is what the Walmarts and these other places, we are playing an automation game now. There is I understand that we look at warfare in terms of bombings and guns and things like, but we are in an economic warfare. And being in an economic warfare, we have to fight economically. And the only way I feel that we can do that, the only way that I feel that we are able to compete like that is we need to study what's happening right now, and we need to get into the business of money, because this is the thing that we lack the most. We need to be students of money. How money flows, where money goes, what do I need to do to create the money, the value that I need to do to create that money. I think these are things that we need to invest time and energy in, because we can compete, man. We don't always have to be the losers of history. I don't believe that. I do not believe that, brother. So on this particular issue, I tend to disagree. Because I see that there is a ability for us to get there, because I've seen China do it coming from an impoverished position, and I think that who else better than people who live in the richest economy in the world have the ability and the infrastructure to do it. I think that it's possible. So I can't say that it can be done. I really believe that it could be done. We can be competitors. I really believe that, brother. So that's where I stand on that.
Oh, I agree. I would say I look at it like this: because we live in a capitalist system. Um, the issue is that Black people, African people all over the world, we don't have control over the means of production. So we can produce the great art and do the work. We know Africa is the richest continent, but because we don't have control over the means of production, the transport, the factories, we are continuously locked out of wealth. Not to say that we shouldn't try and struggle, but I understand that what we really have to do, because we don't have control over the means of production, it's really going to take an organized struggle. And when you mentioned China, which is a good point, because China, coming out of the Second World War, China was impoverished. The country was divided. What China did You know, they took on a socialist, very much a socialist means to, you know, rise economically. They had to organize the people. But China mostly had a cultural revolution. They had to organize, and the elements of their society that were no longer viable, they had to remove those violently if necessary. Um, they eliminated landlords. They eliminated private property. I don't think we got to go that far. Although we can live without landlords, but I do think that we have to have a cultural revolution within our own community before we're going to be able to take advantage of those markets. Otherwise, other people will be able to come here. They will be able to enrich themselves off of our talent and leave us with nothing. And I think that we're going to have to, as a people, challenge these systems that we have in place, because if we don't, we won't be here.
I agree, you know, and we doing it on a small scale level. You know, I wish Brother Bakari was here, because Brother Bakari started the whole idea of the Black Business Challenge. I don't know if you ever met Brother Bakari, but we are trying to get something started. But I agree culturally with them. There must be the ideology that exists, that used to exist within our communities, that we need to start supporting our own businesses first. That culture needs to be revisited, and we doing it small scale here. And if you could spread the message, man. But I know that you got the answer. It's just the masses, our people, I don't understand. I don't know how to get to a level where we could have buy-in on a mass level. I've seen some people do it, like the Tariq Nasheeds of the world, and there are others who have had massive buy-in as in terms of supporting it, but it's only his Black business. It's no one else's. But it's an ideology that needs to be revisited, and I think that I don't know. I just don't know how to get there. That's the key. That I feel like that is the key. The key is to have the mass scale buy-in, because it's no way that we are consumers of everyone else and not consumers of ourselves. So I agree with that, brother. I really do. I really do. Really do.
Carl Hezekiah, I don't think you know this, but Bwana Hagaziki and I are from the same country, same island. Mm-hmm. And Bwana, I told Carl in the past, that last name Hezekiah, man. We gotta check if he's from.
Oh yeah, man. That's a Bahamian name. Yeah, Hezekiah. That's a big. Yeah, that's a big Bahamian name. I need to find research your family history, because you might be right from it.
My dad did have a lot of kids now. I do have a lot of siblings.
Oh, well, that's it then, because that Hezekiah name, man. Like I said, we got to go out, because Carl's in Florida too. So that's also what made me think.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. He's family. He's family. No doubt about it. You from Florida, Hezekiah? You from there?
Yes, I was born in
Oh yeah, Lakeland, man. You my family. Oh yeah, man. You family. No doubt about it.
For sure. Hezekiah is a very distinct name, man. So yeah. And again, it's been great to reconnect with you.
Family.
Y'all still there?
I muted my mic. Sorry. Yeah. Tan, there's something going on with you. When you open your mic, there's a noise. But Carl, I was saying, great to have you back around, man. Bobby Wright, for a long time, who's in the chat, has been talking about you coming back around. I'm glad to have you around. Hopefully we could build on something in 2023. All right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Tan, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, Tan, I have to mute my mic when you open yours. So, but yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, let me try to switch devices. I'll try to come back in. Yeah, so I'll go out and come back.
No, Tan, you can comment. You can make your comment. Okay, Tan left. All right. So with that said,
okay, can I say one thing before we go on to the next topic?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so in the chat, Yona B says that it's not true that we don't have control. Understand that poverty is a social issue. But what we do, because we live in a country there that's so individualistic, they try to make societal issues individual issues. So it's not that, so instead of them saying, hey, you can't make it because you're lazy, they say, oh, you can't, that's how they try to frame it. Where in reality, that because we live in a capitalist society, in order for that society to function, you need a large underclass of people. So the society is not constructed to where most people can make it. You're going to have a few outstanding people, then you're going to have the 1%, the people who benefit the most. When you have 4 individuals who have more wealth than every Black person in this country, that is not a sustainable system. So it's not so much that we don't want control, it's that the way society is constructed is that it's only meant for a few people to really prosper.
I appreciate that, Carl. Tanya, back. Go ahead.
Yes. I was just making a joke on at your expense, but I guess technology, served me my karma. No, I was just joking that I thought everyone in the Bahamas was family.
All of
we
one family.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
all of we is one family, as we say. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yes, the entire country is a family. But yeah, no, I mean, I didn't have too much to add on that. It's just sad. I think we're living on hope, a lot of us, and we'll see how far that goes. So yeah.
Hey, while I have you guys' attention, all of you in the chat and here, make sure you guys go over. I put in the chat. Click the link. Go to that channel. That's the Shoot the Breeze Clips channel. That's where you get these segments clipped down to just a segment by itself. So you don't have to listen to 6 hours per se, but you can listen to the individual segments. And I think you'll find that, like I said earlier, they hit a little different when they're separated by themselves. So do me that favor. Go subscribe to the channel. Click the bell to be notified. I know you guys are here live now, but there's older episodes that you might not have been here for that's going to be up there as well. So click the link for me, subscribe, click the bell, etc., etc. And from there you can share the prompts that you like a lot. Share those prompts to your social media, and that'll probably get more engagement here on Shoot the Breeze for me. So I appreciate that. Does anyone want to add any last words?
Yes, sir. I want to say shout out to Coke friggin' Cool. Shout out to Coke Cool. He is little by little, he is building this infrastructure on Shoot the Breeze, and he's been doing it little by little and making small improvements here and small improvements there. And for people who are watching, this is the way to go about it, man. And he's putting in the time and the effort, and he's getting the small support. We are growing we're growing small, but we are still growing. And anyone who is looking from a distance, this is how it's done. So shout out to Koku for putting in the time and the effort and the work. So I had to say that one.
And I do want to add something else too. We've heard the Tariq Nasheeds and the Yvette Carnell's and the Pan-Africanism is dead. But we look at this chat. Pan-Africanism is not dead. We have people from all over the diaspora in this conversation right now, and we're all family. And I think that sometimes that gets overlooked. Sometimes when we go, but we are all family. Pan-Africanism is not dead. Marcus Garvey is still here.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate that comment, Carl. And we're going to talk about whether or not Pan-Africanism is dead tonight, actually.
Oh, God.
No, it's going to be a good conversation. If there's no last words there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Now, Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is an interesting one. I would have thought it was a troll topic, but I know the person who's posting it, and I know they mean well with the question. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is, what does Christmas mean to you? As we are on the verge of that holiday, what does Christmas mean to you? How did you and your family celebrate? Best childhood Christmas memory. How do you celebrate Christmas now? And I think that last one is the important part of this conversation. Tan, you're from East Africa. What was Christmas like in East Africa?
A time for family and feasting, and just spending time with the family. You'd go. If you're in the city, if you lived in the city, everybody would pack up that time and go to the countryside, and the whole family and cousins and everybody would come together, and then they would probably kill a goat or a sheep, and lots of chicken, and then that was one of the few times in the year when you actually had a soda. Like a Coca-Cola, Fanta, soft drink. Yeah. So, that was one of the few times that you would. So everybody would be given one. Yeah, but basically it was just a time to spend time with the family. People would take a lot of time off, and then you'd send each other the cards. You'd write out Christmas cards, and then you'd hang them out on a string in the house. And yeah, that was Christmas. So yeah, spending time with.
How do you celebrate Christmas now?
Not really. I mean, for me, I really, on holidays, I don't really do any, and not just the Christmas. For me, and every day is just the same day. I don't put one day above the other. So, every day of the year is just, I don't celebrate holidays in a general fashion. So it's just a day to me. If family or get invites me because they're doing something, I don't anti-celebrate it, like, oh, I will not eat on Christmas Day or something like that. But for me, it's the same thing. It's just spending time with family, or or not. If I don't see it as any as different. If somebody does something, yeah, I'll do it, but I'm indifferent to it. In other words, yeah. Okay.
I appreciate that, Tan. I appreciate that. I saw that Marcus Garvey is the way he says she subscribed. So if you subscribe to the Shoot the Breeze clips, drop it in the chat that you subscribe. You want to be clapped for Bitter Medicine 100%. I appreciate that as well. Once you subscribe to Shoot the Breeze clips, just drop it in the chat. Let me know that you did. I'll appreciate that. Again, what does Christmas mean to you? How did you and your family celebrate? Best childhood Christmas memory. How do you celebrate now? I'll say something to what Tanzan said when she talked about the Fanta soda once a year or whatever. We used to call that sweet drink. I forget what Tan said she called it. But we used to call that one sweet drink. And that's like a Sunday thing to have a little sweet drink when I was growing up back home. Jay, you're out there between the Netherlands, between Senegal. What was Christmas to you, and what is it now?
Well, what it is now is what it was in my youth. Everybody dresses up for that big dinner, and this year I had it twice here in Senegal. It was it was weird in some way, but it was also that warm feeling in the underbelly, reminiscing youth when you did not the innocence. I like that, but I'm all I'm not for it. It's a foreign thing. It's not it doesn't belong in our vicinity even. And it's between now this year and my youth. I as an adult I ran away from it. Like, hey, okay, yeah, Happy Christmas by phone, and the last year is not even that. So Christmas is it is what it is. It's one big commercial happening with a lot of money spending, and I don't spend more or less money than a month ago. So nobody got presents, in here. Yeah, yeah. In here, I just bought two bottle of soda to yeah, for the table. You know, that's it.
I appreciate that, Jay. Yeah, I feel similar. And Christmas used to be a big day for me when I was growing up back home. I used to look forward to it as a kid. But with knowledge of self, that kind of withers. Not kind of, it withers away. And so I'll be honest with you. Maybe I might come across as judgmental when I see grown black folks still on this Christmas thing. I know that you don't really have knowledge of self. Too tough. Um, with that said, let me throw it to my own country people. Bwana Hagaziki, what did Christmas mean to you in the past? How did you celebrate, and what does it mean to you today?
Oh, I hate it. I couldn't stand Christmas, because you go to the church thing in the morning. Yeah. Oh goodness, man, I couldn't.
Church after
Oh
day, yeah.
goodness, man.
I hate that part.
I used to dread it, man. I used to dread it, and my parents wasn't big on gifts anyways, so I didn't get a lot of Christmas presents. I gotta tell you, what I would say though is a childhood memory of mine is, in terms of Christmas, is sitting on my dad's shoulders and watching the Junkanoo parade. So I remember that particular thing as a childhood memory. For me right now, how Christmas is celebrated is I feel like I'm always taking money in my pockets. So I got to a point right now where I think that Christmas is for children. I am no longer, and it's been like 2 years now, I am no longer giving adults gift. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? So I am where I give my nieces and nephews some money. Since I have a new nephew now, I bought him a gift because he's a baby, and that's it. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it anymore, Coco, because first of all, I'm not a Christian person, and I don't celebrate the goddamn holiday. But I understand my family members do. So they'll have a family dinner or whatever, and I really care to go to that either. But I gotta go to show my face. You know how it is. It's it's family politics. If I had the choice, I really wouldn't go either. But I am like Tan. I'm indifferent to the holiday, really completely. I'm having a Christmas early celebration right now with this Appleton, and it's making me feel like Santa Claus a little bit. But as far as as far as Christmas, man, for real, I just, this day could go and come and pass, and I wouldn't be doing none the wiser. But the fact that I do have smaller nieces and nephews, they expecting things. So I'll put some money in their pocket and that's it. The adults, man, you could go shoot the breeze for all I care. But that's what I think about it.
Let's not make shoot the breeze a derogatory term. But yeah, for me, I'll say this. Like recently, it made me think something. I don't know if you guys have these experiences where a sound or a smell or something would take you back to a certain time period. And recently I was taken back, and it made me remember my grandmother and grandfather to a great extent. I didn't care for the church stuff too much, but I had to go because I had to go. I remember TV was kind of limited because we come from a so-called Christian nation. So after a certain time, is loan Christian TV out of
Christian pure me. Oh God.
My God, Bishop Ellis and all them fellas running on.
Oh God, don't start.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So but the thing I remember that is funny. I remember Christmas breakfast for some reason was always really good because it was like an intro to Christmas dinner kind of thing, at least with my Grammy and them. So, and I think Lutheran people do that kind of thing.
So they all had a big breakfast then.
Big breakfast, and that was a good time.
That's good. That's good.
But all that church shit on TV, Neil Ellis and all that stuff, I couldn't take that stuff. That and Good Friday was the two worst days of the year for me, as far as I was concerned. But yeah, that was my take. Carl Hezekiah, the honorary Bahamian for now. How how was Christmas for you when you were growing up? What did your family do? What's your best Christmas memory? What do you do now?
Okay, so growing up, we were very much family. My mother was a nurse, and she worked overnight sometimes. So many times, she had to work Christmas Eve. So we would wait for her to get home from work in the morning before we open our gifts. But it was family, food. We didn't really go to church unless Christmas was on a Sunday. Other than that, we really didn't go to church on Christmas. It was, we got toys. The best Christmas childhood memory, I think, was the year we got a Nintendo 64. And my son is sitting here looking at me now like I'm talking about some sort of ancient device. But yeah, we got a Nintendo 64, and we had one controller, and me and my brother had to share. And we got it was two games. We got Mario and the Star Wars game. I still like playing video games. I'm playing video games with my kids later. But it was the gift to get. As far as Christmas, as of right now, I'm not really into Christianity anymore. So it's just another day. I go to eat, have food, spend time with my family, give gifts. When you get to be an adult, you're not really getting too many gifts. You're mostly the one giving them out. Um, it's a day off of work for me, and I enjoy that. But other than that, I'm not into all the religious aspect of it. Um, that one controller was a pain. But yeah, it's just a day off of work and spend time, and you know my mom's making a red velvet cake, and I plan to enjoy it. I'm not too much into these European holidays. I think Thanksgiving might actually be worse because Thanksgiving actually celebrates genocide of the
Right.
indigenous populations. I think that might be worse. But to me, Christmas is just like I said, day off of work. Um, it's not as bad as Thanksgiving Day or Columbus Day. Many of our ancestors who were enslaved, Christmas time was a perfect time for them to run away. I know that, for example, Harriet Tubman, when she ran away with her parents, she ran away during Christmas because she knew that the master would not look for them, because Christmas was the time that the enslaved, were kind of given a break from their chores. So I remember that in the revolutionary spirit that many of our ancestors took Christmas time as a way to escape from their bondage.
Right. I appreciate that, Carl. The forecast said we celebrate now by shooting the breeze. Actually, last Christmas we were all together here doing shoot the breeze last Christmas. So I appreciate you guys being here this year on this so-called Christmas Eve. I think I got everyone on that one, right? I think I got everyone. If you have any last thoughts or last words, go ahead and talk about it now. If not, I want to go to a station ID. And on the other side, we're going to do Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, which this was put up last week, and I thought it was better for this week. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a station ID break. And on the other side, we're going to talk about Shoot the Breeze number 6, topic number 6, which is the psychological effects of white Jesus. But in the meantime, let's do the station ID break. And on the other side, we will do Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yeah, make sure you're also tuning into Tanzan African Mind, the Brother Bakari podcast, the Forecast Radio. Both of them are in the chat. And the Consider Cheek show. And also shout out to the matron. I didn't see the matron tonight, but the matron has been the matron has been recovering. And I've seen her in chats for a bit now. Shout out to the matron. Hope all is well. Hope to see you and interact with you soon. With that said, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Again, we're going to end at 2. So we're going to bring in this so-called Christmas holiday together. But before that, we're going to talk about the psychological effects of white Jesus. This comes with a link. Let's check out the link, and then we'll have a discussion on it.
What if I was to tell you right now that Jesus really don't exist?
What the fuck? Yo, what the hell you
I just want you to calm down and talk to me.
What is you talking about, man? What the fuck you mean Jesus don't exist? What's wrong with you? What the?
Listen, that was a trick by the white man.
What the fuck, man? Did I tell you something wrong with you, man?
Why?
Because Jesus always exists. What the? How the hell you think all these people got over here, man?
And you think Jesus has
That's
something
right.
to do with that?
He made man. He made lady.
So what did Jesus do for you?
He did nothing for me. He kept me living right here, man. What the hell you talking about? Jesus don't exist, man. What the hell you think you at? Why you think you here? Huh? What the man? What's wrong with you, man?
Well, I'm saying you've been praising Jesus all your life.
That's right. That's right.
What if I was to tell you that bastard never really existed?
Watch your fucking mouth right here, man. Watch your motherfucking mouth. What the fuck you talking about Jesus like that? Man, who the fuck is you? Now you fucking up now, man. Now you fucking up now, man.
Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son Letter TV House of Consciousness production. Check out the survey. We're going to see, because a lot of people always say, how come y'all still talking about religion? Well, I'm going to show you why we still talk about religion. Because we went through 400 to 500 years of psychological damage. All right? Check this out, family.
If there was ever a good time that I could just roll the streets and never hold a beef, if there was ever a bad time, long as we just stick together, we would set a better tone on the streets. I know the TV's right on time. Ain't no masquerades and no never games to play. It be the new pastime. It be the new pastime. If there was ever a good time that we could just live in peace and didn't kill our peeps. Ain't no more walking around blind. Ain't no stopping, it's the consciousness, the droppings, helping people to see if we could live in the sunshine without being a slave, free from all stress and hate. Would that be the last sign?
Yes, family, as I was saying, you know, a lot of people always talk that bull crap. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know, just because you are at a certain point in your life, you are at a different level in your life, that don't mean everybody's going to be on the same page.
I probably say Jesus. I probably say Jesus because I probably say Jesus.
What about you, sir?
Who is this again?
Marcus Garvey.
I would say Jesus. Jesus. I would say Jesus. Jesus.
This one here.
Yeah, in the middle.
How about you?
Jesus.
Which one of these men mean more to you in your life today? Jesus Christ, Marcus Garvey, or Malcolm X?
Jesus Christ.
Which one?
Jesus Christ.
Which one? If I was to tell you that there's really no Jesus on the planet, what would go through your mind?
That you don't know the truth.
So do you suppose Jesus was a white man, though? Keep it real.
If he lives in Israel, it must be white, yes.
Right here, Marcus Garvey, Jesus Christ, and Malcolm X. Which one of these are more influential in your life today, brother? And why?
You know, honestly, I think that for each of their time periods, they all represented a sense of change, right? So I don't know if one is more relevant. I think that I think the idea is that each of them looked at what the social norm was and went against it. So regardless of what each of them looked like and what each of them stood for, I think at the end of the day, each of them said that what's going on in their current time isn't right, and let's do some things to change it, whether it was government, the Pharisees, or the way we're being treated.
Now, if you had the choice to choose one, like I asked you, which one is more influential in your life? Just one. You have to choose one.
But I got you. So with that though, sometimes you got to take the answer that was given. So my answer is that for me, all of these.
No, you didn't ask the question. You got to answer the question.
I'm not. Wait, hold on. So
You did like a matrix. Woo! You skipped around the question.
Right. You asked me. Hold on. So who's more important to you, your mother or your father?
That's not the question.
No, it is. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Because none of them.
No, but you can have an answer.
The mother and the father.
Okay, so.
I chose all three. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, you tap dancing, brother. Which one of these men are more influential in your life today?
Oh, you know that middle one, Jesus.
Oh, so you're saying you're going with Jesus over Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X?
Yes.
Which one of them is most influential in your life? If you had a chance to choose one.
Two?
No, you got to take one.
It got to be Jesus. It got to be Jesus because he made those two. But I got to say Malcolm X.
So you're
that man
going
made
with the one in the middle that's more influential in your life?
Of course.
I must say Jesus Christ.
Oh, so you're going with Jesus too? All right,
Yeah.
that's three of them so far.
This experiment the brother Sarnetta is doing out here with these three pictures, I'm encouraging the family in all different regions, Atlanta, the South especially. Let's take a pulse of our people. Let's not just be the only ones doing this on 125th Street in Harlem, New York. We need to see where we at as a people. We need to take a consensus. We need to take the pulse of our people to know what regions and what areas need the most help based off of the answers. So if you in California, I'm calling you out, Blue Pill, brother AA. You know, my brothers is out there. My brothers in the A-Town, my brothers in the Louis, my brothers in Texas, out there in Houston and Dallas and whatnot, Fort Worth. We need y'all to do, you know, especially brothers and sisters is watching the House of Consciousness. Let's take this test and let's bring it to our neighborhoods. Let's go into barbershops and to the streets and ask these questions. But we're going to ask this sister right here. Out of these three beings, out of these three persons right here, these three, you know, great men, which one of them is more important to you in your life right now?
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, you want to explain
Well,
briefly why?
my grandfather was a Black Panther, and he talks about him a lot. So, yeah.
Your grandfather's a great man.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So we spoke about how he affected our lives in real, like in this reality, as opposed to, yes, that's your friend. Hello, Miss Hollywood. I'm just thinking that's a name change, so I'm thinking your name is Hollywood. How you doing?
Hi.
Out of these three men, which one has the most significance to you in your personal life right now?
Believe God has a lot to do in my personal life.
Okay.
Because I come from a Christian family anyways. So I think that because I was raised in that environment, growing up in that environment kind of makes me think about, you know, having God in everything that I do. I just believe that it kind of helps me with my decisions and things.
Indeed. I want to point out three things rather. It's interesting because we got the perspective of two young ladies who are friends. She spoke about her upbringing in her household, and you did as well. In her household, her grandfather speaks about Malcolm X. Your household leans more towards the Christian aspect of doing things. And we pointed to Jesus Christ, and you said God. That's your babies? Hi, how you doing? Hello. Hey, beautiful. We have a question. Huh? Oh, what's up, you little man? Give me 5. My man. Yeah. There you go. we're asking the family a question. These three great men, who we all know historically, Malcolm X, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey. Who would you say has the most significance in your life right now in these days out of the three men?
Jesus Christ.
Do you care to explain why?
I'm a Christian and I believe that the Lord is my savior. So that's why he died for my sins and my children's sins and everyone's sins.
Out of these three men right here, Marcus, Jose Garvey, Jesus Christ, right? And Malcolm X, El Malik Shabazz. Which one of those three men have the most significance in your personal life today?
That is very hard. No, it is hard because all three of them are influential.
We're saying now, right now in your personal life, in your circle, because we all are on different journeys. So which one is the more significant to you right now?
Sorry. Wow. I'm being honest, it's hard to really say that. No, it's really hard to really.
Took me a long time too.
Yeah, it's hard to make a. I don't know. It's really hard to say. I can't really say which one is more influential. I think all three of them actually are influential to many people, you know. But they're on different levels, though.
Let's get the athlete. Let's get the
I can't get one.
We got one question for you, brother.
I can't just say one.
I respect.
Okay, that sister couldn't give one. It was a conundrum for her. You know, I've thought about this in the past briefly, the same experiment from Sarnetta and them. And I've been thinking about how to update it a little bit, make it a little bit more solid. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't know if they screen for the people who mightn't know much about Garvey. I mean, Garvey has been gone almost 100 years, right? I don't know if they screen for, you know, people who mightn't be fully aware of what Malcolm was about. He's been gone 60, 70 years. So that's one of the issues I kind of had with the experiment, but I've been thinking about if you guys have some ideas how to present this experiment in a slightly or in a better way, hit me up. Let me know. Join the Discord. With that said, the psychological effects of white Jesus. Jay, Jose, what say you to this? Is Jay still with us? Unmute your mic if you are, brother. Okay, Jay might not be there with us. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Hold on. I think it's just a reflection of our loyalties that up to now we're still, you know, that's you know, you can't take away, like they say, you know, take away from my cold dead hands. Yeah, we're not going to let him go out of our minds. So it's good to take the survey, but I think unless you have something else to replace it, I don't know. You know, people still want to believe in something. Like I said earlier, we like hope. We like to believe in hope, and you know, if we don't have that, you know, what can you get? That guy was trying so hard not to, you know, to give up on to somehow still have him and Malcolm and Garvey and all these people. And you know, it's mental, you know, it's a mental gymnastics. It just, other people are, you know, losing, you know, belief and so on and faith, but you know, we're still holding it up. It's still that there's still faith and hope in the streets. So the same way, you know, check to check is the same way that people will pray, you know, for God to send something in the mail or something. It's a cop out, but it's also a way to cope with that, you know, that impending doom for a lot of people. So yeah, it's a coping tactic.
I like to point out, I mentioned the matron earlier. Thank you, Tam, for that. I like to mention the matron. The matron showed up in the chat. I clicked my heels twice, and she appeared. She said, "White Jesus is toxic for Black people. And if you can't read that book with a Black consciousness to liberate yourself, then put the book down." I appreciate that message 100% from the matron. Yana B earlier said something that's very interesting. Where is it? She said they will murk you, right? You guys know what murk means. They'll murk you for white zaddy. And I find that interesting, man. Black folks will look at that white boy in the middle and choose the white boy instinctually in the middle. I find that insane. But that's just me. That's just me, I guess. Provide Trigger says, we were talking at overspending in our communities. Let's stay away from these Eurocentric holidays, as this form of over commercialism is needed to perpetrate capitalism. All right, I appreciate that. I think that was for the last prompt. But shooter breeze topic number 6 is the psychological effects of white Jesus. Let's welcome in our boy, the Forecast. Forecast, what say you? How are you doing first? And then what are your thoughts on this?
Yo, what's up, Coco? What up, everybody?
Right here. Good.
Well, you know, I talk about you know, the spooked out effects, and it goes beyond you know, the white Jesus thing. But I think that we should, you know, pay attention. Like, if your deity is like, if you pray to the same deity as like your enemy, and that God blesses your enemy more than you, you may want to reconsider who you praying to, you know.
Absolutely.
And like, the difference between us and them is like, I just show like those white girls, like far rights, they like Christians, you know, like it's like, oh, this should be a white Christian nation. They use their religion as a form of power to unite and to fight, you know what I'm saying? And even when they stormed the Capitol, right? I seen the video, they was like saying, thank God, praise the Lord, you know, we taking this over for white Christians. While they do this, they say praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, you know. And I think the problem is our God has always been like, you know, go forth and spread knowledge and information to all people around the world, and look what that's done to you. But the effect of white Jesus, you know, you see it growing up in your homes and stuff like that. It makes you not want to, it gives you the white savior complex, you know, the John Brown complex. So like, of course, you know, they put it into our kids and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that Forecast. Provide Triggers Revolution says, why can't we have hope in the promise of Pan-Africanism as opposed to white Jesus? Why not hope but verifiable? I agree. Lee Webb from the Hot Shotty Podcast says 85%ers going to 85%. But also would like to see an unedited video. Red Pill and Sarnetta do got a little grifter in them, no disrespect. I want to see the actual numbers and not the curated version. That's a good point, Webb. And that's why I want to recreate it online here. But I got to sit down and think about it deeply. And if you guys have ideas how to recreate this, we could turn this into a stream and try to get, or turn it into a community post and try to get, you know, some real honesty. In fact, you might get more honesty online than in person. Some folks might go up there to these guys, Sarnetta and them, and see the setup and say, oh, you know what, I'll choose one of these black guys instead. But in their hearts, they're all for the white boy in the middle. So, yeah, you guys could reach out to me about that. Bobby Wright says, this prompt reminds me of you and Carl Hezekiah's reading of the psychopathic racial personality, the analogy of white Jesus on the hand fans and subliminal messages. Absolutely. You guys check that out too. I think I'm pretty sure that's Bobby Wright's favorite episode from the book club days. But you guys check it out, man. That episode and the Leopold's Ghost, I thought were two primo episodes. So you guys check that out. Speaking of Carl Hezekiah, let's go to Carl now. Carl, what say you to this?
Oh man, okay. So, it's sad to see the mental slavery in effect like this. But I had to go to my shelf because I got The Destruction of Black Civilization, and I wanted to read something from that book. And from the name of the chapter is White Devils from the West. So as the 15th century moved toward the 19th, Europeans became less and less white devils and more white masters. backed up by awesome firepower. White was no longer the face of evil in the black world. It had changed places with black. Now black was a badge of evil. All that was bad, even bad luck. To make a white man look evil, you had to dress him in black. God himself, being white, had cursed the blacks and made them servants of man. Man being white man, for was he not made in the image of God? To worship God, in effect, was to worship the white man. A volume could be written on the scores of these little psychological gimmicks that are now so deeply embedded in cultural thought that they are taken for a simple matter of course and require no comment. Yet they are the subtle weapons that have been more devastating in conquering the blacks and reducing them to an inferior status than armed might. Caucasian victory was complete and seemingly permanent when the blacks throughout the world joined the whites in glorifying all things white and condemning all things black, or even tinged with black, including themselves. So we see how Christianity was a weapon, has been used to create self-hatred, to cause us to look upon our cultures as demonic. It's so sad. I see African people calling their traditional cultures demonic, satanic. We see how things like voodoo, Santeria, and other, traditional, beliefs that are rooted in African beliefs are seen as satanic or demonic. As to the question, did Jesus exist? I'm gonna take a little bit of a side street. I do believe that there was a person named Jesus of Nazareth. I believe that he existed. The question is, was he God? And I think I would compare someone like Jesus very much as someone like Robin Hood or King Arthur. They're what I would call a historical legend. There may have been a person around who these mythologies and these legends were built, but the reality is so far from the truth that the mythological person and the actual person are completely different people. So I believe there was a person named Jesus of Nazareth. As far as the legends and the stories and the things that are built up around this person, I believe those things aren't true any more than I believe that there was a King Arthur or a Robin Hood. So, but yeah, this psychological damage, this is something that we really got to deal with, because even if we were to give that person every weapons, or teach them revolution, and until they kill that white man in their mind, they are a threat to us. And I think that we see that how hostile the first caller. What you mean Jesus wasn't real? What the fuck you mean? How he was ready to attack this man? So it's a serious problem. And it's another thing is that as the years go by, we start to see a decrease in the level of religiosity, especially in America. White people are becoming less religious, whereas black people are becoming more religious. And I understand that because, I want to bring up this good white man, Karl Marx, but he said that, religion was the opiate of the masses and it numbs the pain. Who feels more pain than black people? Who feels more suffering than we do? So I understand in a way why this connection to religion is so strong among us, but we got to kick it, because we're going to go out praying on our knees while our enemies gather around us with weapons. They don't even believe in the God that they gave us anymore. They introduced us to Christianity, and now they're abandoning it while we're grabbing onto it even more. It's a tragedy to see this.
I appreciate that, Carl. What's one of the cool things Carl mentioned earlier, that his kids were playing nearby. I hope that they may not understand it. I don't know their ages. They may not fully grasp it, but I'm sure they're listening, and I hope that they pick up some of the stuff that their pops is putting down here and Shoot the Breeze. With that said, I think did Jay come back? Jay, let me know if you're back or not. If not, let me remove Jay from the panel so I don't keep asking if Jay is here. Look like Jay is not here. Where Jay is pretty late, so he's probably in La La Land. So I respect Jay for coming through. and hanging with us in the meantime. But let's go to Bwana Pagoziki. I think he's the last person to get to. Let's go to Bwana.
Yes, sir. So I find I first let me say this. Koku say something that was interesting. Koku say that the brothers Malcolm and Marcus been gone a long time. Malcolm been gone like 50 something years. Marcus been gone like 80 something years. And he said, well, the people won't remember them. So, but Jesus been gone 2,000 years. Jesus been gone, if he even was existed, but we can get into that in a minute. But the bigger picture is not necessarily the picture itself, because it is what's attached to it. Because see, the white Jesus or the white picture, the white guy who they point to, see, he have children, and his children is the boss you have to go to when you see him every day. His child is the police officer you can see on the corner, or his other kid is the judge who can send you to jail, because there is a connection. There's not a disconnect. There's a connection. If he looked like that, then people who favor him must be related to him. Therefore, if he is God, they are too. You know what I mean? So this is the psychological damage that we run into when we start playing these little games. So because when people say, well, the brothers say Jesus, there may have been a Jesus Christ in Nazareth. That of course there might have been, but there's another Jesus that exists in East LA too. You know what I mean? So he's the Jesus of East LA. But for you to tell me that this person who exists on this planet had no, I like this one, had no male intervention, which means he didn't sleep. The Virgin Mary didn't sleep with no man to bring forth this human being. It never happened. And if that's the thing that you're trying to sell to the world, that is not gonna pass the muster, brother. That is not gonna pass the muster. People say like, be like Jesus. How you could be like a human being that never had a male intervention? A man and woman didn't come together to produce a child. Then he is alien to the human race. So you could never be like this creature that you consider to be a God's manifestation. You could never be like that. So why even try? You know, the whole idea or possibility of being Christ-like becomes an impossibility, because how he came to this planet with God intervention. So if God produced the sperm and God is not man, how you could ever be like this so-called human being called Jesus Christ? You know what I mean? It's a complete mind fuck. So I would suggest that this is all this for me is an indicative of the work that we must do. You know, since these brothers Malcolm and Marcus would have passed, we have a lot of work to do in trying to captivate the minds of our people, because they are still in bondage, even though they may not think that they are. And there are various people coming across to Sanetta. There are African Americans, the Africans, the Caribbean people. We have a lot of work to recover, to battle for the hearts and minds of our people, because this person in the middle, he cannot be more important than the people who would have sell us to us, sell the Negro to himself, because we are more important than Michelangelo's picture or what he would have depicted to be a man, or who is supposed to be the Godhead of humanity. No way, no way. But this is where we are in the 2000s. 2000s, all the access to information, and New York City is a metropolitan city, so they should be well informed. But and even after all of the brilliant scholars that we would have had pass through New York City, we are still here. They still pointing at that picture. So this is indicative of the work we must do in informing our people, better informing our people to know who they are, what they are, and where we need to go. So I would just leave it there.
I'd like to add, and good call out on that thing. The problem I think with our folks spiritually is that we don't prefer tangible things. So we prefer the ethereal, the spiritual, because you can't be accountable for that per se. You know, why hasn't Jesus talking about Sarnetta, there was a great one I saw. I don't really tune into Sarnetta too tough, but there was one years ago with Polite, who's a grifter, a Muslim brother, and Sarnetta, and they was debating. And this is when Polite went off and was like, yo, you sat by and watched us go through the Islamic slavery. Then you sat by and watched us go through the transatlantic slavery, right? And we've been worshiping you, all these years, blah, blah, blah. You have to be an asshole to not step in and help at one time. But you see, we like the fact that it's something, it's not tangible. So there's no accountability, because what comes down to it, we don't like accountability. When you adhere to Malcolm and Marcus, you have some accountability, because those were living men who we would have seen had we been alive at that time, who we can still look back and see images of and stuff like that. And so we don't like to be accountable to the tangible things. And that's one of our big problems. Provide triggers. Okay, Carl. Provide triggers said something interesting. Would Islam be considered the opium of the people too? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's one of these metaphysical things that you can't really put your hand on, right? Whereas we could kind of put our hand, like we have Marcus Garvey, up until recently, we had Marcus Garvey Jr. still around. We could put our hands on it. There's some of Malcolm's children still around. We could put hands on them, right? But you can't put hands on Muhammad. You know what I mean? You can't put hands on Jesus. You can't strangle, so to speak, accountability out of these people. Where were you when these things was going on? But we could do that with Malcolm and Martin and Garvey, sorry, right? So that's one of the problems with us. We have this crutch on the unseen things, and I think we got to get off of that. D. Webb says these are adults. Like someone said earlier, they'll kill you about their savior. Mentor the children and build with the open-minded. We spend too much time on the loss. I'm not mad at that. Matron said all religions are an opioid, right? Forecast said to provide triggers. That's what I asked a few episodes ago, but they said no. I don't know if I said no, because I am hell bent against this religious stuff. Does anyone else want to add anything here? I know Carl stepped away for a second, so no one wants to add anything else. All right. Well, that's the psychological effects of white Jesus. We could follow up on that. If Trigger Happy 262 is out there, I'm surprised he didn't comment. If he's out there, I'd like to do a follow-up online with this same type of setup. I was actually thinking to do a man on the street type segment similar to Sarnetta, actually. To a man on the street and present the same thing, but with a little bit more qualifications to it. And I'm still thinking about that. But since no one else wants to add anything, let's go to Shoot the Breeze.
That would be it.
Go ahead, Buana.
That would be an interesting experiment if you do a man on the street situation. I don't want you to get no problems, bro. I don't want you to get no problems. But it'd be interesting if you was to do a follow-up on it. I'm sure that you would probably get the same results. And Harsh is right. These are adults. And when I say that we need to start putting in work, I do mean with the kids, but I also do mean that there are people you could convince otherwise, bro. I can't just come. Harsh take a hard line approach. He's like, forget him. But I feel like I don't know, man. I'm an optimist, and I feel like you could possibly convince someone if they was better informed. Not everybody, but some people. I ain't a hardliner like Harsh and Forecast. They hardliners, man. They hardliners.
Yeah, I used to be of the opinion that you could glean a couple of people away from that stuff, but I've gotten to the point similar to D Webb from Harsh Radio Podcast. Make sure you guys are subscribed to his channel as well. I've come to the, maybe I'm jaded at this point, but I've come to the point that the effort that you got to put in to get one or two people ain't worth it. You just gotta say fuck them, and you gotta start looking at the kids. The problem though is that the kids tend to be under the guardianship or the parentage of these same type of people who would kill you over white Jesus. And so how do you get to the children without the parents or the guardians getting on your ass about it? That's the thing. Because Webb has talked about it before, him and Caprell down there where they are in Florida, they've had problems with the parents mostly, not the kids per se, but they've had, squabbles with the parents. And so that's the thing that one day I think we should strategize too, is how do you get to the youth without having the interruption of the parents? So that's something to keep in mind. If there's no other comments, we'll go to Should It Be topic number 7. Should It Be topic number 7 says, all right, Carl. Should It Be topic number 7 says, has our God forsaken us? Is it time for Black people to become atheists to change their future for the better? This came with a link. The person who posted the link, I would suggest you jump on to speak to what you posted as well. This takes us to, is this a short? I can't tell. Let's check it out. All the same.
Imagine you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago. And you're rustling the grass. Is it a dangerous predator, or is it just the wind? If you think that the rustle in the grass is a dangerous predator, and it turns out it's just the wind, you've made a type 1 error in cognition. You've a false positive. You thought the wind was connected to something and it wasn't. A was connected to B and it wasn't. So that's a false positive. But if you think that the rustle in the grass is just the wind and it turns out it's a dangerous predator, you're lunch. Congratulations, you've just been given a Darwin Award for taking yourself out of the gene pool early before reproducing. And we are the descendants of those who are most likely to make type 1 errors, false positives, versus type 2 errors, false negatives. That is to say, why can't you just stay in the grass and collect enough data to get the answer right? And the answer is that predators don't wait around for prey animals to collect more data. That's why they stalk and sneak up on their prey animals, so they can't get enough data. So we evolved the propensity to make snap decisions and make one kind of error more likely than another kind of error. And that kind of error, that false positive, that's superstition. That's magical thinking. That's assuming A is connected to B. It's a true pattern and it isn't, and you're wrong. That's the basis of finding false patterns like God's. Now, what's the difference between the wind and a dangerous predator? The wind is an inanimate force. A dangerous predator is an intentional agent, and his intention is to eat me, and that can't be good. So what we also do, in addition to finding these meaningful patterns, is infuse in them agency. That is, it's alive, it's real, it has intention, and its intention is not good, so I better assume it's real. And this is the basis of animism and spiritism and polytheism and monotheism and the belief in angels and aliens and demons and spirits and poltergeists and gods. Gods are invisible agents who run the world, who control things, who create these patterns, who are these patterns that we use to explain things. All cultures everywhere in the world have created God beliefs. Gods with these intentional, that are intentional agents. Imagine you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago, and you hear a rustle in the grass. Is it a dangerous?
So a lot was said there. While you guys in the chat start formulating and posting your comments to this, I'm gonna play it again. It's not that long. It's a TikTok video. I'll play it again. Let's really, or at least I should say, let me really hammer down the points that he's making. And on the other side, after this plays the second time, we shall discuss it.
Imagine you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago, and you hear a rustle in the grass. Is it a dangerous predator, or is it just the wind? If you think that the rustle in the grass is a dangerous predator, and it turns out it's just the wind, you've made a type 1 error in cognition. You've a false positive. You thought the wind was connected to something and it wasn't. A was connected to B and it wasn't. So that's a false positive. But if you think that the rustle in the grass is just the wind and it turns out it's a dangerous predator, you're lunch. Congratulations, you've just been given a Darwin Award for taking yourself out of the gene pool early before reproducing. And we are the descendants of those who are most likely to make type 1 errors, false positives, versus type 2 errors, false negatives. That is to say, why can't you just stay in the grass and collect enough data to get the answer right? And the answer is that predators don't wait around for prey animals to collect more data. That's why they stalk and sneak up on their prey animals, so they can't get enough data. So we evolved the propensity to make snap decisions and make one kind of error more likely than another kind of error. And that kind of error, that false positive, that's superstition. That's magical thinking. That's assuming A is connected to B. It's a true pattern and it isn't, and you're wrong. That's the basis of finding false patterns like gods. Now, what's the difference between the wind and a dangerous predator? The wind is an inanimate force. A dangerous predator is an intentional agent, and his intention is to eat me, and that can't be good. So what we also do, in addition to finding these meaningful patterns, is infuse in them agency. That is, it's alive, it's real, it has intention, and its intention is not good, so I better assume it's real. And this is the basis of animism and spiritism and polytheism and monotheism and the belief in angels and aliens and demons and spirits and poltergeists and gods. Gods are invisible agents who run the world, who control things, who create these patterns, who are these patterns that we use to explain things. All cultures everywhere in the world have created God beliefs. Gods with these intentional, that are intentional agents. Imagine you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago, and you hear a rustle in the
All right, so we played twice. Nama X in the chat says spiritual systems unify. Atheism does absolutely nothing for our people. Trigapi262 said Africans should reject this, but tweak some things. We don't have a problem of believing in a higher being. You have a problem of power. That's it. You work on that, you're set. Brother Bakari, he's still with us out in the chat. He says becoming atheist won't change anything if you don't put in the work. I think constantly blaming religion is a good excuse not to face the beast. I actually agree with a lot of what you guys had to say. Trigapi262 said earlier, what I think atheists align more to is the first theory. They are castigating the cultural development of people in regards to religion and otherwise for some sort of strict secular, quote unquote, high culture. Nama X says this man talks like the everyday Democrat. He's just spouting the typical degenerate, pale-skinned Democrat talking point where they want you to be literal and cast aside values which belief systems have. Trigger Happy 262 says, there are different theories of modernization and development. One theory says that the culture of the third world is the problem. The other rejects that and calls out the West. Harsh, that's D-Web, said, got that weird thing where it's bouncing from 100 viewing to under 20. Yeah, right now it's at 14. BMP got the alphabets watching heavy, LOL. Yeah, that could be true. That could be very true. I think it's YouTube or both. They're just messing with it. Nama X says, Europeans equals literalists, Africans equals spiritual. It has always been so. Europeans use religion as a shield for violence. They don't really believe the Bible. So that's some of the comments out there. Forecast, what say you to this prompt? Has our God forsaken us? Is it time for Black people to become atheists to change their future for the better?
Well, to answer that, I would first have to be like, define God, like what is God, but I don't think necessarily being atheist, I do think like a spiritual system, like as long as we look at it for the greater good and not a spooked out way, in a practical way, like not all Jewish people practice the religious, but they're all a part of that faith, that keeps their community up running. So I do think, that's important. But like when it comes to going at Abrahamic religions or just going back to our old religions, and some people might not say this, but like I don't think we should just blindly go back to old things, because obviously it was a glaring weakness in it, and I think one of those weaknesses was allowing everybody in, and this friendly, love everybody kind of nature. I do think it's some things that we need to address, even if we have to take some good things and leave out the bad things, and I think it's time for us to create our own legacy on the world, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'll pass the mic.
Focus, I agree with you too. We ain't gotta necessarily not believe in something higher. But we damn sure gotta tweak how we go about believing it. And one of those things is get rid of that kumbaya, all of we is one family type shit, and focus in on ourselves and attaining power in this modern world that we live in. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I don't think that even if we leave, the religions that will necessarily pick up, the non-religion, atheism and so on. I think that even if we're not like, strong in our beliefs, I think we still want something to believe in. So unless, the atheism is a step towards building something, that is based on our needs and our desires and our real, community as a people. Yeah, I don't think atheism is very valuable for us. It doesn't really have any, any valuable context, and there's not really a way to, to build that community building around. It's more of an intellectual and almost a nihilistic position to take, and I don't really see it as a basis of a community. It's more of a sole intellectual exercise or a personal decision rather than a communal activity. So, at least religion brings people together. At least, there's a system to it. There's a ritual, there's habits and holidays and things attached. So it gives people something, to practice and to hold on to. Yeah, so I don't think atheism is viable. I just think that, we can try to get something better. I do hear a slight echo, so I'll just stop there. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Yeah, the echo comes from when I have to open my mic. Chances are, if your mic, not just you, Tan, but if anyone's mic is open, chances are there's going to be an echo. So when y'all are done with your comments, just say I passed the mic, and then I'll open my mic after you say I passed the mic. If you pause before you end your thought, then I'm going to open my mic and there's going to be a noise. It's just that simple. The House Ready podcast has made the best propagandist win. But I like something that Bakari said earlier. He said Abrahamic religions or atheism is the same if you're afraid. And that's to me, that's a real pragmatic type of thinking, man. Listen, if you're afraid, you ain't gonna do shit as a Christian or as a Muslim or whatever it is. And if you're afraid, you ain't gonna do shit as an atheist. And that's the thing that Trigger Happy is kind of pointing out too. Whatever it is, man, be about your power and changing this reality, this wretched reality that we have to endure and leave this earth knowing that our children and grandchildren for the time being are going to endure. Let's get off of that stuff and let's do something. Let's do something to change that in the now, as opposed to kicking that can down the road and hoping that it changes in the future. With that said, let me ask Carl. Carl, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, shout out to our brother in the chat, Narmer X, when he mentioned that about the Europeans having a standard of living that they don't adhere to themselves. That's something that we talked about in Urugu, how Europeans use a shield for use religion as a shield. That's a good example of the rhetorical ethic. I don't think that atheism. I mean, I think that we do need to become secular in our organizations. We can't have organizations where people are so busy trying to serve Jesus and serve Allah that they're not addressing the needs of the people. So I don't think that atheism is any type of salvation. I do think that we do need to abandon the religions that have been forced on us through slavery and colonization and our assimilation. And I think that beginning that would be a good step. This is something that I think that has always bothered me because I am not an atheist, but I do consider myself to be an agnostic. So I don't really feel as though what we're seeing from society is someone.
Be careful, Carl.
Yeah.
Be careful. Some people will say you're being because I consider myself agnostic too. Some people will say you're being agnostic is a cop out. So just be careful about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've been accused of sitting on the fence, so to speak, and it's all good. I don't care, but no, but I think that we do have to. Malcolm X said, keep your religion in the closet. So when it comes to our organization, he said when he found the Muslim mosque and Organization of Afro-American Unity, he said keep your religion at home. So you can have your religion and that's fine, but when we have our organization, it needs to be a secular organization. It can't be a religious organization. It needs to be focused on the real life needs of the people. We can't. There's no deity. There's no God that's coming to save us. I guess that's part of one of my problems with the Hebrew Israelites is that their whole ideology is that once we return to our true belief, God will come and destroy the unbeliever. And it's like, to me, that's such a weird thing to believe in. Like we just start going to church on Sunday and on Saturday, we worship the Sabbath, and adhere to the rules of ancient Hebrews, will be okay. And it's just funny because the ancient Hebrews didn't adhere to those rules. So it's just this whole thing like we're waiting on a deity to come and save us. We have to be secular. You don't have to be atheist, but whatever your religion is, you keep that at your house, and we're going to deal with real world problems right now. That's how I think about it.
I appreciate that, Carl. Provide Trigger says the key is to internalize power. He says our belief in a higher power or the externalization of same exactly undermines our political and economic power. Number X says whether it's an old or new religion we're going with, it has to be created by us. I can deal in that. I do believe. See, that's the thing I understand with these Europeans. They edited and created the output that they wanted from these institutions, and we should do the same. Now, my X says, I think it depends on whose belief system it is. Christianity and Islam don't empower our people because we didn't create it. Absolutely. Trigaba 262 earlier said African people had different historical development that did not bring up the need to make the category of atheism. Like there wasn't a section of people called the atheists. Now, I always question that. Maybe there wasn't a section called the atheists, but I gotta believe there was some people who was like, I'm going to take this from a tweet from Exports to Mark on Twitter. You guys check out Exports to Mark. Always dropping some nice history on Twitter. Exports to Mark said something like, I gotta believe there's some Africans who was like, this mommy water thing. I don't really mess with that. I don't really believe in that too tough. So I gotta believe there was non-believers and people who rejected some of these things, even in Africa back in the day. Now, were they organized in some way, categorized? Maybe not. But I gotta believe folks was like, you know what, that mommy water thing, nah. You know what I mean? With that said, let's go to Bwana Hagazigi.
Yeah, yes, sir. So I fall in the same category as as you and Brother Hezekiah. You know, I consider myself to be agnostic, not for the reasons of the whole Abrahamic faiths, because I dispelled with them a long time ago. I don't believe in none of them Abrahamic faith. My quarrel is with whether I should dump the African religions in the garbage can as well. And I don't necessarily want to I don't want to throw my ancestors' beliefs in spirituality in the garbage can in terms of reason and the whole logical thinking. You know, so I don't want to displace that completely. But I've heard the some of the atheistic arguments, and me and some of my atheist brothers get in contentious conversations about in terms of atheism. In particular, I can think about one, you know, as far as him being, he's completely converted to atheist cause. But for me, my argument with atheists in terms of what I have heard is they are suggesting that you are able to create uh, organization, are able to create order out of chaos. And this has always been my problem with them. Because when we start with the Big Bang Theory, this whole idea, the Big Bang Theory, and from the Big Bang you could create order, I don't buy that argument. I have problems with that argument because it's almost the same as me taking a bunch of scrap metal into a scrap metal heap dump area and then throwing a grenade inside of it and then driving out with a limousine. You know what I mean? How does that happen? I don't believe that. This is my problem with the atheists because they have not convinced me in a reasonable way where I am convinced to where you could leave that to just reason and to say, well, we are able to create a order out of chaos. I can't buy. I don't buy that argument. I think that there has to be some intelligence about the world. I don't know where it comes from, and I cannot explain it as yet. This is the reason why I sit on the agnostic fence. Now, people may say they have the issues about it. Maybe so, but this is where I am right now. But as far as the Abrahamic faith, I have dispelled with that a long time ago. You know, I'm not with that bandwagon anymore, and I have my reasons historically for that. But this is where I sit in terms of the whole argument itself. In terms of reasonable and scientific thinking, where it could prove itself to be beneficial. I think that these are things that we can hold on to, and even in the Abrahamic faiths, there are many Islamists who was alchemists. You know what I mean? They play with the world. They introduce many sciences and arts to the world through that faith and religion. If you study historically about what they would have done in terms of Spain, etc., etc., etc. But I can't. I don't feel at this time that I could use the Abrahamic faith to innovate in forwarding the cause of our people in the black world. I don't believe that to be possible right now. I think that we could. I think that there are some things that possibly we could do in terms of African spirituality that could forward our people, but it can't be this white Jesus at the helm of it. No way, no way. Because I believe that we are in a competition, and if we are in a competition, we must have some programming, conditioning, and training where we are going to be the ultimate at the end of the day, as the Chinese do, as the Indians do. So I think that we have to be at the helm of that. But that's my arguments in terms of atheism and other things. But I'll leave it there.
I'll say this. I agree with you that we have to go back to our African spiritualities. We have to study it further. This idea that the Ifa put down some stories and some stories back in the day, and we still following that today. I want to know, and in fact, I'd like to even be one of the alchemists who toy around with that faith or any African spirituality and see what comes out of it. I do believe we got to put in work in those areas. I think this idea, and I think I talked about this recently, This idea that we just following what some people did 3,500 years ago, 6,000 years ago, and just leaving it at that and continuing on that stuff. I personally, I can't accept it. I can't accept that. I think, like Oni says, shout out to Oni, by the way. Oni must be in court right now in Tanzania. If you know, you know. I think there's much randomness to this stuff, but I would like to be one of those people who try to sit down and find some order, right? And find what can I get out of the study of this thing, the alchemy of it. So I do agree with that. Trigapi262 in the chat says some creation stories coincide with the Big Bang Theory, which is why I say the spiritual and the profane were intertwined, and atheism is definitely more of these people's thing, right? Does anyone else want to add something here? Does Forecast want to add more about spookism here?
I'll just say, why can't people say I don't know? That's all.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Just
Nobody
say I don't know. I'm sorry, Forecast. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was all I was saying. Nobody knows. Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Yeah,
with
no one knows. This pastor stand up in church on a pulpit telling you what will happen because you grind two gals at the same. Like, what are you talking about, soldier? Have you died and gone to heaven or hell? Like, what are you talking about? Because you grind.
Yeah, that's what they ignore. That's what the agnostics are saying. The agnostics are saying we don't know. You know what I'm saying? We know. Yeah, so that's where I am with it. That's where I am with it. And as far as order out of, I'm sorry, did I interrupt somebody from talking?
I think Tan was about to speak, but there was
go ahead, Tan.
Go ahead, Bana, finish your thought.
Oh yeah. So as far as order out of chaos, the sun sits strategically in a distance that it doesn't completely consume the earth. Completely consumes her is where is we are in, is it revolve the earth revolves and does what it does, and it stands in complete at a position where it doesn't completely consume the earth. The seas don't overrun. It does sometimes, but it doesn't overrun the land itself, in a very random way all the time. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't do it. I find that there is some order to the universe. I find that there is. And I'm saying, why does that exist? Why does that exist? So there are questions that I have that I can't necessarily answer outright. And scientists have not been able to answer as yet. So until that is as such, I believe that there is some intelligent design to the universe. I believe so. So this is the reason why I'm a fence sitter. Yeah, and if people say I'm a fence sitter, that's fine. I'm saying that the arguments that I've heard from atheists so far has not been so convincing that has completely brought me to their cause. Nor so of African spirituality, because even in African spirituality, there's some reason and sense to that as well. So this is the reason why I'm a fence sitter. And until I do more research and study for myself, I'll continue to be a fence sitter. So I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at with it too. I mean, there is some order that you can see, but there's some randomness too. I watched a story on Facebook the other day of a small child, man, small black kid dying, and it's like, why does he die? But you got some asshole somewhere who's a leader in one of these countries, Africa or wherever. You know what I mean? And he's prospering, being one of the most evil son of a guns. Like there's just some randomness to this shit. We got to be real about it. So I don't know, and so I'm not going to stand up here or anywhere and tell people what to do as if I know. And that's the audacity of religion, especially Abrahamic religions, that some shit about heaven or hell or whatever that you ain't been there. One of the greatest lessons I spoke about my grandparents. One of the greatest lessons I got in life was from my grandfather, who was originally a Methodist and then became an Anglican type of guy, but he was a realist too. He said to me, has anyone died and come back and tell you what's on the other side? I say no. He said, all right then. You understand? All right then. you just take all this shit with a grain of salt and navigate your way as best as possible. But what I would say is we need to be a little bit more active in our indigenous spiritualities to try to discern more information as opposed to just sitting down and accepting something that was divined 4, 5, 6, 10,000 years ago. In the chat, D-Web says the problem is spirituality is self-encompassed. It can be empowering, but most people want to avoid accountability. Amen. They want a quote-unquote savior or someone to absolve them. Knowledge of self must come first. Nama X says to D-Web, the beautiful thing about most or all African spirituality, there's no savior complex. And that's something I kind of like too. In fact, not kind of. That's something I like too. It's on you. He says African spirituality is about the solutions those quote-unquote powers or divinities used, and how you can use it in your life the same way they used it. Webb says, yeah, but you have to break that conditioning. Yeah. He said, Nama says African spirituality is about becoming divine yourself, never about waiting. Sister Ross says, you want truth? Them should read the oldest Bible, the Ethiopian Bible. See, yeah, I still ain't even know. I used to be on that Ethiopian Bible stuff. I'm not on that at all. Chigabi 262 says, I think the more convincing or more beneficial belief is that the universe is a higher power in a sense. Right. I look at the cosmos as the higher power. I've talked about my kind of belief in terms of energies and that kind of thing. But that's essentially it. I look at the universe as the higher power. And it's not about some magical thinking, but more about respecting the universe. House Rally Podcast says that's my issue as well. The I'm highly blessed and favored syndrome. It's sickening, to be honest. Trigapi 262 says that's what I always think the purpose of our spirituality is, to have reverence for everything around you. And most of our spirituality believes existence is God itself. Again, atheism in the bin. Let's hear from Tan, because she was about to say something earlier. Tan, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to, they don't know. I think it's okay not to know. And on the other hand, on the other next level, it's okay to just make things up, because that's what all these people have been making up all these years. Like you said, nobody really knows. So all these answers, they're just made up. Some human beings, or a bunch of them, or a series of them throughout the ages, they sat down. It's like watching the Marvel universe. 200 years ago, somebody might just take up all that stuff and start believing in it and saying, there used to be, a tall guy, and what happened to, the people who lived, there was a snap and so on. And, when our civilization ceases to be and something else replaces it, those will be their, explanations for what happened if they don't have all the answers. And, we can't really have all the answers about the past. So, and they may make up their own gods. Men make gods, not the other way around. So if they can come up with all these gods, we should also be able to come up with our own, especially those that will work for us and who will, empower us as a people. So I think that, just like with atheism, if it means, living something that is, maybe not the right fit, that might work for a while. So with agnosticism, it's better to just say you don't know rather than to pretend you do. But I think for the future generations, it will be up to them to, actually create, not so much makeup, as to create, a spiritual and social system that, that works for the people, that brings the people together, but also that gives dignity and meaning to life, which is, what religion tries to do. Yeah. That's all I had to say.
I appreciate that. The problem I have with making it up is that usually that tends to crumble and become porous. Like the people who talked about the Anunnaki, these lizard people, like that's been completely trashed, for example, right? I forget the white boys and them who was making that shit up. But that's like been completely trash, even though it was loosely based on some Sumerian, I think it's Sumerian.
His name was David Icke. David Icke.
David Icke. That's it. David Icke. Yeah. They've kind of trashed that shit to pieces by now. You don't really hear people talking about it, except a couple of black folks who are under the spell, right? That's my issue with the making up part. I prefer you just say you don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see what's what. But let's welcome in our brethren here, the pro-black perspective. Oni, how are you this week, man? How's Tanzania?
Shit. Actually, I learned a new word. Apparently, in Swahili, to say trouble is shida. So now I can be like shida. Anyway, yeah. Woo, I'll tell you. Oh yeah, I got some drama. What'd you say, Tanzania?
Yeah, I said yeah. Shida is trouble. So you must
exactly. So now that's what I'm doing. I'm just saying shit. Yeah, I'm exploring the land. But yeah, I'm exploring the land, huh?
I see that. But
yeah.
What's for you today?
Oh yeah, so let's talk about this. I missed out on the prompts because it's like 8 a.m. here, and my boy's sleeping, I guess. But yeah, I mean, like what Bwana was saying earlier about, how could there be some order among disorder? I'm thinking more along the lines of probability, and how sometimes something can appear like order even in disorder.
Right.
Kind of like when you look at the sky and you see the clouds, right? Some of the clouds have like no shape, and then one of the clouds could look like Denzel Washington. You know what I mean? And if you sit back and say, well, look at that, that's intelligent design because that cloud clearly looks like Denzel Washington, whereas no other cloud looks like that, right? Then what happens is that you're kind of adding meaning to no meaning, because all of the clouds are randomly shaped and probably randomly look like something, right? But because we have this sort of bias towards looking at, one example of order, then we're going to then we expand it to, well, now there has to be something ordering everything, right? But like, if you really look at like the planet, if you will, right? When it comes to like animals, like humans, right? There's only like one of us, or there were other hominids, but still, like when it comes to like intelligent life, like humans, like they're not really prevalent, and some things are plants, some things are amoebas, some things are roaches, not everything became like us. And so a lot of what I see with regard to the religions is that they kind of want to place us as something special, something unique, but we're only one planet of, let's say trillions, and we're just one species of trillions, or billions, right? And for me, it's like for us to say, well, there is this God that is human, right? But we are just one species of billions on this planet, one species of one planet of trillions, for one star of quadrillions, if you will, right? Like for me, that's already testing the boundaries of logic. It's okay I think it's okay for us to say, hey, you know what, this is just a coincidence, right? This is just a coincidence, and it's not that some human God, created something a billion years ago, right? Created a universe a billion years ago for a billion years later to, create dinosaurs and then kill them off, and then create, amoebas and then kill them off, and create this also that humans could be made in his image or her image or whatever. But, again, it's like, it's so nonsensical that to me, it's like, it's I always thought it was just a children's story, and I think it has some utility for children because you say, hey, look, why do you get to kill the goat? Why do you get to slaughter the goats or raise the goats? Well, because you're human and you're divine and all that kind of stuff, right? I see the utility there, but I don't see the factuality there. That I don't really necessarily see that the human is really above the goat, but I understand that as humans, we have to justify why we're above the goat. Just like the lion has to justify why they're above the gazelle or why they don't eat lions. So you form a code, but it's not to say that it's true that the lion is better than the gazelle, and it's not to say that it's true that the human is better than the goat. It's just that you are a human, right? And so for your survival, you have to consume animals and plants and sometimes bugs or whatever, right? And I just see that as we're just rationalizing the irrational. That's what I would say.
I'll give folks on the panel a chance and folks in the chat to respond to what Oni, aka Black Ron Jeremy, had to say.
I don't know who that is.
A porn star. But anyway, who does anyone on the panel want to comment to that?
I just want to say there was a quote by Albert Einstein. He said that God does not play at dice. And I guess to interpret that just means there is an order to the state of things. Einstein was an atheist himself, but I guess he understood that there was some level of organization that exists within the universe. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, let me speak about that. So when he was talking about what Einstein's quote was about with regard to quantum mechanics, where in quantum mechanics, the observation is that the universe is really random, and that there was no way for anyone to know the position and let's see, I think it's position and speed, or maybe position and velocity of a particle without measuring it. That there is no way to know something without measuring it. As opposed to in classical mechanics, where it's like, where is Mercury right now? Where Mercury is based off of where it was, whatever. Or you could find out where something is based off of blah, blah, blah. But in quantum mechanics, you cannot know what something is until you measure it. And then after you measure it, it's almost as if it was always in that state, So it's to say that like before you measure it, you're like, I have no idea what this is. And then after you measure it, it's always been moving at this speed and moving at this velocity. And it's just such a bizarre, it's such a bizarre and random thing that, so that's what Einstein was saying. He was like, yeah, this is just so unbelievable because it goes against all that we, all that the Westerners knew about physics at that point. But like, I think actually what Einstein's quote really emphasizes the fact that actually, yeah, the universe is really random, and that actually there is like a dice mechanic going on, in a sense.
Yeah, that's how
I'll have this conversation with Oni.
Go ahead.
I'll have this conversation with Oni. Yeah, I'll have this conversation, a scientific conversation with Oni when he gets back.
Now let's listen to Jeremy. Let's call me Jeremy.
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with Black Ron Jeremy when he gets back to the United States. Until then, you just take lots of pictures and videotape whatever you're doing. So I can't have a serious conversation with Oni right now. I'm sorry, I just can't do it.
He just changed, but he was like, I'll have a conversation. Wait a second, this is Jeremy actually. Never mind. Apparently I can't. No, I'm not gonna say nothing.
Yeah, let's move on.
Fury.
Let's move on from that. That was a good conversation. We should try to pick up on that again in the future. We're making good time. It looks like we might be able to end early tonight. Let's move to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 says, is there any truth in what the husband is saying? Who is the husband? I guess there's a link attached. Let's check out the link and then discuss it.
Really sure. I'm saying this position.
Yeah.
I'm getting into the position in front of my face right now.
Yeah. Well, the elephant in the room is this, and that
Elephant in the room.
Yeah, the elephant in the room
Wow.
is that
Glad I'm alive.
Okay. Well, this we have to deal with the elephant in the room, and the elephant in the
Pastor,
room.
I'm just be honest with you. Look,
you're
I'm not
giving
gonna come
is
up
not
here and give
worth
y'all all
it.
my money that I make every month. I'm just sorry. I've been fair.
But we're not looking for you to give
I
all
put
your
$20 a week, and then sometimes
Think about
I
it.
feel good. I have
$20 a week is like giving a dollar.
Did I say something? Is that your 10% of your earnings?
That's my business. That's what it is. You get your 10. You get your 10%.
I wrote it down what you made.
Look here.
I wrote it what
Well,
you
she
made.
wrote what you make, and see, it does not reach.
Well, I just see. I got to
anything
just find me.
close to the
I'm not gonna let y'all attack me.
Well, we're not.
You know, I know robbery strong arm.
Let me
You know, you ain't gonna rob me, and I'm agree to it.
Well, let's talk about robbery. In the book of Malachi, it talks about, will a man rob God? He said, "Yea, ye have robbed me in your tithes and offerings." You know, that's where you rob. That's where robbery happens.
Man, let me tell you something. I really don't even believe in the 10%. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I think that was man-made. You feel me? Because back then, when they came up with 10%, ain't nobody had jobs. So where the money come up with 10% at?
Who told you folk didn't have jobs?
What job was? Everybody paying everybody with apples and oranges and bananas.
They had jobs. They had livestock. They had
What black folks you know had livestock?
Don't have to be black.
They had a half a pig with one leg.
Don't have to be black folk, but black folks had livestock all throughout.
The ones that had sense.
You got to pay them.
You probably had it.
You gonna have to
Well,
pay
let me
them
share.
guys.
I didn't have it.
Let me share this. Let me share this with you because I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about
And I'm not neither.
some money because the church is well taken care of before you came. We're trying to allow you to be blessed because the blessings of the Lord, according
Bless,
to
giving my money away, Pastor ain't gonna bless me.
You're not giving it away. You're doing what God say do with it. You're not giving it away.
You got a chair and a desk in here too?
I don't need nothing to tell you the
Let me
truth.
share with you what happens normally when people don't tithe. When people don't tithe, normally they'll end up being sick. They'll take it to the doctor. They'll take it to the dentist. And
That's
they
why I
don't
tithe.
because God is going
I
to
tithe.
eventually get His.
That's why I tithe.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
give it to him. He's gonna get it some way, somewhere. Car breakdown, hospital, child get sick.
Well, I bought the car from you.
Where is it still up?
Yeah, it's still up.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, it shouldn't break down. I bought it from you. You the one sold me the car.
You had to put a
Y'all
part
is
on
a
that
part of all my life. Y'all know that,
car.
right?
Yeah, you had to buy new tire for that car. Quit lying now. You had to buy new tire for that car, and you had to buy.
I ain't
part for
talking
that car.
about that, Melissa. Stay out of grown man. But you shouldn't even be in here talking about my money. No way.
Your money is our money. I
see.
I put that money there for you and
Now
me.
the part with me grabbing the collection box, I'm sorry, but some had went in there that belongs to me, and it took everything in me not to go in that
So
box.
what you're saying, you just want it changed.
Exactly. And everybody walking around acting like there's no change to be given. You know. So, I just
what?
I wanted my change. I wanted my change. Yes, I wasn't finna put no whole $100 and I ain't got but $100 left.
Tell Minister Jones about change in this church.
We don't get change back.
I know it. Y'all look like y'all don't get change.
I talked to you about that Sunday before last. We don't get change. When you stick it in that box,
I didn't stick it in there.
Well, when your wife stuck it in there.
Well, that ain't my hand.
And let me.
And I feel like I got robbed. I started calling the police.
Let me spring some up right now, brother Terry. That's my sister. Don't be talking to her like that. I don't refuse. I hate that. I've been listening at you talk to her all type of ways. Don't do that no more. You gonna have to speak to me personal.
That's his sister.
See, folks don't say that stuff you do at the house. You come to the God at the house.
No, that's his
I must be sitting here. It must be look like I'm sitting here doing jumping jacks or something.
Well,
ain't no curry in me. What you saying to me? That's your sister, but this is my wife. And when I'm the man of mine, I pay the bills in mine. I hate we having this conversation in church. But you brought it to my attention. You need to let me know when you pull up next time at my house.
When money go in that box, I put that money there for you.
You not need to say nothing else today.
Hey,
to me.
Terry. Now I'm not gonna listen at that no more.
Cause you
Now,
gave these folk my check stub.
Hold on. Don't do that no more. Please don't do that.
Y'all
no
look
more.
alike too.
Yeah, we do. We supposed to. We family.
You'll catch it later on.
Later on. I see we need to speak to each other on a personal thing.
Yeah.
See that.
Yeah. With white beaters on.
I like that kind of asshole behavior right there. We'll talk to each other later on with wife beaters on. I mean, I'm putting hands on you, Pastor. I like that. D-Web in the chat says, where Medea at? Nama X laughed. D-Web says, where Medea at? Nama says, logic equals my religion. I'd rather follow his religion. Yeah, one thing I'll tell you, man. You see how Bana drinking that Bana and myself actually drinking that Appleton? That those spirits make you free up your tongue and speak the truth and speak the gospel. You understand? That's my religion right there. Webb said this is a Tyler Perry movie scene or what? Now my ex says this is why they don't like the men to have a voice in families. This country don't want the man to bring common sense and logic back to the community. So you guys, Nama X earlier said the church is the mafia. He says, give me your 10% or God will kill you. That's the church. He says he's drunk as all heck, but he's speaking with truth. Ha, ha, ha. You guys see the prompt. Is there truth in what the husband is saying? Let's start with our boy, Oni. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, at first I was a little sad because I'm like, damn, this brother getting robbed. So hold on a second. His wife was there? And his wife was the sister of like the deacon or something. Yeah. And she pulled $100 out of his pocket. And now, shit. And he didn't even know that was his, like, damn, bro. Like,
and he was trying to get changed.
Yeah, he went to get changed. But it's like, how you don't know that your wife is the sister of the deacon, you know, or the pastor or whoever it was. But it's like, how you don't know. And then now she's there. Yeah, and here's my thing. It's like she's there. The deacon or whomever, right? I don't know if it's a deacon or the pastor. I don't know, but let's say the pastor, right? The pastor sold him the car he's using, and now when he needed a tire change, like he was getting his whole life controlled, and his wife was doing it with the assistance of the church. And like that's just sad because my man's like it's probably early in the morning and he's drunk. You know what I mean? He's wasted, like after church or during church, because they just running his life, and he don't even have the freedom, and it's his wife like in on it. You know, like that's like low key. That's that's sad. You know, because I mean it's funny the way he's talking, funny the way he's articulating and all that stuff, but like realistically, these people been robbing him, right? And his wife was making sure of it. Like the church was like so into his life that they even like he even like married a woman from there, and she was actively just pulling money out of his wallet to where he's not even comfortable. You know, like for me that was actually like it was sad. It was a little funny. But it was sad, you know. I mean, I think he was right about, yo, that's my wife, you know. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disrespect the woman. Y'all see, I kind of might just hide. but anyway, because I'm not finna like, attack a woman, right? But I'm not finna like, what am I doing? Like, what? I'm a strong guy, but it ain't for that. You know what I mean? And you never know what happens in a foreign country. But you said what?
I said Oni will take her to court, but continue, Oni. Go ahead.
Exactly. You take a damn ass to court, man. Shit, boy. All right. But anyway, but yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm telling his brother to take these people to court, like, period. Because like realistically, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I would just see that's the trouble too. Like, how you gonna get divorced? Like, the divorce is in the church. Like I would get if somebody come in my pocket, pull out $100 to give to somebody else. Like, ain't no way. This is like theft. Talking about, oh, we don't give change after he didn't even pull the money out of his wallet. Like, somebody could take money out of your wallet and then they're like, "Oh, you don't get no change for that." From somebody else, still like that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, homie needs a divorce, and he needs to go to a new church because this is like this is the like I don't really follow religions like that, but this is already like the worser part of religions. You know, just how they give you that bullshit, and they keep giving you that bullshit. You know, because like you were talking about the last prompt. You know, this cosmos is gigantic and all that kind of stuff, but you believe that all these rules were written by some desert folk 2,000 years ago, but there was whole civilizations prior to that. But you believe that some desert nomads wrote the truth that you need to abide by. You know, that's where it becomes fudged up. That's all I'll say.
I appreciate that. Only forecast.
Oh wait, y'all don't see my internet's a little better? Y'all don't see my internet's a little better? But all right, never mind.
No, it is good. It is good, Oni. We do see it. We do see it, bro.
Forecast, what say you?
I mean, I'd say, yo, it's interesting how the the preacher at first he brought out Malachi talking about how God got robbed for tithes or something, then by the end, he automatically resorted to fighting. But it's interesting those tithes ain't blessed him enough to not have to, take it to that level. But I understand defending your sister and stuff like that. But that's the thing. I know my brother Bukhari kind of get mad when people talk about churches, but the churches today is a long way away from what they used to be. And, they don't do things for the community. And you see like, oh yeah, you see they I ain't gonna say robbing them, but yeah, if they ain't gonna give him his money back, that's robbing them. But, but I don't know, man. The church is a long way away. And then with that 503c3, and then the preachers letting in political people that may not even help their community, but I think it's become more of a hustle, and they used to be for Black Power, but it's not nowhere near that now. So, but I'll pass the mic.
I think I may have forgotten to post it too. We talked about that pastor in Brooklyn. I'm looking at the community tab. I think I forgot to put it up. But that pastor in Brooklyn we talked about on Shoot the Breeze some months ago, who got robbed during a service. They actually charged that guy with fraud and stuff the other day. They locked him up. That's been the con game. This preacher in this story here, in this prompt, this guy sold his brother-in-law a lemon with the brother, with the wife or his sisters knowing, in my opinion, based on what's being said. And the dude put in some money and tried to get some change back, and it was like a no-no. I find all that kind of stuff kind of sickening when it comes to this religion thing, but I digress. Tanzan, what say you?
I mean, it looks like this, the woman, whether it's his wife or the sister, whatever, he like she set him up for a financial ambush. It's like she went and, told his business to the church. And for a second, I thought that this was the courts, like the child, what is it? The payments, the child custody payments. I thought like he was like a deadbeat dad, that the law was finally catching up with him or something like that. So, wow, it's almost like a church mafia, like they're sending, pay your tithe, or, your kneecaps gets broken or something. But, I like his, his drunken reasoning. He actually, he can talk back to them, and he actually makes some funny sense, especially when he says like, how do you all calculate that 10% when nobody was working? I've never thought about it, but yeah, that's true. You have these people who are in the desert, who are they're actually calculating percentages and knowing exactly how much they got that month and doing the accounts and so on out in the desert. But yeah, he's a funny guy. So unfortunately, he's surrounded by just a den of vipers. Those people want every single last cent of his money. So, good luck to him.
I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm done, sorry.
I appreciate that, Tan. Let's hear from Carl Hezekiah. What say you, brother?
Well, first of all, I want to applaud that brother's self-restraint. Because, yeah, I'm coming in and I'm kicking everybody's ass. Because how you going to go in this man's wallet and take money? You don't know what type of bills he got, what type of responsibility. This is my problem with organized religion. They don't exist to serve the needs of the people. They are robbing the communities. The black community is the poorest community, and we got a church on every fucking corner. What are these people doing? If I was him, I would never set foot in a church again. If I'm going to hell, I'm going to hell. I don't care. But this is just what, and they try to strong arm this dude. They're trying to surround this guy and press in on him. Man, please. Man, please. I want smoke. I don't even know this guy, and I want smoke. Man, wow. I don't know. Me and my wife, we have to have a conversation. I don't know if we can continue this relationship. I really would have to consider this relationship because
I agree.
She knows that her family was in the church. She knew exactly what she was doing. And the whole thing about conspiring to sell him a sorry car. And then what the dude was saying was like, if you don't pay your tithes, God's gonna get it anyway. You're gonna have a health problem or your car is gonna break down. It's just, I don't know, the way people worship God or Yahweh or Jehovah, he really does seem like a big bully. He really just seemed like an abusive husband when you really look at God. You got to worship me, and if you don't, bad things gonna happen to you. But I love you. But if you don't listen to, I'm gonna send you to eternal torment. Oh, and you got to give me 10% of your money. Come on, man, that's an abusive relationship. I'm done. Just disgusting. I'm done.
I feel your anguish there, Carl. Let's welcome in our boy Gas them up this week. Gas, what say you this week? How are you, first of all? Unmute your mic, Gas. All right, maybe Gas is not there. Let's go to Buana Gaziki. Buana, what say you?
Yeah, for me, as Brother Bakari say, we try to support Black business as much as we could, and this is a Black business, so I'm leaning towards trying to support this church and that Black business struggle that they have going on. Let me say this in all seriousness. I have a question for the brothers who listen, and the sisters, by the way. I forget time. If this, because I'm seeing it from the lady's perspective, the wife's perspective, and I'm asking the question: if she is taking a $100 bill, right, and paying it to the church in her faith or whatever, as opposed to this gentleman right here taking that money and go spending some that money to buy some Hennessy or Jim Beam and some menthol cigarettes, what would be the better solution? Because he's obviously gonna buy that instead of, he's obviously wanting that change because he looked like he wanted that change to go get that, you know what I mean, to get more drunk, and she'll have a bigger drunk on her hands, and maybe she believes that this money that she's gonna give to church is gonna be better spent as opposed to spending that money on Jim Beam, you know what I mean, or some liquor or some menthol cigarettes, which you in turn really spending it in white companies anyways. You're giving it back to the white companies anyways, and it's going to destroy this man's health in the long run. So I'm asking, what would be better? I understand the best solution would be for him to keep that money in his pocket, but that's not the reality you're dealing with. The reality you're dealing with is with a drunk guy who obviously seems to be, interested in liquors. So what is the best solution for this scenario? Because ultimately she's gonna have to contend with that, and maybe she don't want a drunk ass man on her hand at the end of the night. So I don't know. Who knows?
Well, what is church doing?
The church ain't really doing shit. The church is gonna, instead of him spending that money on Jim Beam in a liquor store and buying menthol cigarettes, which is gonna harm him and harm his health, maybe he's gonna live a little bit longer on the planet by giving it to the church. You know what I mean? And not spending it to the liquor store. Who knows?
But maybe he lives a little bit happier. See, that's something we gotta. A friend of mine's pointed out to me before. What's better? This man living longer or this man living happier with the time that he has? I say live happy. If this man want to drink Jim Beam and smoke 2-3 squares, let him smoke a square.
Spoken,
you know,
like a true husband. Spoken like a true husband. But the wife might have want him to be around a little bit longer for the children. Would you say to her?
I say to her, go to church.
I hear that.
No, but wait, hold on a second. So what I would say, I would add, the reality is this though. This man is working for his money. You don't know how much he earns an hour if he earns even that. So let's pretend like it doesn't matter. He worked multiple hours, whatever he's doing to make $100. He's not making $100 an hour. And even if he was making $100 an hour, that's still an hour of his labor, right? Going into whatever. And then for somebody to just say, hey, that time that you spent, give that money away against your own consent, even though you had to work to make, like you had to work several hours, to make that money. Possibly even for him, could have been several days to make $100 and just give it away without his consent and be like, this is better for you, right? Even though that was him working for possibly multiple days, if you consider taxes, right? Possibly multiple days to make that money. All of those days mean nothing, and they're given to the church. Instead of like what Coco was saying, instead of just saying, hey, look, this guy worked multiple days, and after his shift, he wants to just relax and enjoy himself. I'm not saying because he could be a high earner where he only worked 20 seconds, and he made $100, right? He could do that, and that's a possibility. But even so, even if he did only work 20 seconds and made $100, that's still 20 seconds of his time. And it's for him to decide. Now, I do agree. Hey, look, if you're in a marriage, maybe you both should decide. But her just pulling money out of his pocket and giving it away is not both of them deciding. And the reality is that even if you were to say, hey, both of you should decide on what I do with my earnings based off of my labor, right? The reality is this, that the person who should really have the final decision on where your money goes based off of your labor is you. You know what I mean?
Only
what
if he spends it on crack?
You said what?
What if he buys crack?
You said what if he? Yeah, well, I mean, again, that's his labor. You get what I'm saying? Okay. It's his labor and his decision. It's like, for instance, I could tell you guys, like for instance, like here in Tanzania, some lady, there's not even that, but like somebody showed me the directions.
Don't even go there.
Some lady showed me the directions to where I could get some food. The food cost maybe 2,000 shillings, right? I didn't have any change to give her money for walking me to the store. So I gave her 10,000 shillings. Okay, wasted damn money because the food was like only a total of maybe 5,000, 6,000, but I gave her 10,000. Old lady, right? That's a waste of money, but it's my money to waste. You know what I mean? And the thing is that this guy probably is working a hard job. I'm not even working when I'm in Tanzania because I can't, right? This dude's probably working a hard job. And for us to be like, well, you can't spend your money how you want to spend your money. Why not? Well, we gotta look out for your health. If you're looking out for my health, then but you're not, unless you're the doctor, you're not looking out for my health. You know what I mean? I mean, if the issue is that, this is why I also say, this is why I emphasize with people, if you're going to marry somebody, if you're going to form a relationship with somebody, vet them beforehand. If they don't match your money philosophy, do not marry them. He made a mistake in marrying her. She made a mistake in marrying him. I mean, I don't even know because, again, we don't know if he's buying crack. But, like, if you are in a relationship with somebody who's buying crack, because I remember one time I made a joke about crack and someone was like, I can't even talk to you, right? And I was just like, what, you really think I'm taking crack? And she's like, oh, but, crack is a serious thing. And I'm like, I didn't even know it was that serious. But, like, if you are, like you should not be marrying people that you feel are not financially responsible. That's your mistake already. right? He made a mistake in marrying into this church where the woman was already a pastor. That was his mistake, right? But for us to sit back and be like, you can't spend your money the way, like, you can't take crack. Yes, you can. I just wouldn't form a relationship with you. But you can do that. That, like, nobody can tell you that you have to work and then you have to spend according to how you want to, like, according to how somebody else tells you to spend. Right? That's not a, like, that's not a thing. You know, for you to work for somebody else's, like, for somebody else. Like for you to not work for your own, like in this economic system, that's not a thing. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I see we're only going with that, by the way. But I would also say that
You see how good head glowing a little?
no,
I'm
I see where you're going with that. I would also say that we keep calling it the church, but she's really taking that money from the husband to give to her brother. If we be real honest about this, she's giving that money to the brother. You know what I mean? And I don't agree with that bullshit whatsoever. Let me see if Gas come up is here. Is Gas here? Gas came on the panel and just fell asleep. That's real black gentleman of him. All right. Is there any last thoughts anyone wants to add here? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me. Make sure you guys check out all the other podcasts on KWAZ Radio. And don't forget,
hey, Koku, hold on. Can you hear me, Koku? I didn't fall asleep. Pardon me. I'm just driving. I got off the airport, got off the plane, so I just got in. And just want to say, happy Christmas and Merry New Year to all of you.
All right, Gas. Gas, did you happen to see this prompt that we did?
I saw a little bit of it, but what I will say is, again, grown adult men do not sit there and consult their women like babies. I saw a video you guys should check out. There's a guy, he's a cool guy. He's called Black Man the Traveler. He travels all over the world. He's from the UK. He's half Ugandan, half Tanzanian. And he was just in Pakistan. He was just in Afghanistan. Watch those videos. See how those Pakistani men act. See how those Afghani men act. That should be a standard. I'm not saying they're perfect, but they don't sit down there and say, happy wife, happy life. So we got to be men again. That's all I want to say.
All right. Sister Ross said she's looking to buy 2 barrels of black seed oil. Is it there? I think she's talking to Oni about Tanzania, if she could get black seed oil. I'm guessing she's talking to Oni. I'll let Oni respond to that in the chat.
Well, shit, I got a farm, so no, listen to
that. Thanks, Gas, for that response. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. Hopefully, Gas can catch more of this so you can have more to say. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is a movie clip no one seemed to have a genuine issue with. Analyze this and explain why these things are never addressed. It slipped under the radar. This comes with a link. Let's check it out.
Mrs. Miller, we may have a problem.
Oh, I thought there must have been a reason you wanted to see me. Principal's a big job. I just want to say, though, it's just till June.
Excuse me?
Whatever the problem is, Donald just has to make it till June. Then he's off into high school.
Right.
If Donald can graduate from St. Nicholas, he has a better chance of getting into a good high school. And that would mean an opportunity at college.
I don't see anything at this time standing in the way of his graduating with his class.
Well, that's all I care about.
I doubt that.
Try me.
I paused it real quick just to say fair use. fair use, and you guys who post the prompts, be very careful about these trailers and whatnot. This is from Miramax Films. This is called Doubt by Meryl Streep and Viola Davis. Be very careful how you post these things as prompts, because I think we've been doing well tonight, but I'm sure YouTube is going to hit me for this shit too, even though I'm saying fair use. But in the future, be mindful of these prompts for me. I'm going to continue playing. You guys let me know if the stream gets cut or something like that, so I could take it off the screen.
I am concerned about the relationship between Father Flynn and your son.
You don't say concern. What do you mean concern?
That it may not be right.
Well, there's something wrong with everybody, and that soul got to be forgiven. I work right there.
I am concerned, to be frank, that Father Flynn may have made advances on your son.
May have made.
I can't be certain.
No evidence?
No.
And maybe there's nothing to it.
I think there is something to it. I think Father Flynn gave Donald that altar wine.
Why would he do that?
Has Donald been acting strangely?
No. Nothing.
So we see this is via. Thanks, D-Web. That's a good suggestion, by the way. So we see that this is one of these performances from Viola, who I like. I like Viola Davis a lot. This is another one of these the help type performances, I guess. This is from 2008, apparently. This is a 7-minute clip from Doubt featuring performances from Oscar-nominated actresses Meryl Streep for Best Actress and Viola Davis, Best Supporting Actress, now available on DVD and Blu-ray. So I didn't know about this film. It's been out a minute now. But it's another one of these kind of help performances that I'm me personally, kind of tired of, to be honest, right? Kind of tired of. I'm going to continue playing it. Hopefully it's not 7 minutes of the whole. Hopefully it's not 7 minutes of the film, which I think it is. So I'm going to have to pause it a couple more times.
He's been himself.
Look, sister, I don't want any trouble.
I'm not sure you completely understand.
I think I understand the kind of thing you're talking about, but I don't want to get into it.
What's that?
Look, I only have a few minutes. Not to be disagreeing, but if we're talking about something floating around between this priest and my son, it ain't my son's fault.
Oh, I'm not suggesting
He's just a boy.
I know.
12 years old. If someone should be taking blame, it should be the man, not the boy.
I agree with you completely.
You're agreeing with me, but I got called to the principal, if you know what I'm saying.
I am concerned about Donald's welfare.
You honestly think that priest gave Donald that wine to drink?
Yes, I do.
Then how come my son got kicked off the altar boys if it was a man that gave it to him?
Boy got caught. The man didn't.
I find it funny. I was on mute. I'm not familiar with the film, but I find it funny the responses that they give this black woman at hearing that her son was.
Oh, cool. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Yeah, but that her son was potentially molested by a Catholic priest, and she's kind of normal about it. I just kind of hate these kind of films. It reminds me of Good Times. Good Times had some scenes that were similar to that too. Drop a 1 in the chat for me if you're familiar with this film and the plot, etc. Drop a 1 if you're familiar. I'll play a few more seconds.
So you give my son the blame. No problem, my son getting blamed, and you know why that is.
Let me talk.
Sister, you ain't going against no man in a robe and win. He's got the position.
And he's got your son.
Let him have him then.
What?
It's just till June.
Do you know what you're saying?
No more about it than you.
I believe this man is creating, or may have already brought about, an improper relationship with your son.
I don't know.
I know. I am right.
Why you gotta know something like that for sure when you don't?
What kind of mother are you?
Excuse me, but you don't know enough about life to say a thing like that,
I know
sister.
enough.
You know the rules maybe, but that don't cover it.
I know what I won't accept.
You accept what you gotta accept and you work with it.
This man is in my school.
Well, he's gotta be somewhere. Maybe he's doing some good too.
After the boy.
Well, maybe some of them boys want to get caught. That's why his father beat him. Not the wine.
What are you telling me?
I like how they have the white woman in all disbelief, as if her people historically wasn't on this bullshit. But also, if this was a real life scenario, you guys let me know if you all feel the same. And I was her black son. I heard her say that shit. I'll sting her head right off in front of this nun here. The nun have to pray for me for that bullshit. Barna in the chat said, which black woman advocate for that shit? Never met one. Yeah, I've never seen that shit in my life. I've never seen that in my life, but of course, that's the bullshit that they give us. I don't know what that noise is, but that's the bullshit that they give us, right? I'll play as much as I can. It seems like everyone in the chat can still see the stream. Let me know if you still see the stream.
All I'm gonna say is she.
Boy's nature now. Not anything he's done. You can't hold a child responsible for what God gave him to be.
I'm only interested in actions, Mrs. Miller.
But then there's the boy's nature.
Leave that out of it.
Forget it then. You're the one forcing people to say things. My boy came to your school because they were going to kill him in a public school. His father don't like him. You come to your school, kids don't like him. One man is good to him, this priest. Then does a man have his reasons? Yes. Everybody does. You have your reasons, but do I ask the man why he's good to my son? No. I don't care why. My son needs some man to care about him and to see him through the way he wants to go. And thank God.
Oh, god damn. This is like, I mean, I've never even heard of a black woman like this. But I noticed something in America, too, when you talk about their films. I noticed that there's always this, when the discussion of like homosexuality and stuff comes up, because she's saying that the boy is gay anyway. It doesn't matter if the priest is raping him or not. He's gay anyway, from what they could tell, right? But I noticed there's this in American film. There's this disposability of young black males when they are perceived to be gay, whether they're actually gay or not. You saw that in what's that show with Taraji P. Henson and what's that black man name again? They
Power?
Who?
It was a movie called Power?
Not Power. It was just before Power. They were a family, a music family, and all the black men had bad relationships with women. Anyway, Empire, right? Oh, okay. So the movie clip fucked me again. You see, this is why you guys refresh. This is why I gotta stop I'm gonna have to stop sharing certain things here. Yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing that movie now. But this is why I tell y'all, be very careful what you're sharing as a topic, because clearly it costs me. It cost my channel dearly with this stuff. So this is another episode I can't ever do anything with as far as monetization, by the way. Okay.
But you're clipping it, so all you gotta do is don't put that clip in.
No. I don't think you get it. This episode right now, if I'm not careful, I can't even have this episode on YouTube. Period. It's not about the clipping thing. Clipping is a separate issue. They might hit me like FIFA did. FIFA didn't even give me a chance. And so that episode 79 is not on YouTube, if you notice. And YouTube didn't even give me a chance to edit out or blur or whatever this stuff that's copywritten. So I'm asking all of you, just be careful with this stuff. I went too long with it, and that's on me, I guess. But anyway, yeah. Once I stop sharing on the screen, they'll restore the clip. Yeah, Web, that's a good idea. The problem is I don't have time to watch all these different videos before I come to shoot the breeze. I come to shoot the breeze like you do, like you guys do. I come here, but whatever. It's whatever. Anyway, we saw enough of that to see what it was about. Carl Hezekiah, what were your thoughts on that?
I think it was disgusting, honestly, to see this mother offer up her son, she figured he's gay, it don't matter as long as he's having because I don't know, even if he's gay, he's still not having a consensual relationship. It's an adult versus a child. It's not consensual sex. Wow. Shout out to Viola Davis, man. Sometimes, I like her acting, but some of the roles she plays, like what was that movie she was in?
The Help.
The Help. Oh my gosh. Oh, Viola, you're killing me.
No, she wasn't in The Help, was she?
What movie was that?
That was
You is
Octavia Butler.
kind.
That was The Help.
You is important. What was the one
Both of them were in The Help. That was her breakout role. You is kind. Yeah, that shit there. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think sometimes, how we were talking earlier about, how Black men interact with the system of racism differently than Black women sometimes. I think this woman's willingness to basically get her son just to graduate, get him through June. That's a detestable. But at the same time, looking at it from a wider point of view in the society or the system, that she had to debase her son just so he could have a chance at life. And I think back, our ancestors who experienced violence and humiliation in that type of ways, But yeah, I'm just, wow, let him have him. She said, it's just really just disgusting. But I mean, Viola Davis, she did a good job. She played her part.
I always, Carl, I often wonder, someone's mic is on. I often wonder about these actors too. I know you're paid to play a role, but I wonder how, and I think we did talk about this during the Wakanda Forever review. We did this earlier this week, me and Azuliism. I often wonder, like, do y'all as actors ever read this shit and say, hey man, this is some bullshit. Like, why are we doing this? Like, is there ever a pushback, you think, Carl, towards some of this stuff?
I think so. I think it depends on the certain roles. So like for example, Lupita Nyong'o, she refused to star in The Woman King because some of the roles that were depicted in that movie. I mean, then she turned around and she became a spokesperson for De Beers, which has probably caused more harm to Africans than some fake movie, but whatever. But yeah, I'm sure actors tend to kind of push back against certain things or certain scenes or characters going to play. Yeah, but not enough though. Not enough.
Right. Gas them up. What are your thoughts on this?
Get back to me. Give me like 5 minutes. Get back to me.
All right. Oni, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So I mean, like Carl was just saying, you know, there is pushback, right? But that's the thing. Like you could only push against something you don't believe in. You know, Viola. I mean, I know some people are like, "Yo, it's just acting," and you know, they don't really believe this stuff. Like maybe, but also maybe somebody is convincing them that this is what it is. You know, so like, you know, that whole well, gay is yeah.
No, I'm saying that's a good point. We're talking about them pushing back, but it's probably someone they're convincing them. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I noticed that here, you know, like people. I'm about to talk about this later, but like for instance, a lot of folk here scared of the police. You know what I mean? I go up to the precinct, you know, and I'm just talking like, yeah, man, look, motherfucker, you don't know the fucking law like I know. And he's like, I don't give a shit if you think you know the law. I'm telling you this and so and so. I don't look bad, blah, blah, right? Because I talked to him any type of way, but I was with an interpreter who was like, you know, just like sweating bullets because, you know, the fuck, you know, like shit, this is the police for them, right? For me, it's just, you know, whatever, right? But what I'm saying, like, I'm done with the NYPD, you know what I'm saying? This ain't police, you know what I'm saying? No, but like, what I'm saying is that, like, you could even see that too. Like, you're an actor, you a nobody, you know. Viola Davis, like you said, if that was her breakout role, like you know, I don't really know Viola Davis like that. But if her breakout role was in Help, where she's all, yes, I'm not, like, you know, damn well, she, like, if that's her breakout role, then she wasn't really much before that. She's already like in her 40s. She finna do anything these motherfuckers tell her to do. Because they're like, look, we can make you a star if you do this. And she might be like, well, I don't want to depict my people so negatively. It's like, how is it depicting people negatively? You know, this is a role that you were playing as a help, and this is the past, and we're really trying to inform people, and, you know, all sorts of stuff. And the same thing with this scene. It's like, you could be like, she'd be like, wow, wait, hey, something. You talking about child? You talking about me supporting pedophilia? And she's like, no, it's not that. It's more like you're a strong Black woman, you're a strong Black mother, and you're trying to get your son through education. And, you know, homosexuality is a natural thing, and he's been abused by his father, his good for nothing Black father, and his good for nothing Black public school. And now you have a nice white man who's taking, you know. And she's like, you know what? That's some good logic. Like, because one, we have to remember that not everybody's that smart. Right? And two, you gotta remember that some people are scared. You know, I'm gonna tell you guys what this police was saying, right? You know, later on. I'm gonna tell you guys what this police was saying. It was the most bullshit thing you've ever heard. Okay? And my interpreter was like, that's a good idea. And I was just like, motherfucker, that's a terrible idea. And then they were like, oh yeah, you're right. And it's like it's like, you know, I don't even know the fucking language, and I'm like, that's a fucking stupid idea, right? But like, if you are afraid of the police, right? Or if you're afraid of the director, if you're afraid of the music industry, your intelligence is going to be compromised, right? And not just that, it's like they can come to you with sociologists, writers, you know, the writers can discuss, well, this is what it's really about. This is what it's really, because see, in Viola's defense, even though we're talking about pedophilia, and she knew this, right? Even though we're talking about pedophilia, her character is giving a bunch of arguments as to why this is a good thing. The boy gets to graduate. The boy is getting beat up by his father. The other kids are beating him up because he's homosexual. He's naturally homosexual. All these good arguments that the writers made sure that Viola would articulate, so that Viola is convinced that that's a good thing for a grown-ass white man to molest a Black child. You understand? So Viola is convinced this is a good thing, and now she's convincing millions of Black people everywhere on the planet, right? Because I was when I was watching this, I was thinking this got to be a Netflix film. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be on Netflix, right? But like, I could say this: I was with a family who I think they were pirating Netflix, low key. But I was with this family, and the family was just watching a bunch of Netflix stuff, including like Lord of the Rings and shit. And they were rooting, you know, like I saw like I wasn't really watching with them, but it was like a Lord of the Rings scene where this motherfucker got his head chopped off, and it was a black guy got his head chopped off, and they applauded type shit. So like they are watching media uncritically, right? And they're listening to the media uncritically. And the media that these Americans are putting out, one of them was like some religious argument. Basically, they're listening to it, and it's infusing this American culture. And a part of it is that, yes, the whole scene, right, is designed so that we can sympathize with the homosexual agenda. And that's what's really big back. So whereas we might be like, hey, this white woman's the voice of reason, she's not reason enough. She's weak reasoning, right? Viola's playing around like, oh, I'm humble, empathetic, but she's the logic.
Yes.
In the scene, and that's really what's going on.
No, I agree with that. Only I didn't mean to cut your logic or anything, but that's absolutely correct. The white woman is a feeble resistance to Viola's bullshit, and they know what they're doing with that stuff. And thank you for addressing the prompt in that. How come we, the people, the viewers, or whoever viewed it who was black equals African, how come no one said nothing about it? I don't remember any pushback against this film at all. I think the help came after this. I think the help was like 2010, 2012, somewhere there.
She's not Coco. She's not the only one. Sorry for interrupting you, brother. She's not the only. This is not the only controversial scene that Viola Davis was in. She also acted in a scene with a sex scene with Liam Leeson. You know, so these actresses, they put that degeneracy into the mouths of these actresses, and these actresses are like not only actresses, actors as well, black actors as well. Like they are like puppets. You know what I mean? They're just speaking the words of the degeneracy of the people who create the writing. And see, Viola Davis knows that if she doesn't do it, there is a long line of other black women who will do it. You know, so she probably wants that fame, wants that limelight. She probably has been acting for a very long time. And now she wants that limelight. She wants to be recognized, and she is willing to do anything. And the producers or the people who create these films, they know that. They know that. So they will put any degenerate nonsense into the mouths of these women and make them say these ridiculous things, these justifications of pedophilia. No, not along. There's never been a history. There's never been a history or a group in America of black women who advocates for man-boy love. You know who does that? NAMBLA. NAMBLA is a white organization. So why is the justifications or reasonings for pedophilia ending up in the mouth of a black woman? You know what I mean? These lobbyists lobby hard and put a lot of dollars into these degenerate Hollywood production companies to ensure that and it's interesting that these kinds of opinions and ideas only comes out of the mouths of so-called non-black people. And the innocent white woman, who was a nun, by the way, could you imagine such a thing? She's a nun, by the way, is the person who was shocked by the idea of a grown-ass man having a relationship with a little boy, as if they don't know they do the same thing. In fact, they have more of a history of it than we do. And it's just an interesting notion, but the viewers are not informed, and they know they are not informed. And a lot of white America are willing to accept that the degeneracy is coming from us. You know what I mean? So we are the scapegoat. We are the obvious scapegoat. But I feel like it's a sad day. But Viola Davis is infamous. Not only her, as many other actresses who are willing to put themselves in compromising position for that idea, that limelight. And it's an unfortunate thing. But I'll stop there. I don't want to cut anyone off.
No, I appreciate it, Juan. I appreciate it. I'm just the host here, so I'm just facilitating the conversation, so it's all good. Forecast had to drop off. I was going to go to him next. Let me double back to Gas him up. Gas, are you ready now?
Yeah, I mean, what I was gonna say is that's what happens when you dance. You know, that was the movie a while back with Kevin Costner called. Was it Kevin Costner? Dancing with Wolves or Dances with Wolves? That was it, right? That was a movie a while back.
Yeah, that was Costner.
Yeah. You know, when you dance with Mzungus, this is what happens. I'm not surprised. if you look, I was on this guy's podcast, Dynasty Mir's podcast, for the last year. I've been telling people, I've said it here, when I talk about the Afro beats and that Bollywood being nonsense, they've already come, right? I told you guys on Netflix, you watch those South African shows, they start putting these ambiguous, androgynous male characters, getting rid of the male, not having them be in relationships, single motherhood, all this stuff. And now they're doing it with the Nigerian films. There's this new show on Amazon called Riches. The black father's not in the picture, so it's basically like if you watch HBO, there's a show called Succession. So Succession meets Afro beats meets Scandal. So the main actress is a power African woman, blah blah blah. She's a power broker on her own in America. Her father has a company in the UK. They're African or Nigerian, wherever they are, and she inherits it with her brother. Her brother is part of the whatever orientation. No disrespect to anyone, and so obviously that bloodline is erased. The father dies, so we can't see him. He has a love child. Sorry if I'm spoiling it for you, but he has a love child with his white secretary. He has a second wife with confused children. And I'm just sitting there like, if you tell these people, like if you sat down with these people and you read them Francis Cress Welsing's The ISIS Papers and said, hey, listen, look, no one's telling you not to get your show in Hollywood, but you can have the right of refusal. You don't have to make your people look bad in order to get the bag, right? You're never going to see the film with the Hebrew Hasidic girl from Eastern Parkway who goes to school with the black and the Puerto Rican girl where she starts twerking and shaking her hips and sleeping with black boys. They're never going to let that film come out. But do you think it's empowering to make your people look bad? And so it's just something that we don't really sit there and analyze and think about. And until, and that's why I say shut it. Because it's always this kind of, oh, you got to play the game. And, well, look, you know what? If this is playing the game, then don't play. But, you can't convince. They say the hardest person to show the truth is the new convert. And the new convert believes the hardest. So, hey, you keep dancing with Mazungus, this is what you get. Fela Kuti's son, Femi Kuti, had a song called Oyinbo Don't Kill Africa Finish. It's true. The Oyinbos or the Mazungus have destroyed Africa. They've destroyed blackness. They've destroyed black people. And so, I want to ask you guys quickly. Yesterday's Black Pentagrammers episode, you guys didn't give that much feedback. Was it a bad show? I just want to make sure, but yeah, I'll stop there.
No, I was doing some work while you guys were doing it. So I was doing some work and listening. So I didn't have a chance to really respond too much during the show. That's why I didn't respond. But I also know that Bakari was on at the same time too. Shout out to Bakari. So maybe some folks was over there. Also, shout out to Forecast who had to drop off the panel. Again, make sure to check out Forecast's channel, but check out those last two episodes. I talked about how wild these these two individuals were carrying on each of the last two shows. So check that out. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to all of this?
Well, I think it's part of the, the regular program. I mean, there's not much I can add to it. I think everybody has said what needs to be said. We are under, we're under the programming. We are still going to. It's difficult to think that, to me, it's like the equivalent of, wearing dresses for the male, for the men. It's like they put you in these ridiculous situations, and then it's ridiculous. Everybody knows it's ridiculous, but you sort of have to still go through it as if everything is, works out. Like does she not have a voice as as an actress? She could have said something that it doesn't need to somebody to be a genius to know that no mother no normal mother, whether black or even the worst mother, she could there's no way that she could have put it in those terms and in that very callous way. Even women who know what's going on, they try to pretend or give some other oh, I didn't know about it, that sort of thing. But to be so bold and to just throw it, it didn't even sound like she was talking about her child or a child for that matter. It just sounded like she was talking about some box and what to do with it, and oh well, you can throw it to to the wolves, or you can burn it outside or something. Just the worst of but that's what they do. They we will take on all their vices. They will hang their their sins on on us. We're the ones who are going to pay for all those sins. So whatever it is that is is wrong, evil, or just outside of the norm, that's what they're going to put on us. We know that they dress up, they like to put on these little costumes, but of course it's going to be that little that a nice person, that black man to to be the face of it. If it's anything that is just strange, weird, and outside of the norm, they'll find a black person who readily don the shameful armor. So I'm not surprised, but it's still disappointing for a seasoned actress to still be in these positions where she's still playing a maid. That's something that was looked down when was Gone with the Wind, like 60, 70 years ago, but that was just a small part. She's actually taking on like the mantle of motherly. This is not even I don't know how to call it. It's just the most cruel thing a mother can feel or do to her child. So yeah, I mean, I still don't understand how she can let such a seed pass without saying something. Or is this the best that they could get away with, which is still quite extreme. Like, yeah, I mean, that's all I can say about that.
So, like I was saying, thank you, Tanzan. To me, her breakout role was The Help. I think others agreed with that too. The Help came out in 2011. This film that we just looked at here, a segment of it, this came out in 2008. So that's probably why none of us remember it. But again, she probably got the help off of this shit here. And all I'm saying to black folks, black filmmakers, just black people in general, you gotta start supporting the things that you need. I mentioned it earlier. Malcolm talks about, we beg for what we need, we pay for what we want. We gotta change that paradigm up a little bit and start supporting the independent filmmakers who can come together in a group and rival, what Hollywood is putting out for us and stuff like that. But instead, we like to fuck around with Hollywood and the someone mentioned him earlier, the Medea guy. We like messing around with these folks all the time. And so, yeah, this is what we get. We get men in dresses. We get stories of our young black boys being molested and their mothers are cool with it. This is what we get. Whereas we have guys like Azuliism who have to damn near mortgage the farm to put out their directorial debut. This is the stuff that we have to really look within and change about ourselves. With all of that said, I know you've been listening. Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you to all of it?
Good night, everyone. I think a lot of us will remember Halle Berry and Billy Bob Thornton in that scene, where she's like, make me feel good, and in Barbados, I spoke to women and they were like, that scene was sickening. Like, Hollywood gave us that scene, and I don't think I've met any black person ever thought that movie was good, much less that scene. But I did mass media in college, and we were taught to analyze films. And a film that I also noticed that no one noticed, and I couldn't find a clip that no one ever talked about, was in 12 Years a Slave. There was a scene where the plantation owner came out one morning in his pajamas with a little black girl in his arms, talking to the guy that played the main character. And I'm like nobody, I'm looking around the theater like, does nobody understand what's going on here? Like he had that child that night, and he's carrying her like it was his child. But wife, she was not a house slave. You know what I'm saying? But this was another, another pedo scene that went, unchecked from Hollywood. And we are looking at films, as you said, like so many people are looking at these films just as entertainment, but you have to look at the story being told. And Viola Davis, she has played her part. And you remember she played in some, I think, the Netflix show where she's a lawyer married to the white man.
Yeah. How to
Yeah.
Get Away with Murder. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was a scene in there where he called he called it like a black bitch or something like that when she ripped off her wig. I'm like, the hell. But this is Hollywood.
It's foreplay.
Oh no, they were having some weird argument, but anyway. But I mean, like, think of it. We live in a world where we all know that Disney has promoted a lot of pedo stuff, a lot of questionable stuff. We know that you remember the director, I think, for Transformers, I think it was Transformers, where they say he had like a lot of underage boys in the pool bathing. And like there are men in Hollywood that would have all these boys in pools and just be
It was
selecting them. Huh?
It was X-Men, yeah.
Yeah, one of these. And if you think about it, nobody cares. Like nobody really says anything. Even that guy Corey Feldman, he told about his abuse, but people will hear this stuff and like, whatever. Like, these are very critical times in history, and these are critical acts in history, but people will still go to Disney World and support Disney World and watch Disney films and all that stuff. I would never go to Disney World. I've never encouraged my kids to think about Disney World. They don't know the fantasy of Disney World. Like, when we went to Florida, Disney World was never on the list. We went to the Everglades, we went to Key West, and there might be history there, but not Disney World. Mm-mm. No, I mean, as parents, we need to, fill in our kids. When I'm watching movies with my kids, I sit down and explain certain things to them, because sometimes they don't get it because they're younger and they don't have that world experience. But as adults, we let a lot of things slide in Hollywood, a lot of tragic and questionable things constantly.
Well, here's the thing, right? You're a trillion% right. The problem is that everybody wants the bag, right? We are the only people that are taught. I'm sorry to say, this guy Claude Anderson, Black Economics, and I'm sick of it. I think we got to get away from this idea of chasing the bag. I'm not telling anyone not to be financially astute. I'm not saying any of that, but I am saying that if your motivation is the bag, then you can't be surprised with what you look. We're talking about this stuff. You watched the latest episode of this Game of Thrones remake, House of Dragon. The little girl was like probably 15, and her uncle, she's sleeping with her uncle, and she marries him. No one called it out. They did it right in everyone's face. He just put a blonde wig on her. Then the black guy, his son, was gay. End of his bloodline. End of his bloodline. And they're putting this in our face. The new Matrix movie. Morpheus is a computer program. So it's crazy.
So I was looking at Webb's response in the chat, and I agree with Webb. The one thing I think we do, and we had this big talk, I want to say it was on Bakari's channel recently. We had this talk about sports and stuff like that, how some people don't like talking about sports. And the reality of it is, like I said, is honestly, man, our folks are going to go to this shit anyway. When you turn off the TV, you cut off the Netflix, you cut off the cable, then what? What are they going to consume their time with? And truthfully, folks are going to want to consume something.
But even books have the same nonsense in them too.
Yeah, books. I was just about to say, books even have it too if you don't be careful. I think the thing that we got to do, we got to just be strong in our homes, in our family units, and we got to direct and explain to our children what's going on, to our youth what's going on in these films, so that even if they encounter it when we're not around, they understand what the game is. And at the same time, I think we got to encourage our people, again, we got to encourage our people to build our own institutions, man. There's no reason why we can't have like, and I think it was Bakari or someone talking about it too, like Black Sands, which is kind of like the Avatar: The Last Airbender type of cartoon, which was a graphic novel, and I think they're trying to make it into a TV show now. There's no reason why we can't have more of that, right? Make it fly, make it conscious, and put it in front of our kids' faces, our youth faces. I don't think there's no reason why we can't do that, but we just choose, it seems, to go out to go and do the things that will get the bag. And
But
that,
Coco,
yeah.
but Coco, that guy with Black Sands, he's been doing that for years. Like, he's been trying to get that project off the ground, and he's had successes. But to me, it's taking so long. But look, Tariq Nasheed can get $1 million in 1 month. So the people are supporting things, but not necessarily the things that will benefit, on the long term, or benefit the masses, or even think about the youth, much less.
That's a good point. We tend to gravitate and support the low energy, or to use D-Web's word, the low vibrational stuff, man. Actually, it was D-Web who was talking about Black Sands, I think. I think it was D-Web who was talking about he bought it for his daughters and stuff like that. Like, come on, man, Black people. We could do better. We could support better things. But that will require us to want better things. Anyone wants any last words on this prompt? All right. Let's go to the final prompt for tonight. We'll end it at 2, hopefully, or just after. Should be topic number 10 is, if Pan-Africanism is dead, then what's he talking about? Before I show the link here, make sure to support all the other shows. Make sure subscribe, like the content, share it, talk about it with your peoples. All the guys who's on the network. Make sure to go to the network website. Drop your email in the newsletter. Let's try to get that going as well, right? Let's try to do things that we want in this new Roman year, 2023, right? Let's start begging for things that we need and actually go behind and go for it instead, right? Let's start with KWAZ Radio. This prompt comes with a link. I just messed that up. Hold on, I gotta grab the link again. So, if Pan-Africanism is dead, then what is he talking about? So here's the link coming up.
Truly my pleasure to bring to the stage the President of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo.
Madam Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the African and Diaspora Young Leaders Forum for making me part of this conversation and for the opportunity to deliver these remarks at the closing plenary in the presence of the U.S. Vice President, the Honorable Kamala Harris, and in this spectacular building, so admired by all Ghanaians, and indeed by all Africans, as it was designed by one of the foremost architects of his generation, the globally acclaimed Ghanaian architect, David Adjaye. The forum has chosen the most relevant theme of Africa's contemporary situation, a theme which sums up the essence of African aspirations, amplifying voices, building partnerships that work. I've stated it before, that it sometimes appears the words Africa and Africans have more resonance outside the continent than inside. When we are home on our continent, it always seems very important to assert that we are Ghanaians, Ivorians, Kenyans, Nigerians, Swazis, Senegalese, Rwandans, South Africans, and Zambians. Then we find ourselves outside the continent, and then we discover that to the outside world, there are no Ghanaians, there are no Senegalese, and there are no Tanzanians. There are only Africans, and we are all simply Africans. The lesson for me is clear. Our destinies are intricately linked with each other, and we're talking not only about those of us on the continent, but about the Africans in the diaspora as well. You can be an honors graduate from any of the top universities of this country. You can be a second or third generation American, and you can be in a well-paid job. If there's an outbreak of Ebola someplace on the African continent, you are an African. Anyone, everybody in a position of leadership in Africa today thus has his or her work cut out. The urgent responsibility we face is to make our countries and our continent attractive for our peoples, to see them as places of opportunities. It means we must provide education, quality education and skills training. It means our young people must acquire the skills that run modern economies. The impact of a successful Africa on the image and standing of Africans in the diaspora applies with equal force to the image and standing of her sons and daughters who go by the name African Americans, and indeed to all her kith and kin in the Americas and the Caribbean. There's a lot of room for your perspectives and energies back in Africa. History tells us of the positive impact of diaspora communities on the growth and development of countries through increased trade activities, rising investments, and the transfer of skills and knowledge. Take the case of China, for example. With an emigre population of some 60 million, the Chinese diaspora is said to be the 25th largest country in the world, who, according to the Nikkei Asian Review, own assets worth 2.5 trillion United States dollars. When foreign companies in the late 1970s reduced their investments in China, it was the Chinese diaspora that shored up the economy. According to the Washington, D.C.-based Migration Policy Institute, MPI, half of the foreign direct investment, that is some 26 billion United States dollars, that transformed China into a manufacturing powerhouse in the 1990s, originated from the Chinese diaspora. That is the rationale of Ghana's initiative of Beyond the Return, which is building on the considerable success of the Year of Return and the renewed enthusiasm around building Africa together. We must work to help change the African narrative, which has been characterized largely by a concentration on disease, hunger, poverty, and illegal mass migration. Let us all remember that the destiny of all Black people, no matter where they are in the world, is bound up with Africa. We should never forget that famous admonition of the celebrated Jamaican reggae star Peter Tosh, when he said, and I quote, "Don't care where you come from. As long as you are a Black man, you are an African," unquote. We must help make Africa the place for investment, progress, and prosperity, and not from where our youth flee in the hope of accessing the mirage of a better life in Europe, Asia, or the Americas. That is what the Beyond the Return seeks to do. So we can derive maximum dividends from our relations with the diaspora in mutually beneficial cooperation and as partners for shared growth and development. The second half of the 20th century witnessed a great blow for human progress and freedom when the African peoples, in the wake of Ghana's shining example, liberated themselves from the colonial and imperialist yoke and the racist ideology of apartheid and emerged as free, independent peoples to construct new nations of hope and advancement. The first half of the 21st century should consolidate this development and see the growth of modern, prosperous, technologically advanced nations within a united Africa, which would make a reality of the dream of the 21st century as the African century and bring dignity and respect to Black people all over the world. We've done enough talking, and dare I say we've had enough conferences and workshops. We know what we need to do. It is time just to do it. We've run out of excuses for the state of our continent. We have the manpower. We should have the political will. It is time to make Africa work. We have good reason to be proud of who we are and the beautiful continent that is ours with its vibrant cultures. The geographic space covered by Africa makes it the second largest of the 7 continents. It has 30% of the world's remaining minerals of value. It has some of the most breathtaking scenes on our planet. It has plants and animals that are wonders of the world and critical for the survival of the globe. I hear a lot about the need to change our narrative and tell our own good story. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, nothing succeeds like success. If we work at it, if we stop being beggars and spend Africa's monies inside the continent, Africa would not need to ask for respect from anyone. We would get the respect we deserve. Over 30 years ago, one of America's most prestigious Ivy League universities offered a course in Mandarin, which for years had virtually no takers. Today, there is standing room only. And it is not because the course is any easier. It is because the position of China has changed. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, China was nowhere near where it is today. China does not ask for anyone for respect now. She does not need it. Let us make our continent the prosperous and joyful place it should be, and the respect would follow. I thank you for your attention.
If you enjoy this,
yeah, I have mixed feelings about that, brother. I will say I like that one thing I like that he said was we got to stop the talking now. It's time for work. But the one of the things I noticed, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I always notice that when continental Africa, I'm not trying to be anti-continental African, of course, but I notice that when they talk about diasporans, particularly in the Caribbean and the USA, they talk about we are Africans too. I notice they only quote a Caribbean or an American who has said that. I've never heard them quote another African who's acknowledged that we are African too. I find that very interesting. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you're correct. The problem is the Africans that they can quote that would say that they are ideologically different from. So the Fela Kutis of Africa, this guy would run away because he wouldn't stand to be around an Nkrumah or a Fela Kuti or a Ben Bella, or Lumumba, the real Africans for Africa. The master won't let them go that far. So it's all smoke and mirrors.
I appreciate that, Gas. I'm going to come back to you a little bit in a second. Let me mix it up a bit. Bueno, what say you to this?
I am waiting. I sit back and wait to see what these brothers actually do. I do know that there have been Africans who have tried to formulate ties with Caribbean people in the Caribbean. And an example of that is Thomas Sankara and the great Maurice Bishop in Grenada. But they were really aligned based on politics, but not necessarily being I guess the fact that they was Africans was in the background.
Right.
But the relationship was formulated based off of politics. The both of them were socialists. But I would really wait to see, because I do know, that the sister in Barbados is really doing some great things in terms of formulating relationships. When the lady in the Prime Minister of Jamaica, her name was P. I can't remember her name right now. It escapes me. I do know that she was trying to do some things in formulating ties and relationships, but this notion of the relationship, I see these things are coming together, and I know you're gonna get pushback from it from the Western countries, because they do not want that relationship to be developed. I know that they really have a real strong movement, an anti-African strong movement with the blacks in North America. But I know that there are people in these countries in the Caribbean who are really trying to establish ties and other routes of relationships to be developed. And I really have to stand back and wait to see, in fact, what actually happens. This man is the leader of a country, so I have to see what he actually does with it. I don't necessarily know where his political leanings lie. I know he's at an American conference, but I also know he would have relationships with Chinese partners as well. But in terms of formulating ties and relationships of Pan-Africanism as it relates to us in the West, I have to see what he actually does. For me, it's a wait and see, because we in the Caribbean, we have great speakers and speech writers, great speakers. So I tend to want to watch and see what is actually done. And for me, I look at people like Mia Motley in Barbados. She is about that life. I really believe she's actually about that life. And I've seen her actively doing things in creating relationships and ties and bonds with Africans in the East. So I really would like to see where this actually goes. And if they actually about to do something, I'm with it. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I'm not worried about the criticisms and the critiques. You know what I mean? If these brothers about that life, let's go get it. Let's go get it. Portia Simpson. Thank you, Bobby Wright. Portia Simpson. She was trying to create ties and relationships as well when she was in power. But I just have to sit back and see what actually happens, because the agenda is a little bit different in the Caribbean as it is in the United States of America. I know the United States of America is a stronghold because of the economy that exists with Black Americans, because they are they are strongest in terms of that monetary power. And the dominant society in America would not want that relationship to be developed, because they know what is going to happen. But it's going to happen anyways, because you see in droves of African Americans actually traveling to the continent now. They're doing it on their own. They're not waiting for the government. But in the Caribbean, I see there are some governments that have approached the African governments, and African governments are approaching Caribbean governments, and also, and not so much in South America. But I really would like to watch and see what actually manifests. But if they are, like I say, if they are with it, and if they're about that life, let's get it. That's where I am with it.
I appreciate that, Buana. Kyle Hezekiah, what say you?
Well, I think, brother, I think the man's talking a good game. You know, I think I'm not familiar with him in politics, but he's talking a good game. I think that, you know, Dr. John Henry Clark did say, you know, it's Pan-Africanism or perish. We are surrounded by enemies. We are, you know, in an hostile environment. And another thing too is that uh, as we can pay attention to the read the room, as the kids say. We see how these racists are kind of joining forces within these within the United States, how things are kind of coming together. And it's going to be a very bad time. And if we don't organize and unite for our own self protection, we're going to continue to be a subjugated and an oppressed people. So I agree with what he's saying. It sounds very good. I'm not familiar with this man's politics, but he seems like he's fully in bed with the colonial powers. So it could just very well be he's talking. But I mean, it sounds good, and I kind of agree with the ideas. But if he's not going to work hard to, you know, improve conditions for African people, then forget him. You know, that's important to me.
I appreciate that, Carl. D-Web from the Hash Rally podcast says this guy went to Oxford, educated in the UK. I'll leave it at that. Nama X says, Akufo, he's been talking like this since 2019, but does nothing. He embraces the fact that the divided kingdom and the divided states has bases in his country. You know, I think I saw Malema. Was it Malema this past week was talking about let's get rid of the borders in Africa and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see where Malema goes with that. Seems like someone dropped off, right? Yeah, it could be Marcus Garvey is the way. Since Marcus Garvey is the way isn't here now, Gas, I want to see if you got any additional words to add to this.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, listen. I think that's the real crux of the issue, right? I'm a rural village continental supporter. I'm not a fan of this type of Pan-Africanism. I think this Pan-Africanism is just pretty much European development in drag with jollof rice and kente cloth. And it really doesn't take into account what's happening on the ground for the people. I just saw an article about African development failing, right? And there are a lot of reasons for that, not necessarily because the African people are inept. We're not looking at agriculture as a way to develop ourselves. Now, there are key industries that do need to embrace and engage with heavy industrialism, such as defense. But we have to also understand that, again, this isn't an African talking to you. This is pretty much a British man with an African accent. You know, and so when he talks like this, he's still, at the end of the day, he's still being bent over and lubed up by the IMF right now, and they're stroking him good. So, you know, I think people have to understand, and that's why I've been pressing to say, hey, look, we got to update. So when I say, you know, in French theory, there was this whole debate between who's my favorite French guy, right? His name is Baudrillard. And he had this debate with Foucault. He wrote a book called Forget Foucault. And he basically took Foucault's argument to its extreme level. And he technically like defeated Foucault, right? Foucault was very flustered by it because he had the debate with Derrida, and he kicked Derrida's butt a little. You know, Derrida came, and you know, Foucault was able to outsmart Derrida, and all these guys, they tried to debate Foucault, and Foucault was able to edge them. But Baudrillard, who's not as philosophically or historically or intellectually as sound as Foucault, but Baudrillard was able to take Foucault's argument and just basically use it against him, and he didn't know what to do. So for me, when I've been pushing and saying, look, man, this Pan-African thing, we got to rethink it from the ground up. It is a diasporic departure point. It's a necessary departure point, but now it has to be fused with the continental underpinnings and the diasporic underpinnings, and there has to be some sort of merging, compromise, whatever. There has to be some sort of absorption and reabsorption to make it make sense for all parties. Because if you're coming from a diasporic perspective, then it's just like, hey, listen, look, you have African nation states where black people are running it. Why can't you just make, the United Kingdom of Africa? Or why can't you just have, the Singapore of Africa? And it's like, yeah, but then you're forgetting that people have ethnicities that they're aligned to. They have certain, like there's certain villages you can't just go in and chop down trees. You got to appease some of the spirits there. You got to pay attention, and that's like, what's that, right? So that's something that these are things that have to be contended with. Now, an African like him, he could care less. He wants to burn down those trees that have the sacred grooves of ancestors. He don't care, but that's why he's failing, because he doesn't care, and that's why these people consistently fail. So hold on. Yeah, so the whole truth of the matter is that ultimately, I think we just have to get to a point where, like I said, we're restructuring and analyzing Garveyism, and we're not just taking it from the diaspora. We're also including those who are on the continent and saying, hey, how does Garveyism look to you? Right? Because again, those people on the continent, they don't even have a clue that they're at war. They haven't experienced. They don't know what racism is. Right? We did the show yesterday on the Black Pentagrammers. Look, and I'm going to say it again. It says it there in the Bible. If you're hung from wood or a tree, you're cursed. Well, this guy Jesus Christ was hung from wood in a tree, so he was cursed. And then they were lynching black people, purposely cursing them. This is the occult stuff, right? But again, this is your show. I don't want to get into the occult and dive on that deeper and on that rabbit hole. But the point is that we're not looking into that aspect of it, and we're not going deep enough. So are we just going to be surface level with Pan-Africanism? If that's the case, I think we're just going to keep going in the same circles, and everyone's just going to be frustrated. They're going to be frustrated because they're going to be confused. Hey, you're coming with this new stuff that we really don't understand. You're going to be frustrated like, hey, why don't you understand that you're at war, that these people are after you? So I think we really got to come to the table, and we really got to ask ourselves, how is it that we're going to develop? And a lot of times we can't be paternalistic. We can't say, oh, we're going to come and teach you, and they can't be dismissive. So I'll end with that and hear what everyone has to say.
Yes, I that's the point I was trying to make last week. I agree with that. I agree. That last 2 or 3 sentences you drop, I agree. And I think the overall idea too, which is why I always say Garveyism needs to be updated, is Garvey never hit the continent. You got to go and understand the people there. You have to talk about, let's talk about Garveyism from the other side. We talk about Garveyism from this side. Let's go and talk about Garveyism from the other side and join those two things. Or else, like you said, we just running in circles. With that said, though, let's get to Tanzan, the last opinion of the night. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, it's a lot of talk, and Nana Akufo-Addo has been known to say, the right things. He's usually at the conferences. He has a good speechwriter. I can't knock him off for that one, but he also has a lot of very concerning, things that he did. I think for me, the first time, he raised some eyebrows was how he handled the crisis. And Nama mentioned it in the comment section as well, when he, as the head of ECOWAS, one of the main parties, he actually supported a sanction against Mali, who were, trying to get the French out of their land. So that was just very egregious for Ghana, who was expected to at least support them, or at the very least, not be in their way. And and right now Ghana is not doing so well, with their debt crisis and so on. So at this moment, things don't look very well for him. He seems like one of those talkers and not doers. And he basically just told to go make bad things look good, and to make the people feel good and not to do anything good for them. So I don't know, sometimes you hope that maybe your impressions are wrong. I'm hoping I am. But at this point, I think he has done more rhetoric than actual practical things. So, but I'm willing to be wrong, for the sake of the people. In terms of, Pan-Africanism, the continent doesn't really have a very strong Pan-African bent. I think he was right in saying that we're still very nationalistic, and we haven't really done as much to encompass the global aspect of Pan-Africanism. So I don't think it's dead. No idea is really truly dead. When people are still working towards it. I think that.
But can you tell them why?
Why what? Sorry.
Well, don't just say that the continent hasn't embraced Pan-Africanism according to you, but say why. Why is it that on the ground the idea of this unification, this universalism, is not taking hold, hasn't taken hold? What are your observations?
Well, I think it's just firstly, it's very antithetical to the way Africans looked at themselves. We had more of tribal, coming from tribes and traditions and mother tongue and that sort of thing, whereas we were not. Our identity was not so much of the racial one; it was more tribal, and then later on it became more national. So it's a new way for for Africans to view identity, both theirs and other people's. So I think it's that's part of it, that we haven't really gotten to that level of identity. We're basically just trying to be African, I guess. So I don't know if we have that Pan-African ideology, and also in the way that we identify ourselves. The fundamental unit is usually the tribal one, and then maybe the national aspect, but not so much the racial.
Yeah, I respect all the voices in the room. I have been listening to. I've tried to take up KWAZ's advice, and I've been listening to the conversations in terms of the tribes that they respect and love and appreciate and would like to hold on to. But I am also recognizing and understanding that the Chinese, who don't have an interest into Africa, they are extremely unified, and in the next 100 years, the Africans, with this disjointedness that they have, they're gonna put themselves in a losing position. The Americans are unified when they put $50+ billion into Africa, into every African country, because they have their particular interests. Just as Cecil Rhodes was unified because he didn't represent himself. He represented the nation that he came from, just as Winston Churchill was unified, just as Leopold was unified. These are unified people coming into Africa, and they're gonna take advantage.
You have to answer why.
Let me finish and I'll let you rock. They're gonna take advantage of the disjointedness of these tribal alliances that the Africans are holding on to life for. And I'm saying that y'all are putting yourself in a very weakened condition, and y'all gonna lose. That's all I'm saying. And I, like I say, I've been listening, and I've been trying to understand. I'm saying that if you take that position, you're gonna lose. That's all I'm saying.
No, Bwana, look, let's explore this. I'm glad you said that. Here's first, the idea that China is unified is not true. That's a myth. As a matter of fact, what China is doing today has nothing to do with ancient Chinese culture. Everything they're doing, 90% of it is out of page 63 of Karl Marx's playbook, right? They're a socialist country. There's nothing Chinese about socialism. They put Chinese letters to it. That ain't Chinese. That's one. Two.
So tell me the different tribes that's come entering into
Well, no. Well, let me tell you about China. If you look at what they're doing to their Muslim population, you have different ethnic groups. You have the Han. Not everyone is Han. Not everyone is speaking Mandarin. Not everyone speaks Cantonese. You have people like, for example, the Mosul, right? That's how, when I was calling them the Mosul, a person from China corrected me. He's like, no, the Mosul, that's how you say it. I was like, okay, thank you, right? So I tried to say it the way she told me that's how I'm supposed to say it. I hope that's correct. They actually ran a matriarchy, right? They're still in China. When you actually start talking to Chinese people about different ethnicities and you know what you're talking about, then they start admitting like, oh yeah, I'm from here. And so then you realize there's a rich history that's being suppressed, all for the so-called greater common good. And the part when you say about these unified people, this is the part that no one wants to acknowledge. One, I will say this about tribal. Perhaps because Oni said in the comment, national. Well, even other than perhaps Ethiopians, and you're seeing that that's falling apart right now. Africans ain't national. That ain't what they are. They hold on to it. Who are Nigerian? And again, I'm gonna quick sidebar. That's the problem I have, and I might do a Black Pentagram episode on this with this media stuff, because now they're trying to come out with Nigerian culture. There's no such thing. Jollof Rice, Wizkid, and Burna Boy are not Nigerian culture. Well, it has nothing to do with being from that area. You can't go to your village and your Arba, your Igwe, and your ancestors, and your grandma, and your village group, and play Wizkid and think they're gonna accept you. There's a whole bunch of rites and traditions and rituals and things that you got to do. Dancing and wearing the colorful cloth ain't gonna cut it. But that's a sidebar. I don't want to get too deep down that. So I think that's what happens in the world today. We try to pick and well, that not that we try, but that's what ends up happening when you universalize things. But let me show you an example of people who hold on to tribal things, and perhaps Africa may copy that in your effort. Afghanistan still holds on to their tribal differences, right? They still don't all like each other. However, they still come together to fight whoever, whether it be the Romans, whether it be the British, whether it be the Russians, whether it be the US. They came together and understood we're all Afghani at that point. And we got to stand together, and we can't let nobody come in and mess us up. I can give you that. And perhaps we can look, and that might be one way of looking and taking Garveyism and looking at the Afghani example and updating it and talking with the Africans on the ground to give them that. We're all smart, right? We can come up with a computer program. We can reprogram Garveyism to fit that model. But that's a whole nother, that's one put to you. But the last thing I'll say, when you say things like, oh, the people who came in and took over were unified, we're not acknowledging the truth. What made them, hold on. Hold on, guys.
While gas is doing,
yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. What made them unified was force. What made somebody an Italian? Well, Garibaldi, he didn't unify Italy, as they say. He divided Africa. Isabella, what created so-called Espada, which is pretty much Castilians? She kicked out the Moors and the Jews. What created Frenchmen? The Parisian French. Well, they used force, right? We can read Benedict Anderson's Imagine Communities. We can read From Peasants to Frenchmen. They used violence. They used force. It was people at the top, intellects at the top, used the force of the state. They used the violence of the state to force people to adhere to a universal standard of conduct. So you can't reason and rationalize or use logic to make Africans be unified. You have to come in with force, or you have to have a perfect example of that, of a homegrown example, would be Shaka's example of force, right? When Shaka unified the Zulus, and so Shaka doing that, he took together his small Zulu and took over enough people and was like, hey, you Zulu or what? And I was like, all right, let's just be Zulu. You got to use force, and that's power. And that's the part that if you're not ready to come in there with a standing army and force people, then you're just talking. So if we're just going to talk, then my suggestion is take Garveyism, look at the Afghanis, see what they did, come on the ground, roll your sleeves up, talk with the local tribal people, and figure out this thing, and let's get educated against our enemy, the Mzungu. Other than that, we're just talking.
Okay, so now first of all, let me say this: I'm not anti-force. I'm not anti-force at all. But the in terms of what you would have mentioned, that it happens in China, that's within China. When the Chinese exert themselves within the world, they don't exert themselves as separate entities, like you say, as a Han tribe or all the other tribes you would have mentioned. They exert themselves as the Chinese government. These are groups of people coming together, and they are exerting themselves within the African continent. They are exerting themselves as one particular government. In terms of what the Europeans would have done, they all them sat at the table in the Berlin Conference and agreed together and say, well, you're gonna have this particular area, I'm gonna have this particular area. You're gonna have this is a unified agreement. Before they even
you're skipping over you're skipping.
Let me finish, guys.
But why are you skipping the narrative?
There were no Africans. There were no continental Africans sitting at that table to say, no. This is our particular space. We have been a tribe with a particular culture for hundreds of centuries. You can't come in. No, they didn't do that. And also, let me also say this because you use the words of coming in as in a forceful manner, in a forceful way. The Chinese are not using force to enter into China to the African continent to dominate. They're using their economy. They're using their economy and economic influence. They're using economic influence to exert influence over the continent of Africa. What I'm saying is, in 100 years, if the Africans within the continent itself, and I'm not saying that it's wrong to stick to their traditions, I'm saying that they are going to put themselves in a losing position. That's all I'm saying.
Buana, listen, I want you to just let's walk through things. Let's not make assertions without walking through. Again, Berlin Conference, unified Europeans acknowledge what made those Europeans unified before Berlin Conference. There was no Berlin Conference in the 1400s. You had to unify the Europeans. They used force. So when you give the narrative, say the whole thing. They used force to become a unified Europe. So again, you can't just say, oh, they came in and didn't use force. Again, Maoist China used force. How many millions of people did he have to kill to make China, even after he did that? There was still revolts. Look at the Tiananmen Square massacre. They still have to this day, they still have to fight these things. The people have not bought into it wholesale. Okay, and that's where, but Buana, I know you're not. Buana, no, but it's funny, but this is where you're going to fail, in my opinion. You have a golden opportunity to take a step back, scale down your ambition a little bit, and have a little understanding, which I know you might not have, but have a little bit of understanding and say, you know what? You don't have to use the example I'm giving. You're a smarter guy than me. I'm telling you, take Garvey. One example, use Garvey, look at the Afghanis, see how they're unifying, even though they're still holding on to their tribal differences, but they unify when enemies come in. use that and say, this is what I can give to my Africans on the continent. That's all I'm saying, Bwana. You're a smart guy. You can think of that, and that will be something your Africans on the continent can use. But if you just come in and say, well, I'm just going to take this highbrow approach, you're going to lose. Because at the end of the day, no African is ready to die. Listen, you know what the Nigerians say? Let me tell you this. When the Nigerian pledge is said, you know what Nigerians say? Instead of saying to serve Nigeria with all my might, they say to serve Nigeria is not by force. Even children in primary school say this. You ain't got no national allegiance. So even the nation state means nothing.
So now that you gave me an example using Afghanis, I will do a study. And by the way, I'm not smarter than you, much smarter than I am. But I will do an in-depth study on the Afghanis to see how they go about in terms of tribalism, in terms of how they use that effort in tribalism to unify and fight off their external enemies. I will do an in-depth study because I have not done that. So I will do it. I'm open. But from where I stand right now, the position that I'm standing on and looking at Africa, I am thinking differently. So like I say, I will do an in-depth study on it so I could be more informed in regards to what you specifically talking about as a solution to the problem, as opposed to my solution, which is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. So I need to do a more in-depth study on the Afghanis. So I'll leave.
If I can interject before it gets too late. I see both arguments. I think that we can have Pan-Africanism without eliminating the certain tribal and cultural differences that we have. Now, Europe wasn't united at the time of the Berlin Conference. You know, France and Germany had recently fought a war. Great Britain and Russia had recently fought a war. But what united them was their ideology, which was the domination of the Black world. So even though they might have been disunited when it came to their political necessities, they were united in their ideology. And what Chancellor Williams called the Grand Caucasian Consensus is how he described it, is that even though we may fight each other, we can't let these niggas get ahead of us. So they will put aside their tribal differences, because that's what they are as tribes, for the betterment of their own national aims. And I think that we can do the same, even though we can still keep our distinctiveness. You don't stop being Igbo, you don't stop being Kikuyu, whatever ethnic group you belong to, whatever nation you belong to. But when it comes to the greater good, well, understand we are at war. And we're not going to win this war unless we're united. They're going to pick us off one by one, as they've been doing for centuries. So we have to change this thing around. It can't, the way things have been going cannot continue.
All right. We'll end that there. That was a good conversation on that last part. I mean, the whole night was a good conversation. I appreciate you guys and gals coming on through and having these discussions on this European holiday night. At least I consider it a European holiday night. It's so-called Christmas Eve, and now we're into Christmas now. So you guys who have gifts to go open can go open those. I should be back. I kind of double booked next week and forgot. I'm gonna see. I'll let you guys know during the week if we'll bring in the New Year together on Shoot the Breeze next Saturday night. It might be that I can't do it, and I was supposed to do a conversation with Azuli on January 1st, Haitian independence, to discuss some new things he learned about Haitian independence in 1804. So I'll figure it all out. I'll let you guys know during the week. I want to thank Bwana. Bwana, you want to shout anything out this week?
No. Shout out to everyone who participated tonight. It's been a very vigorous conversation and debate. I appreciate when all the brothers and sisters are on to push back with good ideas, well reasoned ideas, and it's just sharpening all our swords to go forward. So I appreciate all the brothers who have contributed tonight. Really do. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Appreciate you too, boy. Now, Carl Hezekiah, my boy, Carl Hezekiah, honorary Bahamian. You want to shout anything out this week?
No, not really. You know, everybody enjoy your holiday. You know, Merry Christmas if you celebrate. You know, Happy Kwanzaa if you celebrate that. And hopefully, you know, see everybody in the new year.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming through. Gas, you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, man, I just want to say, the man who hangs from a tree or from wood, according to their information, is cursed. So, be careful what you call upon, and be careful what they hang you from. But, yeah, just shout out to all of you guys, and, as I say, Happy Christmas and Merry New Year.
Gas, are you guys going to be on this coming Friday?
I'm gonna try. Like I said, I want to put something together. I think some more occult stuff. So we'll see.
All right, you guys make sure to tune into the channel. Gas them up, as you see there. That's the Black Pentagrammers channel. Tanzan is usually with them. Jose, who was on the panel tonight. Thanks to Jose for being here tonight. He's a part of the Pentagrammers, and as they say, Zuliism is the honorary pentagrammer. He was in the chat earlier too. I'm surprised he didn't come up tonight. He must be partying or something like that. Sister Tanzan, anything you want to shout out this week?
Just the pentagrammers yesterday, SNL this morning, and Shoot the Breeze this afternoon. And I'll be doing the show next Tuesday. That's it.
All right. Well, thank you all again. Thanks to Marcus Garvey the way, the forecast. Who else is on the panel tonight? I said Jose. I think that's it. I want to thank all of you guys who tuned in tonight. I'll let you know if indeed I probably will be back next week, bringing the Roman New Year with you guys. But if not, I'll let you know. Maybe I'll shift it and do it on the New Year's night or something. We'll see. In any event, you guys be good. Hopefully I'll see you during the week on all the different shows. Oh, yeah, the Pro Black Perspective was on the panel tonight. Oni. Sorry about forgetting you being on the panel. You guys tune into Oni later today. I'm sure he's going to have a show probably at around noon or so Eastern Standard Time. So check him out on his travels in Tanzania. Anyway, guys, see you later. Be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.